Sorry, I only heard the last two words. Very curious.
Yeah. Did you? All right, everyone. We're going to get started here in just a moment. Well, welcome and good morning to Naropa University's Wilderness Therapy Mini Conference, Woods of Wisdom, presented today from the ancestral lands of the Arapaho, Cheyenne, and Ute peoples, many of whom still live here. My name is Heather Bear, and I am a visiting instructor in the Wilderness Therapy Graduate Department. At Naropa, we begin and end our time together with a bow. This bow is a way to center ourselves and honor the space we share together. I invite you to join us in a bow. I am delighted to share this time together with all of you. These students have been working on this capstone presentation. It's probably an accumulation of their whole life's work to this point. I've had the pleasure of working with them over this week to hone in their presentations, and I'm really excited for you to get to bear witness to those. These students are fulfilling a degree requirement with curiosity, attention, and connection. The presentations you will see today are the accumulation of the third year students' time in the Wilderness Therapy Graduate Department. They're going to be addressing unique and diverse topics, some of which may be difficult to hear or bear witness to. So I invite you to take care of yourselves today as you need to. It's a full day. We have 12 presentations. We are going to go by the schedule that's online and that has been presented on the flyer. So also bear with us through our transitions with technology and multiple presenters. We will begin shortly, and we'll have a brief lunch break at 12:40. We will return and then end promptly at 5:30 today. Whew. What an exciting day. I remember being a student and being up here and presenting my capstone project. So I can easily tap into the excitement and nerves that you all might be feeling. So without further ado, we'll begin with our first presenter, the topic, being human, the active practice of expanding the Western idea of mental wellness by Nitsan Masika.
Hi. Welcome. Ha. Okay, ready? I'm gonna probably do like all the technical mistakes for everyone, okay? I'm gonna carry this with grace, hopefully. All right, so being human is a tiny little topic that we're just gonna cover in 20 minutes, not a big deal. So the first thing I wanna do is to acknowledge who we are. We are the third year cohort graduating wilderness therapists. We are predominantly, the cohort is predominantly white, predominantly cisgender, predominantly American and Western. I am Nitsan. That's how I identify. I typically don't identify through Western boxes and lenses. Where are we? We are not on our ancestral lands. We're not where we're supposed to be. We are colonizers. If we wish to truly acknowledge where we're at, we need to kind of like be activists on a state level and political and not just name things. That's just my perspective. We're also at Naropa, which is a predominantly white institute that ironically teaches white people how to be really good, aware white people. And the irony of it is that it doesn't teach people like me how to be a good brown therapist. It teaches me how to be a good white therapist who's aware of people like me. So that's a bit ironic. It feels a little kind of wonky. What is this? This is an invitation to change our minds. Let's see if I can make it happen. So, what's a human being? That's what we're going to talk about. And what is wellness? We're going to challenge some stuff about our culture, challenge lenses. I'm going to offer a practice into actively changing your mind. And I'm going to talk about Open Sky as a case study for why this practice actually works and helps in this world. So to start, let's talk about what is a human being. And I'll just look at the slide that I opened with, which was kind of supposedly diverse, but what is wrong with this? This is only showing Western people of different colors. That's not really a depiction of humanity at large. So how can you even talk about humans when this is our understanding of humanity? I was sitting in a human growth and development class and hearing all sorts of things about how humans develop and grow. And every once in a while I'd be like, that's just not my experience. I did not grow up like that. My children didn't grow up like that. So how come you're teaching me that this is how humans grow and develop? And I'm not even that far from Western civilization, but what can we say about the diversity of humanity in South Africa? There's so many tribes. Do we know anything about their psyche, their wellness, their routine, their morning, their relationships? Do we know anything about the diverse cultures within the North Sudan? Or anything about India? We kind of India is a little more connected in terms of internet and stuff, but we still don't know anything really about what it is to be a human as part of one of the countries that has the most people on Earth. There's diversity all over. I come from Israel originally. Let's not go there. But it's really diverse there, and Saudi Arabia is diverse, and Oceania. Do we know anything about what it's like to be a Pacific Islander? What it's like to be a well Pacific Islander? We don't. So when I'm coming to challenge lenses, and I'm asking what is human wellness, this is kind of what I think about. The epitome of wellness in this culture is to be a soccer mom in a suburban neighborhood, have a really trimmed, nice lawn, and have your own washing machine. Don't share anything with anyone because, washing machine companies are not going to get rich if we're all living together. So there's something about this that just does not scream wellness at me. What this kind of does, though, this lady, her name is Jean Liedloff, and she went to Guatemala in the 70s to log. She wasn't an anthropologist. She wasn't anyone who was yeah, let's just change the world or learn about cultures. She just went to log, and she worked with those villagers. And she started noticing something really interesting. They were happy and content and really in their bodies and in relationship and in connection. And this woman was really unique in that she saw that and she wasn't saying, let me fix that and put them all in suburbs and big homes and make them happier even. She's like, no, what are we doing wrong? What are we doing different? What can we do differently? And so she wrote this book called The Continuum Concept, in which she was merely describing what she was seeing. She wasn't saying, here's the recipe for a happy, healthy life. She was just describing what she was seeing. And I think that some of it was taken a little bit not accurately by people who read it. Specifically, one doctor called William Sears, who's the father of attachment parenting. Attachment parenting is this Western practice in which you nurse your babies and you sleep with them and you carry them on your backs and you're really kind and sweet in the way that you're attuned to them, and it's really just beautiful. And the purpose of it is to get to secure attachment, this unicorn that some writers proclaim 60% of the society has, secure attachment. And I'm like, BS. Sorry, I'm gonna swear like a sailor. I know that it's not appropriate in a presentation, but okay. Attachment theory talks about how to take a human being from the womb of the mother, that is the most secure place, and into individuation. And I'm like, that's BS. That what Jean Lidloff was observing was a human being moving from the womb of the mother into the womb of society, into a loving, receiving culture that is small and accepting and celebrates who you are and just like is kind of content. It doesn't need big houses to do that. And so when people say that 60% of this society is secure, I can't not laugh. I think that it's not attainable in this culture because this society is just not secure. The womb of society is not accepting us. And we'll talk about that, what this society is and what type of parent it is to us in a minute. Another thing is that attachment is not a permanent thing because society is not consistent. People think that they're avoidant or anxious. And the truth is that we're all different things in different contexts, and it's not so hard to change your attachment. Just give me a room in 3 months and I'm gonna make you not secure anymore. What is wrong with this picture? I don't know. I think it's kind of perfect. We can look at it and like impose some of our lens on it and be like something about gender and something about the role of women and something. They look friggin' happy to me. They look content and connected and loving, and I don't know what else they do in their time, and I don't want to judge it. I see the beauty of it, and I aspire to have that, more of that in our lives. This is like kind of like my most heavy slide. I'm gonna focus on the left half first. And this is kind of like the way that I consider the development of self in this society, in a society of individuation. Think of a parent that looks at their child wearing really like embarrassing clothes to school. They're like, no, you can't do that because it's embarrassing to me. I'm embarrassed. Or you can't behave this way. You have to have good grades, or you have to be this, and you have to be academically inclined and not an athlete because it reflects on me. When you are me, when everything around me is just parts of the set of who I am, like the bigger, grander self, that's the one side of the spectrum that if you take it to the real dysfunctional, it would be called narcissistic in this culture. And on the other side of that is the I am you, is the person that is so lost and doesn't have a center of their own selves that all of them is outside of themselves. They can't feel themselves. They don't know who they are. And so if you're dysregulated, I'm dysregulated. If I'm alone, I don't know who I am, and I just need to drink or do other things. And on our kind of like lens, this would be a borderline personality on the far end of that. And what we're aspiring to in terms of health in Western therapeutic models is the I am me. I know who I am, I know my boundary, I can recognize you, I can have empathy. All of that is like really healthy, and that's kind of like where the line is. Where's the line in this culture? But I want to propose another piece of this, which is we. I went and did like a Google analysis of like how many I's and we's are searched on Google. And it's overwhelming, and the US is obviously at the top. The country that has the most we searches on Google is Egypt. And I'm like, great, and there are countries that don't look for things on the internet too. Let's remember that. Okay, so in the we are me, we are us, I am we spectrum, we are me is the bigger narcissist, is the kind of like, and we'll talk about narcissism later, but the bigger narcissist is like, all of you are me. The country is me. I am we is someone who's so lost in their social connections that's kind of like the joke. Like if all your friends were jumping off the roof, would you jump too? Yeah, give me a number. And the we are us is what I perceive to be the healthiest, because I come from a collectivist, like community-oriented culture, not as such anymore, but it was when I was growing up, which is the we are us. We are individuals who have the power to be themselves, and we have an identity as a group. So that to me is like the ideal of health and wellness. All right, anyone doesn't know the Matrix red pill, blue pill reference? Okay, great. So we can just move to the next slide. Oh, sorry.
This is your last chance.
Can you hear?
After this, there is no turning back. You take the blue pill. The story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want. You take the red pill. You stay in Wonderland. And I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. Remember, all I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
All right. So if we are humanity and we have problems, then we solve our problems and we solve all of humanity's problems, right? But if we're just a subset of humanity and our problems may be just ours, we can learn from greater humanity and we inflict less suffering on humanity. But if we are a dysfunctional subset of humanity that has all the power and we're doing the first thing where we believe we're all of humanity, then we're creating so much damage for ourselves and for society and for human beings. And when we come as therapists to offer all of our health, we need to change our lens. It's critical. All right. This is my thesis. This culture is narcissistic. Rasma Menachem was a very compassionate human being and didn't say it this way, but he said it this way. Trauma in a person decontextualized over time. Oops. Looks like personality. Trauma in a family decontextualized over time. Looks like family traits. Trauma in a people decontextualized over time. Looks like culture. And I'm Israeli, so I know something about that. What we have on the right of this slide is the DSM diagnostic criteria for narcissism, for narcissistic personality disorder. It's like I'm imagining that you already kind of reviewed that and thought about this culture and kind of fits, huh? This is an illustration that Kurt Vonnegut used on his Breakfast of Champions book. And yeah, it's my illustration of a lens. So every time I'll do this and tell you that we're looking through a very tight, narrow, white lens. That's what I mean. So the fault in our lens. We create the problem, we notice our distress, and then we try to solve the problem through the same lens. These are some quotes from the UN reports, Washington Post, and at the very bottom, there's a quote from the textbooks of matriculation exams in Europe when they're teaching US propaganda, current US propaganda. This is what they say. The US has become a wasteful consumer society of lonely individuals. And so we're part of this cycle of suffering. And if we look at it from inside the lens, what we're doing is perpetuating this triangle of power, right? We are the perpetrators as a society, not as individuals. We're the victims as human beings and as subgroups and other societies. We're also trying to be the saviors, or we are the saviors as therapists, activists, and healing professionals. But what if we get out of this cycle? Because that's a vicious cycle. We've learned so much about it. So how can we fix that? I got some feedback yesterday that this is not nice to narcissists. But here's what I'm thinking. Narcissists typically don't go to therapy. They really don't. But if I'm thinking about society and what does it mean, how can we take that narcissistic parent that is the womb of society that we're growing into and help that change and heal so that we will be received and we will be, like, we're all suffering some narcissistic abuse disorder. We're all traumatized because this is the parent. So that for the next piece, we're just gonna try and change the lens. How do we get curious about things? How can we look at phenomenon and ask questions that are outside of ourselves and too outside of ourselves? Like Jean Liedloff was doing, like how can we observe something, say, whoa, this is kind of cool. What are you doing? How can I get out of my comfort zone and maybe do that and then not try to teach it back to you? So how to practice with this? I was thinking of ADHD. I want to challenge you to think about ADHD and maybe call out what are some good things that people with ADHD have. Can you be louder? Creativity. Energy. What else? Inquisitive, curiosity. Love it. Another thing that people with ADHD typically have is generational trauma. They also have a great capacity for dealing with stressful situations. They show up to them. It doesn't mean that they don't break apart from it or after it, but they show up. And they have a greater capacity to actually process cortisol through movement. Let's put them in a room for 8 hours a day and medicate them. Right? Instead of what is your genius? What are you bringing into this society? How can we learn from you? And how can we utilize that? How can we support that? I'm kind of thinking back to this Guatemalan tribe and what would they do if there was a child born with those traits? They'd be like, huh, cool. Not gonna fix you, you're bringing something. So that's kind of how I'm trying it on, how to create contexts that support people in their basic humanity instead of shaming and shoving into boxes. Yeah, my experiential was essentially about the soccer mom and how we use that as and I'm not trying to say that a soccer mom is a bad person or in any way not developed or not grown. Trust me. But this is the model that we're kind of aspiring to when we're getting to what is wellness, what is health, what is connected, what is good. I wrote a post for my birthday on Facebook and I said that for some human growth and development theories, it sounds like if you're fully individuated and you have capital, you can die alone in your pyramid like a pharaoh and you're fully developed. And I'm like, this is not a goal for me. So I'm not offering this as an experiential, but I really want you to think of how we're trying to impose the soccer mom on North Sudan and call that wellness. And is that actually healthy? And how we're not doing the other way and saying, hey, what is your wisdom? What is your genius? What can I learn from you? What are some things that I'm doing really wrong because I grew up with a narcissistic parent? So some of my conclusions, observing the world this way over the last few decades, are these. And I want to point you to the second to last one, which is stop rescuing. Just really stop, because you don't know better than the people you're trying to rescue. There's wisdom there. There's wisdom there. You don't know better, you're not better. Stop. And so I want to move to Open Sky, which is where I'm interning, and over almost a year now. And Open Sky is a very thoughtful company that works with a lot of paradigms from all over the world, and it kind of works. We get like really, really, really dysfunctional human beings. And I don't say that to say that they are dysfunctional so much as, much like in family therapy, I think that the people who come to us are really the lightning rods of society, the people who really show and represent how ecologically this shit is not sustainable. The sensitive beings, the beings that already went through psych wards and jail and multiple suicide attempts, and no other paradigm was helping them. And so why do I think Open Sky works? And why do I think it works through this lens is this. And you can also see that in the picture, right? I think it's kind of cute. So what Open Sky doesn't do is it takes away your clothing. You get almost like a uniform. All the gear that you have is similar to everybody else. There's no possessions or disparity. We don't allow them to collect anything. There are no screens, there are no substances, no cars. So in the continuum concept view, it would be you're moving in an organic pace to your body and to your brain. No devices and watches, no sense of time in that way, no outside noise, I mean, except for the stuff that they're doing. No tools, that includes knives, utensils, they eat with sticks. No lighters, so the old bow drill, and that's part of the way that they're coming into society. No flashlights, unless they become leaders, so that's like a process thing. And there's no attempt to control the outcome. We're not trying to produce anything. We're trying to actually like create an environment and a context that supports their basic humanity so that they'll be able to shine who they are. What do we have? We have natural hygiene, natural sleep cycles. They make their own food. We only give them like, vegetables and meats and like organic stuff, and they cook it over the fire that they blow drill for themselves. Yeah, they have to deal with the elements, and they have to deal with moon cycles. They know the moon better than anyone I've met. And they built their own shelters, they carry their own water, all of that. And oops, that's a big piece of why I think it works, is the magic of society. They're always in teams. They're so always in teams that they cannot be on their own. They have to call out their name when they go pee. Like we have ears on them or eyes on them. So it's like an inpatient facility in nature. They have a full leadership mentoring process that they're going through. So they're coming in angry and fighting everything, but there are already people who went through that in their society, and they're gonna be like, hey, listen, dude, I get it. And the faster you go through this phase, the better it's gonna be for you, and the faster you're gonna get out of here. So at first it sounds like a motivation, the faster you're gonna get out of here. But very soon they're becoming so attached and connected to their group, this like womb of society, that they start healing and not wanting to leave, which is really beautiful. We have tradition, we have self-sufficiency and group sufficiency, and we also work in the context of general society. So we're not just gonna be like, hey, come to my beautiful retreat and now go back to your dysfunctional society. No, we're actually gonna work with the parents. We're gonna send them to aftercare program to slowly integrate their new beings and their new understanding of themselves and the world into their life. And there's the OBH Council, which is the Outdoor Behavioral Health Council, which really works to get this work accredited and standardized and available to a lot more people. We work a lot with ritual, and so there's a lot of like spirit in the way that we work, which is really missing in this society, in my opinion. Yeah. This is my supervisor and clinical director at Open Sky, and one of the best therapists I've ever worked with. Not many, but definitely the best. What I think would make Open Sky ideal is if we had multi-age groups, we had touch and sexuality, which is like really complex in this society, no medications, group decision-making, longer term, and more animals. We have horses and dogs at this point. Societally, I would want this to just be without capitalism, with better accessibility to everyone, and just make this a part of like the rites of passage for every human being. Just come out to nature, experience viscerally what it's like to be in community, what it's like to rely on your own body, figure out your way in this world. And then you'll know that you're resilient. You can take anything and bring this into the world and fix this friggin' narcissistic culture. Okay, so this is like one last piece that I added last minute, which is just about safety and social change. For the most part, there's like 3 strategies that I've observed about dealing with how to be safe in society. Like say that you're transgender or transhuman and you want to come out to society, and there's like a lot of violence and bigotry. And so one of the first thing that happened is like we put them in a box. We try to act it like we're not going to show anyone that we're even here, and like closets, and no one can thrive in a closet. No one can like really shine their own colors in a closet, right? The other option is to pad the world, which is like what a lot of social activism is focused on, which is basically everybody. We have a gay person in the room. Just like be really nice and watch your tongue, okay? And there's nothing wrong with educating society. It's friggin' important, but I don't want to send the message to the kid that is struggling that they're fragile. And I'm gonna cater to your fragility and fix everything around you so that you'll be able to even walk in this world. And so the last thing is padding the person, which is what I perceive that we're doing at Open Sky, which is to say, listen, there's gonna be violence, there's gonna be bigotry. There are gonna be people who are gonna love you and celebrate you and accept you. You need to learn how to be discerning. You need to learn how to stand tall in this world. You need to learn how to speak your mind and say your truth and avoid shit that doesn't work for you. So it's like, I'm not gonna cater to your fragility so that you'll be able to hear my message. And I hope that you felt that in my presentation. Lastly, my sweet family is here, and I just wanted to acknowledge them. I'm going to read this, if you don't mind. We're a family of highly successful, highly educated, brown, genderly diverse humans with unschooled, never diapered, never put in a crib, never went to soccer or school for the first 10 or 12 years of their lives, kids that never relied on allopathic medicine. They were breastfed till 4.5 years old. They never sleep trained. They never had grains or refined sugars or industrial foods. We're a family that is well-functioning, spiritually deep, with 800 years old connected ancestry in the Mediterranean, northern Tunisia. And their dad is Eastern European. I don't want to like. We somehow managed to grow and develop without Erickson's insights, polyvagal theories, attachment theories, and other Western or Naropian stories of how to be a woefully wealthy, lonely, and mentally healthy individual. Thank you, family. Thank you, culture. Thank you, community in Israel. Thank you, community in Boulder, community of Open Sky, good dear friends who are here, my amazing kiddos, their dad, and my Jewish community, and many more. And my teachers, thank you. That's it. Now. Right. Do you have questions? For real, do you want to like butt heads with me? Let's do it. Or ask me questions, for real. Nothing? This was easily digestible and fun? Great. In that case, enjoy your next presenter. Woohoo!
So most of us will be here all day, so if you have any questions throughout the day, please approach a presenter. They want to talk to you about this work. They've been working really hard to collect this data to share with you. So we've got a few minutes of transition. We'll bring up Bethany Derby, whose presentation is The Essence of Capoeira, Elements that Provoke Transformation.
Yeah, yeah. What's that?
It's just so you're hooking to the sound system.
No, I mean, where was?
Headphones out.
Okay. Wait, it's not in there.
I don't have time to talk about.
Okay, if you guys are all ready, we could start. All right, so I'm going to start us off with a little video, a little drumming. All right, so that was batucada. I don't know if any of you have heard of that. They're drumming groups. And so, well, my presentation is about the essence of capoeira. And well, I'm super nervous right now. I'm like shaking a little bit. So the drumming is kind of helping me like loosen up, move my body, regulate myself a little bit. And it's a little fun. And that was actually how I was introduced to capoeira. So I lived in Chile for a couple years, and I went to this 1,000 drum festival that was like a parade in the street for 2 days. And there were hundreds of drumming groups just like that one. So the street was just full of that. It was amazing. And just that energy, that vitality, that joy. I don't know if you saw those girls with the pink tips hair doing hair flips, just like awesome. And so off to the side, I see this circle form and these like really fit, attractive people doing these like acrobatic moves and like playing. And I just like, I'd never seen anything like that before. And I was like, what is that? I want that. I want that joy. And I asked a friend and he said, oh, that's capoeira. And then I looked up a class, found a class, and I've been kind of practicing ever since. So it's pretty difficult to try to define capoeira, even when you watch it. So I'm gonna segue into a 2-minute video that gives like a pretty good description of it.
Capoeira is a multifaceted Afro-Brazilian cultural practice. It is both fight and dance. It is comprehended as folklore, sport, and even art. The circle, a roda, is where the game takes place. 2 dimensions are always present: the ludic side of the celebration, its playfulness, and the other side of resistance and reaction to the oppressive system. The capoeiristas, people who practice capoeira, sing, clap their hands, and play percussion instruments. In the center, 2 participants at a time challenge each other. The movements require dexterity. They may be supple, vigorous, and even acrobatic. They are very difficult and exhibit incredible physical agility. The beauty and energy of the music and the movements draw in and seduce the participants and the audience. The Roda de Capoeira is a deeply ritualized space, congregating chants and gestures that express a worldview, a hierarchy, and an ethical code, and also reveal companionship and solidarity. The Roda is a metaphor for the immensity of the world. With its joys and adversities, it is in the Roda de Capoeira that great masters, mestres, are formed and acclaimed, and where traditional Afro-Brazilian practices and values are transmitted and reinforced. The roda is comprised of a group of people that includes the mestre, the countermaster, contramestre, and his disciples and students. Both men and women can occupy any of these positions as long as they have gone through the specific rituals.
All right. So there's a little intro to capoeira and what it looks like. Yeah, it has a very interesting history in it came from Brazil, and so slaves that from all over different regions of Africa that came into Brazil created it. And a lot of slaves ran away and they would form these settlements in the jungle called quilombos, and that's kind of where it's thought that it was established. And so they would teach other slaves this practice. And it kind of has always had this, from what I understand, this double-sided effect of, yeah, how we fight and work with oppression, and then also how do we transform our pain and suffering into creation and something very magical and beautiful. I really like this quote. I'm sorry for the line. It's a video, it's a whole setup. But capoeira trains you to battle difficult experiences while staying flexible and open. It prepares you to respond to social violence with evasion and grace. It helps build physical and spiritual strength, Finally, capoeira teaches you to use wisdom to create a balanced and productive life. And that's something I also really like about it is it's like, is it a dance? Is it a martial art? Is it a game? Are they fighting? What's happening? And I think it truly is whatever it needs to be in the moment. And so it's not super definable from my perspective. And another really beautiful quote, the ability to overcome life's worst difficulties while maintaining a sense of humor is a psychological side effect on capoeiristas who learn the physical ability to dance beautifully when they play, however heated competition becomes. The power a capoeirista gains through learning the worldview that is central to the art is likely to carry over into a player's reality inside and outside the world of capoeira. So I love that it speaks to this playfulness that I think is always there if we choose it and we choose to mess with it. And this slide is taken from an article written by Michael Worrell, who is a psychiatrist who is also a practicing martial artist. He practices various martial arts, not capoeira, unfortunately, but he speaks to this philosophy of martial arts in general as a way of being in the world, not just a form of defense or how to fight, but a really an ability to sense a partner's incoming energy, the ability to connect and to flow with that energy without losing one's center, the ability to redirect and to open up a partner's movements in unexpected directions and thereby non-violently managing conflict, which is beautiful because isn't that what we're all trying to do all the time anyways? Moving forward, so something I really love about capoeira is this multifaceted approach to it. So there's the bigger circle, there's the music, and then there's the two people in the center. And so there's just ample opportunities to attune or connect with yourself and the other and the wider context of the music and the people. And I think also what's really inherently beautiful about that is this ability to be witnessed and witness others perpetually. And kind of speaking to what Nitsan was speaking about in their presentation, in the like individuating in a communal sense. And this slide, elements that provoke transformation. So this I kind of took from my own practice, things I've read, what capoeira teachers have taught me, fellow players have taught me. And I think these are really core distinctive areas of capoeira that set it apart. So it being a ritualized practice, there, as Dewey Freeman, our equine teacher, would say, it creates a structure with softness, that is really needed in a therapeutic context. The music, I don't know if you heard in the video, there's this very distinctive rhythm that is specific to capoeira, and the songs, there's generally a leader, and the songs are often callback songs. So you sing, and then the rest of the crowd sings back. It's really beautiful, and even as you get more and more developed in the practice, I'm really just a novice. When you're listening as you're playing, they're kind of telling you how to play, or they're kind of poking fun of you. There's this like song about how the banana tree fell down. And so if somebody wipes you out and you fall down, then everybody like sings that song and kind of goofs and like plays with that. Yes, it has this very rich ancestral roots coming from Africa. It's this communal practice. There's this, the movement piece that I think really allows somatic externalization to be processed and coming out all the time. And the emotional vitality to it is what kind of struck me into it. Some people call it a life force. Like there's class and then there's events where people from all over come and they make a hoda, the circle, and it's like the best feeling I've ever felt in my life. Like I could change the world, we could do anything, like everything's possible. And it's just really beautiful what that evokes. And I think too, it kind of allows this space. You've seen from the video, the movements are kind of animalistic. They're pretty wild. I like to sometimes pretend like I'm a monkey running around. I don't know. It just kind of lets the wild within to come out and play with that, play with our shadows, just experiment with one another. There's also various entry points. So, you don't have to be able to do a bunch of backflips and all this crazy stuff. It's very acrobatic, but it's always adjusted to the level of the people that are present. And the really skilled folks know how to not, like demolish a novice. They're very skilled in adapting to that person. And there's music. If physicality isn't really your thing, there's the music component to tap into. So I think all of these elements are really common elements that are lacking in traditional therapy that are really key in integrating what we're trying to change or how we're trying to grow. And just as capoeira, I think therapy as well, the only really real requirement is being willing to try and to just play with that. So here, we're gonna get into the therapeutic part with a little brain science, taken from Bruce Perry, who is a psychiatrist. He recently wrote a book with Oprah in 2021 called What Happened to You? Highly recommend it. Oprah's always killing it. And he's worked a lot in child development, and this is his evidence-based approach in the neurosequential model. So he has a somatosensory bottom-up modulation for the sequence of engagement. So as you can see, in the bottom is the brain stem, which is the back of our head, where all our sensory input is coming in. And when we move up in getting into the diencephalon, that is where our brain starts to regulate. So back to that drumming in the beginning, just kind of moving, feeling the rhythm. I'm super nervous. I'm teaching myself how to regulate so that I can move into my limbic and actually relate to you as an audience. If I'm not regulated, I'm gonna shut down, which we saw when I practiced on Monday. And I'm not gonna be able to talk, and I'm gonna freeze up. And then moving, once I can relate to a human being, a tree, a dog, whatever it may be, I can get into my cortex, the frontal part of my brain, and start to use reason and speak to you, lovely folks. Next, we have this thought with Bruce Perry of that patterned, repetitive, rhythmic, somatosensory activities such as bodily sensing exercise is really what elicits a sensation of safety. And that is what allows us to rewire our stress response and rewire our brain patterns and how we are responding to new stressful situations. And that if we're hitting anything in a repetitive way, we're allowing our brains to rewire. And it's just awesome. Pattern, repetitive, rhythmic, body. Moving on. So once we're able to regulate, Bruce Perry talks about the 6 R's of healing, which are relational, relevant, repetitive, rewarding, rhythmic, and respectful. So the first, relational, creating safety. Relationships really are the fundamental matrix of development, education, and healing. In the context of relationships is where we're learning language, motor skills, emotional regulation. So if we are able to relate to another, we are able to feel safe enough to leave our comfort zone, try something new, such as capoeira, and rewire our stress response. Next, we have repetitive. So being patterned and being able to repeat multiple times to rewire our connections. This is something in therapy where if you have years of trauma and you're going for an hour a week, how are you really rewiring that response? Bruce Perry talks about a need for denser relational contact than what our modern world allows. And that in traditional hunter-gatherer societies, for every one child under 6, 4 adults were there to model, discipline, sorry for the typo, nurture, and instruct every child. So that's really, really a lot of contact there. And that's not really how we're living right now. And I think Nitsan spoke to that really well in her presentation, their presentation. I'm really sorry about that. And now we have relevant. So making sure that we can meet people where they're at, making sure that we are developmentally matched with people, assessing what developmental lags might be there, trauma, addiction, and as this book that Bruce Perry and Oprah wrote, talking about instead of what's wrong with you, what happened to you, and trying to understand what actually happened to a person and not just be continuously misunderstanding how they're coping to something. All right, next we have rhythmic. So being resonant with our biology. Rhythm will regulate you. So it starts in the uterus with your mommy and the infant's heart and the mother's heart are having this like interplay of rhythmic and syncopated rhythms. And that's where the regulation really starts to begin. And 60 to 80 beats per minute are kind of what is deemed as a regulating rhythm. I'm assuming that's what those drummers were doing in the beginning. And next we have being rewarding. So, or also pleasurable. So if we aren't having access to enough adequate repetition to really change a behavior or how our brain is wired, we can kind of play with that in incentivizing or creating rewards. And then so in a therapeutic context, trying to get the client to reward themselves with trying these things on their own. And so they're working really, a lot of the work is being done outside of that 1-hour session. And last, we have being respectful. So being respectful to the person, the group, and the culture. This photo is taken from a volunteer place in Brazil called Go Brazil. And they actually conduct capoeira therapy with folks who have mental and physical disabilities. And so people can go in and volunteer and help. And these quotes are taken from a therapist, a British therapist who's also a capoeira player. And these are just quotes of her experience. I love this. The underlying ethos is first and foremost about inclusion for everyone, regardless of your physical ability. And I think it just shows you can really make capoeira really adaptable to anybody. There's so many different dynamic elements to it that it's highly adaptable. And I think as we move forward in the presentation and seeing, okay, how could this be integrated into a group therapy? I think it's always important to honor and respect the original practice and try to bring forth the essence of that in the therapeutic context. So kind of playing with that nonlinear, wild nature of it and allowing that within ourselves as we practice to find healing. So we have here, this is taken from Isaac Burt, who wrote about creating clinical groups with adolescents. And so he defined 3 essentials in a group structure, and that I think it's really similar, all the wilderness folks, to the setup when we were on the rock section in terms of having a capoeira trainer or a rock technician. And that is their job, is training the physical or the musical component of the group. And then having a clinical facilitator who is present and participating, but not leading the capoeira component of it. like those are two separate roles. And the facilitator would provide learning intervals, and there would be training stops which would allow space to focus on behavior, emotions, and connecting that into one's everyday life. And yeah, it wouldn't, a group could be beyond just physical. It could also be with singing, playing the instruments, even archetype. There's so many legends of famous capoeira players. And so I think there's a lot of archetypal work that could be done in that also as well. And next up, we have my background at Behavioral Treatment Services. I'm a clinical intern, and we are working with court-mandated folks, working a lot with substance use. And so I see individual clients, and I work with 3 different groups alongside other therapists co-facilitating. So there's a seeking safety group that is with a somatic therapist, so I get to learn a lot. And then I work with 2 Spanish-speaking groups alongside a bilingual therapist who is amazing. And there is a relapse prevention group, and it goes back and forth between using DBT and Brene Brown's Shame and Resiliency workbook, which is like I believe 12-week sessions. And then DUI therapy is the other Spanish-speaking group. So that's what I've been involved in the last, 9 months or so. And I've personally been using a lot of DBT, a lot of mindfulness. As the weather has been warming up, I'm able to take clients out for walks to a park and integrate a lot of wilderness sort of meditations in the park, looking a lot at core values, and also using a lot of motivational interviewing, which is very helpful in working with people that don't want to be there. And it's very, very similar to working with resistance in capoeira. So when a kick is coming at you in capoeira, you don't block it, you kind of dodge it and turn around and flow with it together, and you create this kind of beautiful dance together. And that is kind of what is happening with motivational interviewing, highlighting, reflecting and highlighting what's going on with a client, really seeing them and turning it around and moving forward together. As I'm getting a little bit more comfortable, my natural humor is coming into the session a little bit. It's still like I get a little shy, but there's that playful component that I think in life is just really helpful to work through anything. And as I'm figuring out my way of therapy, that is starting to come out more and more, which has been kind of exciting. And moving forward, I've been talking with my supervisor and like, what could we actually make a capoeira group? Could that be possible? Because it would be awesome. And so I will be writing a proposal in pairing, taking a look at that article with what it could look like, and pairing that with a relapse prevention curriculum and just some evidence-based practices and seeing what happens. So wish me luck. Yeah, so next we're gonna end with an experiential. And so what I'll have y'all do is I'm gonna have to stop the share for a minute and play some music, but I would love for you all to grab a partner. Brian's gonna be my partner. You can get up. I think over there might be easier. Easier. And I'm gonna teach you how to Jenga, which is like the basic capoeira move. It's really easy. And then you'll have time to reflect with your partner. If you're not so inclined to get up and move, or you're online and it feels weird, I encourage you to listen to the music and listen for that like distinctive rhythm that is very specific to capoeira, and see if you can hear it. I'll just need a moment to get the music ready. No. Okay. Here we go.
Berimbau tocou na capoeira, berimbau tocou, eu vou jogar. Berimbau tocou na capoeira, berimbau tocou, eu vou jogar. A hora é essa, a hora é essa, a hora é essa, a hora é essa. Berimbau tocou na capoeira, berimbau tocou, eu vou jogar. Berimbau tocou na capoeira, berimbau tocou, eu vou jogar. A hora é essa, a hora é essa, a hora é essa, a hora é essa. Berimbau tocou na capoeira, e berimbau tocou, 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 eu vou jogar. Berimbau tocou na capoeira, berimbau tocou, eu vou jogar. Quem já foi na senzala um dia sabe me dizer como é, moendo cana, socando pilão, moendo cana, socando pilão. Nego era escravizado. Com os pés no chão, moendo cana.
I don't know how to stop the music,
Socando pilão.
yeah, you can go ahead and get with your partners, just how that was, how you're feeling, and we'll kind of end on that note, unless you want to
Nego
continue moving
sofria
around.
na senzala, na vista do coronel, onde olhava da sacada como raio vem do céu, moendo
Here's
cana.
my thank you. So yeah, thank you to everybody. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you get to move your bod.
Mas que vida é?
Okay. Are there any questions? Any questions, comments, concerns, gripes, groans, as Mrs. Anderton used to say in 8th grade? What? I currently practice online, but I don't think they take people who never did it before because, like, you could hurt yourself if you don't. But I think when you're like, it's something to look into. Like, I know my group, it was already established, and then COVID happened, so we're currently online. But, oh yeah, on Gaia, there's some capoeira, like, classes. And I'm sure you could look around and find something, and you're in California, that's gonna be full of capoeira. Yeah. One of the more scientific articles, I think, I'm honestly guessing they're white, I don't really know. But I have some books up here that I think are written from various perspectives. And I have a few sources that I'm pretty sure were Brazilian. And a lot of my research I was trying to take from the capoeirista lens also. Yeah. Mhm.
Not surprisingly, what I'm interested in is like that tradition of mestres and how they're coming in to teach here versus what I typically call bastardizing a culture and like taking pieces and just like not honoring your heritage and ancestry. And so like I'm curious how to bring that in a lot more into this culture, like bring the mestres, study from the people who actually do that. Do you have that in kind of as part of your presentation and offer?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
The therapeutic suggestion that you're bringing, which is incredibly valuable and beautiful, like how is it honoring the ancestry and the lineage?
Yeah, I think that's a really important piece. And so when I developed the curriculum to write a proposal, I'm thinking of actually working with a capoeirista in terms of that. And in part of that process too is like giving each other feedback and stuff. So that's like my kind of plan, and not just doing it solo, looking at what I'd want to do and then developing that alongside a capoeira mestre. But yeah, I would have to find one willing. Yeah. All right. Thank you, everybody. Oh yeah, if anybody's interested, can look at some capoeira books if you like.
Thank you so much, Beth. All right, our next presenter is Robbie Watterson. Into our nature, how nature can guide one towards their true essence and cultivate a more meaningful life.
Oh, nice. Cool. You would?
Like any videos?
No, I mean, there's like slides that have like videos playing, but it should be fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Great job on yours. All right, everyone, we're going to get started here in just a second. All right, my name is Robbie Watterson, and I'm presenting on a subject called Into Our Nature, how nature can guide one towards their true essence and cultivate a more meaningful life. And this title came from working at Men's Leadership Alliance, doing my internship there. And yeah, I created a group with a buddy, which we'll talk about here in just a minute. All right, so the guide. So today we'll be talking about the elements and the Into Our Nature group. I'll first start out by calling in the elements. Going about like what our nature is, what our inner landscape consists of, then diving into each of the elements, water, earth, wind, air, fire, giving you all contemplation for each, diving in further on how they can assist in our everyday lives, and then touching on a group member reflection from each one of those. And then we'll come to a close of this journey by giving you all space to set an intention for what you most want in life. So don't think about that now. Try to pause and just be with this presentation, see what comes at that moment. And then we'll come full circle by releasing the elements and then giving some gratitude and appreciation. All right, so calling in the elements. So water, thank you for coming here today to cleanse us, to purify, bringing us your love, bringing us your balance. Thank you for who you are and being with us, living within us. Welcome. Earth, thank you for your groundedness, your solidity, your support, your structure. Thank you for assisting us in our everyday lives. Welcome. Don't have wind or air, so everybody take an audible breath in through the nose, out through the mouth. Air, welcome. Thank you for coming into our bodies and oxygenating us, bringing us life, helping regulate us on an everyday basis. Thank you. Welcome. Fire, thank you for your light, your guidance, your support, showing us the way. Connecting to our hearts, leading us through transformation. Welcome. So we often forget that we are nature. Nature is not something separate from us. So when we say that we've lost our connection to nature, we've lost our connection to ourselves. Andy Goldsworthy. You are a work of art. You contain 37.2 trillion cells, and this is all on average. So a factory system, things constantly working for you, taking in nourishment, and cells getting rid of things it no longer needs. The average adult takes around 22,000 breaths per day. So there's that wind and air element. The human brain contains about 100 billion nerve cells, forming our nervous system. Water making up more than 60% of the average adult's body weight. Carbon, the aftermath of fire, making up about 18% of the body. And 102 minerals in the human body. There's that earth element. Still not convinced? Well, within the human body, just look, we've got a river of blood vessels constantly flowing through us. Earth is our structure, our support. Fire is our warmth, our insulation. Air, breathing it in through our lungs, taking in oxygen, giving CO2 to the plant life. They're all within us. So taking all of this information, a buddy of mine I was interning with, Zach, which you'll see here in just a minute, we posed a question because we wanted to start a group while working at Men's Leadership Alliance, and we asked, can we develop a deeper relationship to self through nature-based themes and experientials while being witnessed and held in community? And on top of that, can we do that during a pandemic, offering a hybrid version so we can be more inclusive for all those around the world? So we formed a group called Into Our Nature, where there's 12 participants from all around the world. And actually, before I even dive into that, there is Zach. So he's the co-creator of this. And, it wouldn't have been possible without all of us and obviously the group and the elements. So just want to introduce him. And we had a group that had 12 participants from all around the world, 8 biweekly gatherings, 2 immersive gatherings in nature. One of those was a initiation ceremony at the end. And we based this group on the 4 elements and 4 directions, which I'll be only talking about the elements today. The directions were more of the men's leadership style, kind of their framework of what they used. And this group was all centered around building connection to self, nature, and community. So what did the group think? Someone said, I found my voice. I accepted and embraced myself for who I am. Being a part of this group reconnected my love of nature and community. The interactions and activities that I participated in while in this group deepened my ritual connection with nature and with each individual who participated. I'm grateful for the personal growth I experienced. I connected to my heart and ultimately my rhythm. I feel a level of connection I've been yearning for some time now. So, a success for me, felt great. Sounds like for them as well. So diving into the elements a little bit more, how do we cultivate our inner landscape? How can they show up? What can they assist with? Well, water, it's really good at cleansing the body, provides hydration, brings us into balance, can move things downstream. Earth can support our essence, provide structure, and bring us nourishment. Wind and air can regulate and oxygenate our body, shift us into movement. And fire can help us connect to our hearts and is a vehicle of transformation. Right, so now we're at the contemplative exercise here. So I invite you all to gently rest your eyes or look at the screen or close your eyes, whatever feels comfortable for you. I want you to take a deep breath in through your nose, out through your mouth, beginning to imagine a body of water, and allow your eyes and ears to take in that body of water before you, be it a pond, a stream, a lake, a bottle of water. Explore the notion that the water you see is the same ingredient that resides within every cell of your body. Contemplate the water nature of your body, the blood, mucus, tears, and sweat. Sense the fluids inside of you cleansing and moisturizing every cell, vein, and artery in this moment and in every moment. Notice the fluidity that aids digestion, from the saliva in your mouth that helps you swallow the earth element, to the gurgling of juices in your belly, to the urine that rids the body of waste products. Softly flex your fingers and wrists, taking the time to feel the fluid that lubricates your joints and makes that movement possible. It's the moisture in your eyes and on your lips, the damp sweat on your skin. Water enters your body, rinses it clean, and exits your body to rejoin the flow through the seas and mountains and sky. Give thanks for the water element within you and slowly begin to shift your focus back to the room as we begin to explore how this element can further assist us in our lives. I'm grieving the death to honor my life. Grief dares us to love once more. Terry Tempest Williams. What happens when we grieve? Generally, water is associated, the water element associated with grief. Malidoma Somé talks a lot about this in the Healing Wisdom of Africa. When we grieve, oftentimes when we're not blocked, we can feel our eyes watering up. We can feel the tears coming to surface. Water is very restorative. It can bring us balance. It can help restore a system that's gone dry. Francis Weller in the Wild Edge of Sorrow talks about the 5 gates of grief. Everything we love, we will lose. Grief with the places that have not known love within us. The sorrows of the world, everything that's going on in the world, the pain, the heartache, the wars. What we expected and did not receive. Maybe that was from childhood. We wanted something, we didn't get it. Maybe it's right now. Ancestral grief, carrying over all the, again, Malidoma talks about this, but carrying all the ancestral grief within us from the past and working through that right now through us. But it all lives within us and kind of courses through us throughout our life. So what gets in the way of this grief? What gets in the way of our water element? What has you damned right now? What's in the way? And a lot of that times it's just not feeling safe enough to feel at times. I was always afraid to use my voice for fear I would be rejected, said Sarah. Sarah feared that she would be rejected by people for voicing her truth. What would they think of me? Would they disown me? She silenced herself because it felt safe and kept her safe early on in life. She knew, though, it was time to speak for herself and contribute to the world. So sharing this story in group, of course, I've changed the name for confidentiality. But yeah, we came up with something called Pause, Notice, and Reflect. And it was kind of dropping the agenda that we had for the day or for the group session. And when things like that come up, like pausing and just noticing, like, what was that like, Sarah, to share that? Being able to share her experience. And oftentimes it's met with like, oh, I'm kind of wondering what everyone else is thinking. And then drawing the group in, group, what did you think about when Sarah shared? How was that for you? It was often met with, I felt closer to you, I felt more seen, or I could really see you. So being vulnerable and opening up to that actually created that doorway of connection. And as time went on, she began to open up more and lead with her favorite quotes and phrases, which is beautiful to see and witness. So working with reconnecting to the self while being held in community is very powerful. And it's especially important to allow this space in group for expression, to be impacted. All right, now we're going to shift on to another contemplation of Earth. And these contemplations are from Mark Coleman, Awake in the Wild, if you're interested. So again, gently rest your gaze, look at the screen, close your eyes, whatever makes you feel comfortable. And as you sit in the chair, feel the hardness and solidity of the earth beneath you. All that support. The earth element pours through us, through the food that we eat, transformed into muscles and tissues, replacing all the cells in your body every 7 years. We are earth, made from earth, and we will go back to earth. Feel the earth elements in the hardness and solidity of your body. Your bones, your nails, your teeth. Feel the weight of your body, your arms and your legs. This element can be heavy. See if you can sense that we are not just on the earth, but a part of the earth that walks, that moves and breathes. The earth element in you is a part of every living thing, from the granite bedrock to the dense bark of a tropical hardwood tree, to the rich humus that supports so much plant life. Thank the earth element within you, and again, slowly begin to shift your focus back to the room as we begin to explore the earth element more in depth. I'm feeling supported and nourished, says the earth element. The earth element helps us with support and nourishment. Also helps to reestablish connection, feeling empowered. Thinking about those roots, reconnecting. And something Zach and I use in group, something called IFS, Dick Schwartz, part of Internal Family Systems, talks about parts work and how we're made up of a system of parts that all need expression, and that there's no bad parts. They all serve a purpose. As well as working with archetypes. Robert Moore in King, Magician, Warrior, Lover talks about archetypes. There are blueprints within us, and they can be helpful when working with shame. Putting it outside of us and allowing that expression. For example, I have this part of me that loves being in group with others, and this other one that feels scared to be authentically me. Who can relate to that? Yeah, me too. So how having each part speak and express itself can go such a long way, can really bring it to life and encourage, anyone here to just find parts within them and start animating them, bring them to life. So what gets in the way of the earth element? Disconnection from self, and then disconnection from nature and community. We need to express, we need to feel. I always did things alone and never knew how to ask for help, said John. John was self-reliant and started to feel alone in life, especially after developing a debilitating illness that actually got worse throughout our group. And group members all stepped up and assisted John and gave him emotional support, gave him rides. He was losing his vision. And cooked for him, provided him nourishment. You could tell maybe some of the first times he was able to ask for help, to get assistance, to really let his guard down. It was beautiful to witness. And it can be really, really hard to do. So how do we ask for help? And oftentimes that comes by modeling it in group. There's so many times that I couldn't step up and do something, or Zach didn't feel like it. And we would verbally express that out loud in the group, like, hey, do you mind taking over this part? And it was empowering to myself. Man, the slides just want to keep going. Maybe I'm going on. So yeah, it felt empowering to be able to express that, and then also just to model that to the group to show that, hey, leaders don't always have it together. I certainly don't. I don't have all the answers. So having the space to express a part and getting a reflection is really, really helpful in growing with the earth element. All right, we're going to go to the wind and air element now. So again, coming back into your system, taking your breath in through your nose, out through your mouth. Paying attention to each inhale and exhale, taking some time to reflect on the mysterious quality of air, invisible, yet accompanying you everywhere. With each inhale, sense how the oxygen you breathe has been exhaled by prairie grasses, cypress trees, rhododendron bushes, and algae deep in the oceans. With each exhale, sense how the carbon dioxide you expel is absorbed by the plant life all around you, the world. Feel how the air inside you is the same as the air surrounding you. Breathe the universe in and out over and over again. Contemplate how each breath connects you to the living, breathing world, with every gopher burying in the soil, every hawk soaring in the sky, every person throughout all of time, including future generations. Thank this air element within you, and slowly begin to shift your focus back to the room as we begin to explore the air and wind elements further. I feel regulated and ready for change, says the wind element. I welcome change and move toward what I want most in life. Wind and air really help to assist with that. And at this stage, it's really important to set an intention, or else you could be carried off into the clouds. So really getting grounded in an intention. Louise Hay talks about setting intentions and how it's not only just what you're setting intention for, but really actively visualizing and feeling that feeling part of it, like you're already there, like you already have it. That's what's drawing it to you. So we did a lot of active visualization with the wind element and regulation to feel grounded in our system. And of course, some movement too when the time was right to really get the body into motion. One thing we did is created an I vow, really brought that into the group with an object in nature. So had folks go into nature, find something, a tree, a rock, and really build a relationship with that. You know, how am I experiencing this tree right now? How is this tree experiencing me? And breathing with that, co-regulating with that element is huge. And of course, reminding folks that there's no small change and all are welcome. You know, we're always going through changes and it's easy to compare to someone else. But there's no small change. So all is welcome. So what gets in the way of the air element? It's feeling dysregulated, not feeling, I don't feel in myself. So how can we be out in the world? So really focusing on the breath, focusing on that wind element, asking for that regulation, co-regulating with others, and moving towards balance. So I feel stuck in my life, and I'm having trouble embracing change, said Roger. He felt like he needed to be in control, sometimes to the point of obsessing about things. And after feeling regulated and safe in his body through breath work and building safety within the group, Roger loosened his grasp on life and accepted the ever-changing nature of things and felt freer in his system. He had the opportunity to take risks in the group, sharing his vulnerability, as well as risk on the trailhead, leading the group without directions. So I really like to come to this point that every person is intelligent. Of course, I use the Rogerian theory, Carl Rogers, and really believe that everyone has their answers within them. They have their guidance system. They know where to go. You just need some support sometimes. They need community. And asking good questions and providing feedback can really be that supportive system they need to feel that balance come into their system. And of course, having the opportunity to invite folks to take risk. Because sometimes we do need to step up. Sometimes there is action to move towards. But to feel safe enough to even do that, you have to feel regulated within your own system. So regulating and even co-regulating with partners can really help to bring things into balance. All right, last one here for this presentation is the fire element. So again, finding your place of comfort within. I gently invite you to rest your gaze or close your eyes or look at this beautiful screen and imagine a sunny, warm day. It's really cold in this room. And feel the sun's radiant heat on your skin, penetrating deep into you. Begin to feel the warmth in your body, noticing you're already warm in nature. Feel the warmth in your heart, your trusty beacon of truth, your guiding force. We only hold the element of fire for a short while, as we need to regenerate fire constantly through exposure to warmth or through energy from food. The sun provides this element universally. We share this energy with all warm-blooded creatures and with reptiles who use this energy to warm themselves in the middle of the day. Feel the sun's energy-giving warmth to the air and life to the plants that we metabolize. Thank the fire element within you. Begin to slowly shift your focus back to the screen again as we learn how fire can assist, transform, and light our path. I embrace my heart and welcome transformation, says the fire. Feeling the warmth of the fire, connecting to our hearts, community, and our ancestors. So really a connector of all sorts of things, not only to ourselves, but really all the support surrounding us, both seen and unseen.
We're doing this thesis right now.
See, there's fire spirit right there coming in, assisting me. Oh, this is great. Let me see if I can mute here. I am muted. Okay. Some of them must be connecting to the fire element, so good for them. I love it. And yeah, this is a really good stage to bring in ritual and ceremony. Let's see here. Yeah, bringing in ritual and ceremony, having the chance to go to the fire, to the hearth, and give what we need. Let go of those things that are getting in the way, feeding it to the fire, allowing it to be transformed so it can make room for what we really want most in our life. And having the opportunity to cross a threshold if we're ready and willing. So what gets in the way of the fire element is feeling disconnected from our heart, our intuition, our guidance. I never honored my growth without life, said Kim. Kim never felt intentional in her growth or life stages. She just carried on with life and never gave it more attention. She felt like something was missing in her life and found it to be often meaningless. So really just kind of going throughout life and moving and not really honoring those developmental stages, not honoring those moments of life where you're growing and moving into something new, just like the seasons change. So Zach and I modeled the group after Francois Borzat. She writes a book called Consciousness Medicine. She's talking about psychedelics. There's no psychedelics in this group, but we use the preparation, journey, and integration to really form the framework of this group. And folks had an opportunity to cross the threshold when they're ready. And I just want to say too, at this point, not everyone is ready to cross, and that's okay. We had someone in the group not feeling ready, and everyone's going at their own pace in life, and we welcome that. And sometimes it's just having the opportunity available that, that's really all that matters. It's there, and knowing that. And then also, too, it could be just an opportunity for them to witness others, to kind of try it on, feel like what it's like to be in that setting. So fire is always there, ready to assist. And of course, going back to this whole sharing and reflection of the experience can be really valuable, which is that integration piece, really having folks come after this experience, any type of ceremony or initiation, and being able to express those ineffable aspects, the things that feel just so out there, and really allowing them to kind of piece it together with folks being around, witnessing them and being able to reflect to them. Be very, very powerful. All right, so now we're at this point in our journey where I'm going to ask you that question again. What do you want most in life right now? And you don't have to answer that right now because you don't have to know at this moment. but just allowing it to enter your system. Because nature and the elements are ready to assist. They're within you. You're never alone. All right, so coming back full circle to this journey, we're going to release the elements now, send them back on their way, and then we'll come to a close. Water, thank you for your memory, vibration. Thank you for holding this space, providing purification and cleansing, bringing us to balance. Thank you for showing up. I release you. Earth, thank you for your support throughout this time, supporting all of us, helping us feel held in our chairs, in our lives. Thank you so much. I release you. Wind, air, thank you for oxygenating our bodies, giving us life, helping us feel into ourselves in this moment and in every moment. I release you. Fire, thank you for your light, for your guidance, for helping me connect to my heart today, helping us all connect to our hearts and transform when we're ready. I release you. Thank you all.
Hey, you can't park there.
I just want to shout
can't
out
park
to
there.
my co-leader, Zach, and the Into Our Nature group, Men's Leadership Alliance, Nature and the Elements, teachers, thank you. The cohort, family, gosh, so many people holding me in this moment. I feel so honored to be up here, so thank you all. Yeah. Done.
Right, go up to the other area. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Robbie. Breath, yes, it is with us. Our next presenter is Lori Flower. Her presentation is Somatic and Wilderness Experiential Therapy and the Importance of Co-Regulation.
Hello, everyone. So welcome to this presentation on somatic and wilderness experiential therapy and the importance of co-regulation. My name is Lori Flower. It's good to see you all here. Next slide. The one before that, thank you. Have you hugged a tree today or looked up at the sky? Taking a moment to look at the sky or abide with the fluid energy of life can give us a bigger perspective that the universe is vast, that we are a tiny dot in space, and that endless, beginningless space is always available to us. Quote by Pema Chodron. Next slide. This photo was taken sometime in the early 80s in Buffalo, Delaware Park. It was my initiation into wilderness therapy, to sled down a hill with a large group of families and kids. My nervous system has always felt most regulated in nature. Growing up in Buffalo, I used to go to a summer camp in Canada and spend many weeks out of each summer outdoors. I always felt safer talking to plants and trees more than people. I spent a lot of time alone, but never felt alone. I cared deeply for the earth and all the elements as I felt totally reciprocated, that they too nourished me with life-giving properties. We cannot survive in a bubble, nor would we ever survive as humans without water, fire, earth, and air. To me, wilderness therapy is about connection with the elements that sustain our life and finding healing and appreciation of those forces that serve the planet and every living being upon it. Next slide. So, a little evolution of wilderness therapy. In the summer of 1901, the Manhattan State Hospital, the largest psychiatric hospital in the world, was facing a crisis. Tuberculosis was sweeping New York. It was the leading cause of death in the city that year, and many patients were being admitted into the asylum who were also physically sick with TB. So Alexander McDonald, the hospital superintendent, asked, "What can we do with the tuberculosis insane?" He set up 2 huge canvas tents in the grounds of the hospital on Ward's Island. Each tent was large enough to house 20 beds. And at the time, there was no known treatment for tuberculosis, but many doctors subscribed to the idea that the clean, cold air could be of benefits. So they started to notice that patients gained weight, they improved their muscle tone, their delusions became less prominent, their hallucinations less vivid. Suicidal, homicidal, manic, and destructive behaviors dropped away. Colorado became a hot spot for these sanitariums, and after witnessing improved mental and physical health after Spanish flu and TB, Sanatorius, our very own Mount Sanitas, used to have a sanitarium that opened up in 1896 on Mapleton Avenue, where they're doing all that construction now. And there they had a strict diet, exercise, therapeutic treatments such as hiking, gathering mountain flowers and herbs. And in what is now known as Hygiene, Colorado, which used to be called Pella, they opened up a sanatorium where they fed patients mineral water, and they offered them fresh local herbs. It was thought that if you sat outside for 10 hours a day, no matter what the weather, you could be cured. Next slide. When someone refers to somatic practices today, they're generally referring to systems developed in the last 100 years or so. Somatics describes any practice that uses the mind-body connection to help you survey your internal self and to listen to signals that your body sends about areas of pain, discomfort, or imbalance. These practices allow you to access more information about the ways you hold on to your experiences in your body. Next slide. Healing can happen when we get out of our head and into our body. We're going to explore those three blue words down below. Proprioception. That's your body's ability to sense movement, action, and location. It's present in every muscle movement you have. Without proprioception, you wouldn't be able to move without thinking about your next step. Kinesthesia. This is the sense that detects bodily position, weight, or movement of the muscles, tendons, and joints. And interoception is the perception of sensations from inside the body. That includes noticing your heartbeat, your respiration, the autonomic nervous system, activities related to emotions. Next slide. So some somatic practices include the following. I tend to have a bias toward some of the last few. I've been a yoga teacher for 22 years, and yoga, there's some arguments around, is it somatic? Because, if I'm a teacher telling you how to move your body and what to do, it's less of a somatic experience than if I'm inviting you to listen to your body and notice what's going on. So it can be a somatic practice. And yoga nidra, which I had one client say, wow, that practice gave me a really natural high, and I see that could be a great substitute for addicts who are craving a high. For those of you who don't know, I worked with, past 9 months, I've been with North Star Transitions. It's a facility up in Ward and in Boulder where they treat adults who are going through addictions and recovery. Another client, I also work for Charlie Health, and I work with young adults and adolescents. And when I led a yoga nidra, the client said, I have ADD and I can never relax. That practice really helped me to feel calm. Next slide. Here's some more bodywork techniques that are somatically based. I added therapeutic acro at the end because although Google doesn't know it yet, I know it. But I'm also biased. I teach therapeutic acro yoga, and it's incredibly somatic. Next slide. So now it's your turn. We're going to do an experiential body scan. So you're welcome to close your eyes if you'd like for this, or keep a relaxed gaze. Calming and grounding are important. So notice how your muscles feel, and see what your body has to say to you as you survey your internal landscape. Notice what arises in your awareness. Make an intention to look for points of ease, safety, and connection. Notice where they are and how they exist for you. Detect areas that are less present with little or no connection. What sensations are there? Is it pain? Is it discomfort? Or something else? Notice how and where it exists in you. Be with your breath, inquiring about it. Sensations as you inhale and exhale. Is the breath more present in one nostril than another? Track its movement and quality. And ask yourself, where am I in this moment? Let your awareness return to the room. If your eyes were closed, you can open them again. And welcome back. Next slide. Co-regulation. Let's first take a moment just to look at that cute baby face. That's my daughter. So co-regulation, there's no prescription for it. Like sleep, it depends on our various nervous system needs as to how much co-regulation we might need. When you befriend your nervous system, you can ask yourself, do I feel anchored enough in my own self-regulation that I can move through this day? Co-regulation is the foundation on which we learn to self-regulate. And in our childhood, if we miss out on co-regulating, we self-regulate because there wasn't someone safe enough to co-regulate with. Then our self-regulation is a survival response, and it doesn't always nourish our nervous system. Instead, it can drain us. Next slide. So co-regulation, you can read that slide, and the song, I'm hoping that some of you know this song and will sing it along with me. Let's take a little moment to sing. I made it through the wilderness, somehow I made it through. Didn't know how lost I was until I found you. Beautiful. Jen. So Madonna really understood co-regulation and wilderness. And actually the term wasn't coined until 1996, but she knew about it way before then. So co-regulation is an innate process of attuning to self and other for inner regulation. Since humans are socially oriented species, our bodies are wired for this as necessary support. There's also something called mirror neurons. It's a type of sensory motor cell in the brain that's activated when an individual performs an action or observes another individual performing the same action, and then we mirror others' actions. Dan Siegel says we are hardwired to perceive the mind of another being. Mirror neurons respond both when perceiving an action and while executing an action. They provide a direct internal experience of another person's actions or emotions and may be the neurological basis of empathy. Next slide. So how do we co-regulate with nature? I was surprised to notice in my studies that not much is written about this, which is why I felt called to talk about it. Ecological regulation is a process in which we regulate across species. It's a restoration of our ecological body. We live in a species-isolated dominant culture that reinforces human supremacy. Across coastal Alaska, indigenous people see their relationship with the land and animals who inhabit it as reciprocal. Indigenous peoples knew no states or countries, but they fully knew their ancestral lands. Plants use their roots to listen in on their neighbors. And according to research, that adds to evidence that plants have their own unique forms of communication. And just like humans, mushrooms have the ability to communicate across long distances, and based on recent research, possess a level of unexpected intelligence. They've created a superhighway of information that allows interaction between a large and diverse population of individual mushrooms. I was at an art exhibit in Denver recently with indigenous art, and that last quote by James Lavador, "Everything that is in the land is in me." And Robbie, you also had a quote by Andy Goldsworthy, which was about like our connection with the land, that it's there, it's important, and it's something that we co-regulate with. Next slide. Experiential therapy. So for the power of experiential benefit, the invitation to participate must be there versus something imposed. And an observer space creates safety to increase vulnerability. There's a quote by Christine Jackson on experiential therapy. She says, "Addiction is when I've lost my yes and my no. Therapeutic partnering is where we welcome someone's yes and no. It's a solid part of a recovery journey. Surrendering to the process doesn't mean giving up a part of myself. If I don't hold on to myself, then I can't surrender to the process. It's still holding my yes while engaging, my yes and no, while engaging with and stepping further than I thought was possible." Next slide. So now I'm going to go into a case study with a client that I worked with at North Star. The name has been changed, but this client was from Puerto Rico, age 37. And I noticed he arrived really distressed from day one. And as I came to learn his story, his wife had recently just come out of a coma. She had taken too many Tylenol for headaches through her life. She was feeling fragile. They had 8 children to take care of as well. So the first week, he was always walking around with his head down, not making eye contact with people. That afternoon, I was leading a snowshoe hike, and there's a lot of wilderness around the lodge where I've been interning. So Juan was interested. He had started making eye contact with me, and I got this sense that he was starting to appreciate me. He decided he would go. He'd never been snowshoeing before. He had only his tennis shoes and a hoodie, and it was 12 degrees Fahrenheit. There was also 3 feet of snow, and we were at 8,000 feet elevation. So we found an extra pair of boots at the lodge. He borrowed a down jacket from another therapist, and a group of us went out. We started to hike all uphill at first. And I dropped back from the group because I noticed that he was having some trouble getting up that hill. So I was listening to his breath. I noticed it was a lot more labored. And I checked in with him to see if he was physically up for this journey, which I reminded him could be like up to a mile in the snow. And he said, "No, you go ahead. I don't want to hold you back." But I assured him I was there to stay, to either go back with him or to go at his pace. He took some deep breaths and said, "I'm going to keep going." So he did, and recognizing that he was very far out of his comfort zone in that moment, I started to just ask him some questions about where he grew up, the kinds of activities he loved. He said, "Puerto Rico, I grew up surfing," and he was laughing about that because it was such a contrast, being in the snow. But at one point I noticed, as he built his confidence on that hike and he was starting to go downhill, he looked like he was surfing. And I commented on his snow surfing moves. So there were also times where we were just silent. I'd noticed that Juan would put his hand on a tree and look around, really taking in the beauty of the forest and the tree and the beauty of the moment. In those moments, that's when I really feel that we're co-regulating with nature, that nature's there as the therapist as well. And we're slowing down to land time, which is pure, and it's free of self-deprecating, doubt-filled thoughts. The assurance of the old pine trees, the sky, the song of the birds, the deep, cold snow. It seems to have a nervous system that's calm and protective. Next slide. So what do we do when we can't go outside, which happened a lot up at the lodge when it got too icy or too cold out and nobody wanted to go out. So I began to think of some horticulture therapy interventions. So what we did, we had some seedlings, mostly different herbs, and I had the clients go through a little ritual where they planted the seedlings, calling forth an intention for themselves. And as they did that planting, that seed planting, that was also symbolic of their inner intentions. I also had them enter the yoga space where we became that seed. So we did a little somatic journey where we were very compact in a little ball. The room was dark, everything was silent. I guided them through just understanding what kind of seed they are, and maybe they don't know yet what they're becoming, but there's something inherent in that seed that's going to start to grow and take shape that has the right nutrients. So everyone became some kind of plant or thing in nature, and once they decided what they were, we had to guess. And you'd be amazed that everyone figured out what everybody else was. We had juniper trees, we had cactus, we had orchids, a beautiful array of flora and fauna. So that was a very fun experiential. And other times, just during the yoga, I would lead visualizations of them to go to a place in nature where they felt really safe and that they felt comfort. So we entered the wilderness of our imagination many times. Next slide. Made it. So this is a big thank you to my cohort, to Sunshine, to my daughter Aura, to my family, my teachers, my clients, okay. Sorry, typo. And to nature for always having my back. So thank you.
Thank you, Lori. All seeds that are growing. All right, our next presenter is Lizzie White, Raising the Resilient Child, How the Modern World Impacts Our Ability to Authentically Connect.
Okay, so
Yeah.
yeah.
She will.
Oh, and is this your computer again?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Beth's computer.
You also have this for your.
hot right now. What? I don't see it, no. Mm-mm. All right. Yeah, we'll go ahead and get started when everyone's ready. All right. So my name is Lizzie White, and my topic is Raising the Resilient Child, How the Modern World Impacts Our Ability to Authentically Connect. Whew. And in order for me to feel more authentically connected to myself and to you all as my audience, I'm just gonna name that I feel really nervous right now. I feel like I need to shake it out, like Beth. All right. So a little introduction. I'm a intern at the Bridge Center for Play Therapy, working with kiddos between the ages of 3 and 10. I also work with the parents, so it's a 45-minute session with the kiddos and then a 15-minute session with the parents. A lot of work with the parents, I must say. It's non-directive, child-centered, and the reason I chose this topic was because more recently we've seen a rise in demand for child therapy, and that's come about within like the last couple years or so. And then there's a lack of resources out there for teachers and parents and us therapists. And then personal experience, I've just found that the last, I would say, I think I've been there for 9-10 months now, that I've had a really hard time connecting with my clients in the room. It's been a really tough experience, and it's hard to find that connection, that relationship. And that's typically the goal of the therapy, is to find that connection, that relationship with them. I also find that my relationships and my personal relationships, it's really hard to connect. Usually devices are in the way, alcohol gets in the way. And then I also just feel that these issues stem from childhood. And so that's why I'm focusing on it now rather than later on down the line. Okay, getting the nerves out. Yeah, so the modern world is affecting the way we relate and connect with each other. And through my research, I found that COVID had the biggest impact on that within the last couple years. On March 11th, the outbreak of COVID-19 turned into a pandemic and has affected more than 490 million worldwide. And just to put it into perspective, there have been 80 million cases and 980,000 deaths in the US today. And as we all know, COVID has impacted us in various ways, and these are just some of the ways that it's impacted me. And of course, since it is widespread and universal, I'm assuming that you've all been impacted similarly. And it's also an ongoing roller coaster. We just don't really know what it's gonna look like, you know? We don't know if there's gonna be a new variant that comes out. We don't know what this winter is gonna look like. So it's just kind of scary to know what's gonna happen. And with COVID-19, it's creating a lot of stress. I mean, I think we're already a really stressed society in general, but within the last couple of years, like the stress has gone way up. And we're experiencing a lot of stress right now, especially families. I think, yeah, that S is just gonna hang there, but I think it's pretty convenient for the slide. Yeah, so again, you know, families are really undergoing a lot of stress right now, and a few of those reasons are remote work and distance learning, and that's huge because we've had to change daily schedules and patterns because of that. There's a huge one, isolation and loneliness. are really experiencing a lot of that as well, and still experiencing that. And then I think the biggest and most important one here is the grief, loss, and fear. I think there's a lot of underlying sadness going on, grieving friendships. A lot of my kiddos are experiencing loss with friendships. I think we're grieving death. We've lost a lot of family members, friends. We've lost jobs. And then there's fear. We're afraid of what's to come. So how does this affect our kiddos? Before I get into that, we're going to do a little experiential. So on the next couple slides, there's going to be some photos, and I'll walk you through those. So I just want you to envision what it might be like to be in a room with these two people. Maybe some feelings, emotions, just imagine what it might be like. Feel into your body. Same thing here, just imagine what it might be like to be outside in this group of people, sitting with them. What emotions, feelings may arise for you? So the reason I did that experiential was because through emotional contagion and limbic resonance, our kiddos are picking up on what we're feeling as a society. So the stress that we're undergoing as a society and family, they're really picking up on it. They're really feeling that. And just another example of emotional contagion and limbic resonance is a basic one. It's like if you're in the grocery store, walking around and someone smiles at you, you typically smile back, and it's, unconscious. We don't even really think about it. It's just a feeling. Whatever we're feeling, our kiddos are picking up on. So with COVID-19 and the amount of stress that we're undergoing, we've seen a rise in the use of technology. The present study was conducted to examine the impact of technology on different aspects of human life during the COVID-19 pandemic. The participants found that technology affected their relations with each other and with the outside world. Before COVID, 38% of participants reported spending 2 to 5 hours a day. That's still a lot. And then during COVID, 34% of participants reported spending 5 to 8 hours a day, and 33% reported spending more than 8 hours a day. So it's really increased since COVID. And then with that, social interactions and outdoor activities have decreased. Here's a quote from Brené Brown. I used a lot of her work in my presentation. I just love her to death. I think she's amazing. And I'll just go ahead and read it. So, technology has become a kind of imposter for connection, making us believe we're connected when we're really not, at least not in the ways we need to be. In our technology-crazed world, we've confused being communicative with feeling connected. Just because we are plugged in doesn't mean we feel seen and heard. So it's an illusion. It's not really connection. We're actually being disconnected. So again, with COVID, the amount of stress we're undergoing, and the rise in use of technology, we see a rise in challenges. A rise in challenges, not just from kids, but from everybody as well. So this slide, we have statistics from an article that investigated and compared the effects of COVID on mental health in 3 age groups. and took place between April 9th and May 11th of 2020. So that was the peak of the pandemic. Among the 5.8 thousand participants, between 15% and 43% reported emotional and behavioral problems during the pandemic. Preschoolers 1 to 6 years old had the largest increase in affective anxiety and oppositional defiant disorders. So if you can see, there's like a little key on the bottom, and the right color, which is like the lightest blue, is an increase. The middle color is unchanged, and the left color is decrease. And so for the 1 to 6 year olds, you can really tell that during the pandemic, the challenges really increased for them. And that's actually the majority of kiddos I'm working with. I'm working with ages between 3 and 10. I'm working with kiddos between the ages of 3 and 10, but the majority of the kids I'm working with right now are between the ages of 3 and 7. So it's right there. Yeah, and before I get to what the challenges look like at the Bridge Center, I'm just gonna do a little overview of play therapy. For those of you that don't understand or know what play therapy is. So play is the natural language of children. Through play, children express thoughts and feelings that are often too difficult to communicate verbally. Why? Children express themselves more fully and more directly through self-initiated, spontaneous play than they do verbally because their feelings often aren't accessible at a verbal level. Children are not developmentally able to engage fully in abstract reasoning or thinking until approximately age 11. So therefore, they set up everything around them to express how they feel through their behavior. It's child-directed, like I mentioned before, and that's because we believe that the child inherently knows the answer to their biggest challenges. We also believe that the child is capable of directing their own process. Our job as a therapist is to read the language of the play and communicate back to the child what we are seeing, thinking, and feeling. This process allows the child to gain more awareness around their challenges and understand themselves more clearly. This gained self-awareness reframes past experiences, transforms perception, and establishes trust. And with all that, we see transformation. And this may look different for other therapists, but the way that I see transformation is connection, is to be able to be our authentic selves in the room with each other. And it's like a friendship is what I typically see it as or feel it as. It feels really, really good to be in the room with them. Whew, okay. So yeah, back to what the challenges look like at the Bridge Center. On the right is a handout that we give to the parents. And we typically describe the challenges as mad, sad, and scared. So mad is often seen as, hold on, let me get there we go. As anger and frustration. In the setup or the play, how I see it as the therapist, it can look different for other therapists, but how I see it is usually through throwing things or a room dump. And on the left side, you'll see the top picture is actually a room dump of one of my kiddos. It's very overwhelming. Yeah, I don't really know how to explain it. It's just like when it first happened to me, this is actually the first time it happened to me, I was like, I don't know what to do. And then sad. Sad is seen as more like depression, disappointment, shutdown. The setup or the play typically looks like rejection, so the kid's not playing with me, turning their backs towards me, not including me in the play. The toy's not being good enough, so they'll walk in and look at the toys and be like, wow, that toy's broken. That toy doesn't have a battery. Like, wow, these toys suck. Scared is anxiety, fear, activation. So the setup for me typically looks like snakes. So toy snakes, not real snakes. I feel like I needed to mention that. So toy snakes, toy weapons, they'll pull out toy weapons, point them at me. And then throwing balls is a really activated, scared state, which I didn't really realize at first, but after being there for 9 months, I really started to understand that. So we will take Elle, for example. Elle is 8 years old, tall, blue eyes, light brown hair, appears to be older than she is. Hair is usually covering her face like this. It's always in her face. It's always looking down. Can't see her eyes because of it. And therefore, rare eye contact and verbal communication were had. I think the only time she really ever communicated to me was during like the last part of our sessions. She'd ask how much time we had left. She's creative, imaginative, smart, loves Star Wars. She loves drawing. Her brother, mom, and dad. The reason she came to the Bridge Center was because of low self-esteem, difficulties with a toxic friendship, and standing up for herself, and fear of disappointing others. She says, it's okay for others to make mistakes, but not me. And then the play consisted of snakes. So when we'd walk into the room, she would immediately pull out the snakes, and she would scare me with the snakes. It got really big, it got really scary. And every time it got really big, we would go into the art room, and she would write letters to her, whether it was her family, her teachers, or friends. And they were always really nice letters. But while she was doing this, she had her back towards me. She always had her head down. She didn't want me to see what she was doing. And then after that, we'd go back into the playroom, and she'd start to hide things in the sandbox. Typically, those were snakes again. And every time I tried to get closer, again, she would pull out the snakes. So there was constantly this barrier in connection. It was too scary for her to connect. And then her parents also portrayed it was hard to connect. So at first, we started meeting in person for our check-ins. And every time we checked in, they would never mention anything about what was going on. But then they would email me about it. So there's that technology again, that barrier in connection. So yeah, they started emailing me about it. And then after maybe like the 5th session or so, we went from meeting in person to meeting over the phone, so checking in over the phone. They never mentioned anything on the phone either. And then towards the last session that we had together, the 9th session, they emailed me again about panic attacks and how her panic attacks started getting really bad at home. So they never communicated any of this in person, face-to-face connection. They only ever communicated this through a technological device, which is really sad. So not only could she not connect, her parents also couldn't connect. They had a really hard time. And nothing against parents, I just want to say that. It's just we don't have the knowledge, we don't have the resources to know how to do this. So yeah, the point there was that they terminated after 9 sessions. When things got really big and heavy, they terminated because they just didn't know what to do. Really sad situation. So connection is scary, and it takes effort. It takes a lot of presence to be connected. And so what do we do instead? We distract. We isolate. We put kids in timeout when their feelings get really big. We avoid. We ignore. We try to fix it. We shut it down. We tell them no. We tell them, don't worry, it's going to be okay. And we reject them. I actually had a client last week bring her dad into the session because she wanted her dad to see what was going on. She wanted her dad to experience the kind of fear that she was going through. And when the fear got really big and scary, her dad left the room. So it was really, really hard. And so he just doesn't have the skills. He doesn't have the resources to understand what to do in these moments. And so that's what we're doing at the Bridge Center, is trying to teach them. But yeah, this is what's happening for kids right now. When their feelings get really, really big, we reject them.
The American Psychological.
You know what? Let me go. Oh, actually, let's see. So the next slide is a clip of a TED Talk called How to Build Resilient Children by Therese Lewis. Through her work as a licensed therapist and a school social worker, Lewis has helped many youngsters move from risk to resilience.
The American Psychological Association defines resilience, because we have to understand what we're talking about, right? They define resilience as the ability to overcome adversity, trauma, tragedy, threats, and even significant sources of stress. So when we hear that definition, I hope that it pops into your mind that we all need to be, and we've all had to be, resilient, right? Because who in here can say, I have not experienced any type of adversity, trauma, tragedy, no threats, or significant source of stress? There's not one person in here that can say that. So if that is the case, if we understand that adversity is guaranteed, and we understand that it is guaranteed that we need resilience, then why is it that we don't teach resilience to our kids? I am here to propose something that seems maybe a little radical, but not really. That we teach kids resilience from the beginning. What we do as a society is we teach kids resilience as a response to something negative that has happened. That is when we start the conversation about being resilient and they can get through it and all of those wonderful things. What I'm saying is that we as the adults in the lives of kids, we need to teach them resilience as fervently as we teach math, science, sports, art, whatever it is. Maybe not math, okay? Of course, you stir, or we teach you this art. But whatever it is that you feel passionately about, that you want kids to have, we need to teach resilience with that much fervor. Why? Because we're giving kids what they need and preparing them for the part of life that we know is inevitable, right? Now, you guys mentioned families, and I'm glad that you threw that out there, because I want to tell you that in my almost 2 decades of research, I've wanted to know the answer. Okay, kids need resilience. How do we do that? How do you do that? How do I build resilience in a child? The research has pointed to, again, one solid answer. Not 10, although I can name 10 things that impact kids. One solid answer. And that answer is through relationship.
Yeah. So yeah, I think the most important thing that kids need right now is relationship. And just the basic Google definition of relationship mentioned connected twice, which I thought was awesome. And then connection below, defined by Brene Brown, is the energy that exists between people when they feel seen, heard, and valued, when they can give and receive without judgment, and when they derive sustenance and strength from the relationship. Yeah, and then here's just some helpful strategies in order to find this connection and meet your kiddos where they're at. This is from The Whole Brain Child by Dan Siegel. I wish I could go over all 12 of them with you, but I'm just gonna go over a few. So number 1, connect and redirect. When your child is upset, connect first emotionally, right brain to right brain. Then once they are more in control and receptive, bring in the left brain lessons and discipline. Number 5, move it or lose it. Have them move their body. They're feeling overwhelmed. Number 8, let the clouds of emotion roll by. Remind kids that feelings come and go. Number 9, sift. Help your child notice and understand what's going on through sensations, images, feelings, and thoughts. Number 11, increase the family fun factor. So make sure you're having fun. You could do like a teeth brushing song or like a dance to get them to put their clothes on or something like that. Make it fun. Number 12, connect through conflict. Rather than something to avoid, view conflict as an opportunity to teach your kids essential relationship skills. So yeah, when they're feeling overwhelmed or frustrated or activated, whatever the case may be, meeting them where they're at is most important. Giving them that connection, that relationship, rather than walking away. You gonna go? You gonna move? And play therapy. Yeah, I know this isn't for everyone, and I just want to acknowledge that play therapy is really expensive. The Bridge Center doesn't offer insurance, so it is very pricey, but doesn't mean that you cannot do this at home. If you're looking to do this at home or need support in that, I'm happy to give some resources. And it's easy to do at home. So we can do it in the room as a therapist, and families can do it at home pretty easily as well. Yeah, and so I ended up asking the parents that I work with what authentic connection looked like for them and their kiddos. And I feel like if I had asked them this when we first started therapy, I wouldn't have gotten the responses like this. But since we've been together for almost 9 months now, they just came up with some really beautiful responses. And I'll just read them. So being on the same wavelength, sharing a sense of curiosity and solving problems together, allowing my child to see me as a human and not just a parent. It's a feeling. Play and co-creating worlds together. Safety. Listening with compassion, empathy, and without judgment. Not needing to change what is. Hugs and cuddles. Talking openly and honestly. Yeah, and so I just listed the 4 books I used as resources. I have a lot of other resources as well, but these are really useful. Conscious Discipline is a workbook for teachers, really great for teachers. Daring Greatly and the Gifts of Imperfection by Brene Brown just teach us more about vulnerability and how important vulnerability is, not only for our kiddos, but for us as well. And The Whole Brain Child, which is a great book, teaches you about parts of the brain, and it's honestly great for anyone and everyone. And then thank you. Thank you to my wilderness cohort. Thank you to my instructors. Thank you to my mom and dad. I want to cry. And thank you to Dawn. Thank you. Oh. I don't know what I'm doing. Any questions? Oh.
I wonder if you ever thought a moment of connection and disconnection, because it sounds like you're gonna have these really painful experiences, but what if it's really showing you so much? I wonder if anything, just what that experience was like for you to really be tracking them, narrowing in with them, and also to be witnessing a disconnection.
What was it like to be disconnected with them? I mean, that's actually most of the process. So we find the connection at the very end, typically. I mean, there's, spurts of connection and joy, but typically what we see is disconnection. It's really hard work, really hard to be in the room. Yeah.
Thank you, Lizzie. Hugs and cuddles. I invite you to hug and cuddle yourself, hug and cuddle a tree today. We have one more presentation before we break for lunch. So Pete Stein is going to be coming up. Speaking about raising, no, that was Lizzie. Pete is talking about nature-assisted trauma therapy.
Hello. All right. All right. Hello, everybody. Nice to see you. I realize I have the hangar management slot, so take care of yourself, have some snacks. We'll have lunch pretty soon. So thanks for coming out today. My name is Pete Stein. I am an intern psychotherapist at Boulder Emotional Wellness. We are a community mental health clinic that provides services for individual adults, teens. We provide relationship counseling, and we provide some family therapy. So today I'm going to be talking about nature-assisted trauma therapy. But before we start, I want to name that we all have different relationships with trauma. We're all in the midst of several ongoing collective traumas, from social injustice to the COVID pandemic, to the war in Ukraine, to wars that aren't on TV, to local wildfires and shootings, all of this in addition to our individual histories and experiences. So I thought it would be a good idea to go ahead and just ground in a little bit here right at the start. So I'd like to share with those that want to participate something I do with clients. And so I'll ask you to go ahead and just take a couple of breaths and just ground into the space where you are. And with your next couple of breaths, I'll invite you to just take a look around, maybe out the window, maybe at this slide of this beautiful mountain sunrise. And just begin to notice what draws you in. Something natural. any element that you notice, whether it's an object or a tree, the solidity of the earth. And with your next couple of breaths, I'll invite you to just take a moment to notice what it is about this natural being or object that does draw you in. And now shift your focus of attention to how you know you feel drawn to this thing, this being. How does support or comfort or safety, how does that show up in your body? Now begin to imagine you could inhale more of that feeling of comfort. Really pull it in. Fill yourself up, charge yourself up. And with your exhalations, begin to circulate that feeling wherever it needs to go. All the spaces within you. Share it with your neighbor if you wish, somebody far away. And now last, with a couple more breaths, I'll invite you to imagine creating a tether to the source of this feeling. Maybe it's a tin can on a string tied to the top of that lodgepole pine in the picture. Something you can put in your pocket or sprinkle in your water bottle. Make it really real. And imagine hanging on to that as a tether to comfort and safety, support as we move through these slides together. So why nature-assisted trauma therapy? Well, first, I just want to say that nature has been the place where I've always felt the happiest. It's where I've felt grounded. It's where I felt the most alive, able to connect with friends and be okay by myself. I've just had a really long relationship with the outdoors in lots of different ways. And then a few years ago, I had one of those life-changing epiphanies where I found myself wishing that I could find a way to share some of this benefit that I enjoy with others. So I enrolled here at Naropa and began my journey of learning how to incorporate some of the healing benefits of nature into traditional and not so traditional forms of psychotherapy. Fast forward 3 years and I'm seeing a full caseload of clients at BEW right down the road here in Boulder, many of whom are working through trauma-informed mental health challenges. And so for my capstone project, I realized I've been trying to synthesize exactly what it is that's been happening in therapy with clients. And as I reflected on the work that I've been doing, I realized that I've been adapting and borrowing from established theories and protocols. I've been incorporating what I studied at Naropa and what I've learned from my supervisor at BEW, what I've learned in my own therapy, what I've learned from my cohort, what I already knew. And I realized that I've been inadvertently developing sort of my own style or form of nature-assisted exposure therapy to help clients work through their trauma. So I'm super excited to be sharing this work in progress with you. And I'm really grateful to be doing this work in these times. So at BEW, I've been working with adults. I provide relationship counseling for a couple of different couples, and I see the occasional teen. Many of my clients come to therapy and they're reporting things like anxiety or depression or loneliness, negative beliefs about themselves. Maybe they have relationship issues. Some will come in suspecting or knowing they have been through something really terrible and want to work on it. Some just feel really bad and they don't know why, and they're looking for help. So in accordance with my training at Naropa and BEW, I focus on establishing safety and rapport. I teach tons of emotional regulation. I teach mindfulness. I bring in eco-psychology and transpersonal concepts around connection with nature. Lots of psychoeducation around things like past reality integration, internal family system, CBT, whatever feels appropriate for any particular client. What I've been noticing is that as the therapy unfolds and clients begin to open up more in session, they begin reporting many other seemingly trauma-related problems or memories that they might not have even felt safe enough to share or remember at the beginning of therapy. And inevitably, we get to this point where the client will just ask me, okay, so why am I still so triggered? I'm doing all this emotional regulation. I'm understanding that I react to triggers that represent these child brain reactions to rejection, abandonment, or neglect, or physical threat. And, you know, I'm identifying my parts and my protections. I'm using my mindfulness, but why am I still so triggered? How do I make it stop? I don't know if we can make it completely stop, but what I have been realizing is that, so this is the point where if it hasn't come up already, we'll provide some psychoeducation on trauma responses and how the nervous system can have these well-intended automatic safeguards, which, and they have these protections that are sort of have formed to protect against reminders of the trauma, but they become really heavy-handed over time. And so some of these issues that the client might be experiencing might be due to this heavy-handedness of these loyal soldiers. And so I started realizing that all this emphasis on emotional regulation, safety, rapport, distress tolerance, the mindfulness, the psychoeducation, all of it, it's setting the stage to pendulate safely back and forth between the safety of the present and the past, those traumatic memories in the past. And so in response to my client's question, how do I stop feeling so triggered? I began formulating and kind of experimenting with what's turning out to be maybe a protocol that borrows from several evidence-based theories for traumatic or for the treatment of trauma. I'm incorporating things, lots of elements of things like EMDR and prolonged exposure. I don't have certifications in any of these areas, but I find that aspects of them have been helpful for some of my clients. I bring in lots of gestalt, so working in the here and now of the moment, lots of mindfulness, and working within that theory of neuroplasticity that hopefully we can help clients rewire the way they somatically and emotionally and cognitively relate to their trauma. I'm working within Judith Herman's 3-stage model of safety, remembrance, mourning, and reconnection, incorporating the therapeutic benefits of feeling safe outside, those that have been studied, and those I know, the joy. I bring in my own joy and my experiences, and just my feeling of groundedness is coming into the therapy. And then, I really am interested in neuroplasticity. I think we're there's a lot of science around how we can heal from trauma. I'm going to try and cover this huge topic in one slide. So neuroplasticity is the theory that the brain can form new neural pathways between perceptions, thoughts, emotions, memories, and behaviors. And if we're thinking along these lines, trauma changes us by wiring our brains and nervous systems to scan for threat, that react emotionally and somatically to symbols of danger via a really fast lower midbrain circuitry that's way faster than our ability to think about what we just perceived. So the good news is that if we subscribe to that theory, trauma therapy can help clients attach feelings of safety, support, and control to traumatic memories in order to teach the limbic system that no longer needs to sound such loud alarms. So neuroplasticity theory suggests that we can actually, there's a possibility for new left brain logic and reasoning that can be associated with the old limbic, emotional, and pre-verbal memories. And then simultaneously, through that safe container of the therapeutic session, maybe we can provide corrective present-day right brain emotional experiences achieved via creativity and imagination in the session, feelings of safety, connectedness with nature. So essentially, hopefully, maybe we can teach the left brain to know we are safer now. We can teach the right brain to feel safer, more supported and empowered, and the body can learn to believe that these things are true. I also want to say, I've been going back and forth about putting a slide in between here, but I'm also bringing in what I've learned from all of you and the community of our cohort. I realized that this last week as we finally got back together after a year apart and seeing everybody's presentations. I really have been bringing a lot of what I've learned from you all into those sessions too. So anyway, this all leads up to, wow, I got way off of my script here. Let's see. I think that's a good sign. Where was I? Yep. Yeah, okay, so based on all of what I just shared, I've been thinking of naming this process Wilderness and Imagination-Based Limbic Desensitization. So I'm going to go through some of the phases here. I've laid these out as sort of, it's a 6-step process, but in reality, as I've been working with folks, first I'll name, I haven't gotten to the finish with anybody yet. I think, trauma takes a long time to work through, or maybe a lifetime. But I find myself moving back and forth between these phases when I'm working with folks. Okay, so the first phase, we spent a lot of time talking about this already. We spent a lot of time talking about it in school, and that's this idea of preparing for the journey by building an anchor of safety and support, promoting tons of client empowerment, control, and choice, helping the client ID their resources and their strengths right from the beginning and reminding them of those, using a lot of positive psychology along the way. Applying and offering psychoeducation where it feels relevant, when clients are interested in it, trying not to overshare psychoeducation just because I think it's interesting. Teaching emotional regulation techniques, lots of it right from the start, and helping the client sort of pick out their favorite techniques. So also bringing a lot of imagination to the emotional regulation. So this idea of helping the client use their imagination to create this really detailed, safe container, a place where they can put something that's really difficult away gently and with a promise to come back and tend to it, or to really put a big heavy lid on it where it can't come back and get them for a while. Bringing imagination into the deep breathing. There's a Qigong exercise that I like to lead where I help the clients bring in lots of nurturing energy and exhaling things that they want to let go of. Calling in natural allies, using Siegel's SIFT, which is to help folks reground in the present by checking in with things that they feel with their body, things they see, feelings they have, and thoughts. And so once the client has been practicing their chosen emotional regulation techniques and demonstrating that they can kind of come back to regulation without a lot of prompting, and they're asking this question, why am I still so triggered? What can we do? That's where I might offer, well, I've been working on this thing. Would you like to check it out? And so this is sort of the phase where I'll provide a trail map of where we will be going, why it might be helpful. And so I'll explain this process of sort of how we're going to incorporate all these aspects of these different theories, what the client already knows, invoke comfort and support of nature, and yeah, so basically, eventually we'll be creating a timeline and revisiting traumatic memory in this safe therapeutic session, which is enhanced by the comfort and support of nature, to investigate and overturn their negative beliefs, install positive ones, just maybe rewire the brain to associate feelings of safety, support, and control with some of those traumatic memories. And in this stage, it's really collaborative. I work with the client and remind them of their treatment plan or the goals that they've set already, but let's check in about those goals. How do they want to, what are their triggers? What are the things they want to sort of make better in their lives? And then before moving any further, just really checking in about an even stronger, more detailed self-care plan. When we finally do start diving into trauma, it's where a lot can come up. So really help the client think about how they're going to take care of themselves right after the session, in the days between the next session. And I let them know my plan too. I let them know this is going to be emotional for me as we go through this together. And I share a little bit about how I take care of myself. So the next phase is kind of where we really do a more elaborate version of what I shared with you at the beginning of this, and that's really creating a detailed, visceral, natural tether. And that's this idea of imagining a safety line to the present. Kind of the idea, I kind of draw it from rock climbing, and it's this idea that if you take a new climber out to the cliff, I really find it really helpful to help them sort of tie in, feel the safety of their harness, see how the system will protect them, and before inviting them to climb to the top of the cliff, to like have them sit back in their harness and feel the safety of that belay, know that they're on belay, know that they can come down anytime. And so do that before they go all the way to the top of it. So I like to take that same concept into therapy and really help the client, establish this idea of a tether to the safety of the present and practice using it before we go into any trauma work. So maybe you'll have a client just spend, think about the 5 minutes before they came into session, hold on to that tether, come back to talking to me, and just see, kind of give them an idea of how that works. So then go into this process of, there we go. Okay, so then we go into this process of gathering the trauma timeline, and this is a key aspect of lots of those evidence-based theories that I shared earlier, but this is also the beginning of this imaginal exposure and the feeling that the client can trust that they can go back and check into these memories and then come back and be safe. So here's where I guide the client to really tie in, tether in, get really comfortable with that source of natural comfort, make it real, and then start sharing their list of the things that happened, how they were wired. Here's where I capture striking details, sensory information, emotions, negative beliefs are really important to capture, and where those beliefs are felt and held in the client's body. And in this process, what I've been doing is, some clients will come in and they're just ready to talk about their top 5. They know they've been to lots of therapy and they know the things they want to work on. Some are really cautious. I have one client that he spent 2 sessions just talking about stuff, from a long time ago, nothing necessarily traumatic, but he couldn't remember the traumatic stuff until he spent 2 sessions just sharing things that had happened, and suddenly he starts remembering all these other things. And so, I think Cimbria reminded me once before, make sure to capture the happy memories too in these timelines. And so constantly, continually assessing the client's emotional regulation and saving time to save these sessions or to end these sessions safely. So let the client know ahead of time as part of the safety system, hey, let's spend 5 or 10 minutes before leaving to check in how, what are you going to do the rest of the day, the rest of the week to take care of yourself. So then this is where we get Medicaid to pay for getting weird, using all this connection with nature. And this is how I'm sneaking in my Naropa stuff into the system. So this is where I invite the client to do some guided time traveling. And it sounds fun. Sometimes it's really sad, but it's something I went through with a therapist. And so I kind of bringing my own version of it in. And basically the idea is to, for each memory, facilitate a gestalt imagined experience between the client's younger self and their present self in connection with nature while holding on to this tether with the safety of this therapeutic container that we've built together. So it's similar to like empty chair. If you've done empty chair, a lot of clients will not do empty chair, but something about time traveling seems fun for them. I don't know. Maybe those are just the people that are drawn to work with me. I don't know. But the idea is to, tie into that tether, really make it feel real, check in, and then take a trip back to the, do this for each memory. The first time we go back, the idea is to work on really feeling that negative belief. And we are tending to that event by going back and visiting it, but we're not necessarily trying to correct it just yet. The idea is to really have that client sort of inhabit their former self in a present tense sense and talk about what they're seeing, smelling, hearing, feeling, and what they needed at that time that they didn't have, and what they want to tell their present self. And so before ending that journey back, I invite the client to let them know their younger self are loved and that you will be coming back to tend to them. So then that's when I invite the client to reground, come back and review in the present, right? So discuss those old beliefs versus what they know is different now, the safety and support, comfort, any resources they have as adults that they didn't have in children. Even if it's just a sense of time. When we're 3 years old, we think things are forever. Maybe we still think things are forever, but you have maybe a little bit more power now that you can remember. So then have them tether in, go back, and now we're rewiring and plant seeds for a positive belief. This is where we really just let it go for, as long as it feels safe, let the client go back and really really interact with their former self and really let the client's imagination lead the way. Sometimes clients will invite their former self to come into the present and climb that tree, that's their safety tree, things like that. The idea is to eventually get to this point where kind of handing the tether to the younger self to let them hold on to that and know that they've got this access to the future and one day things will be different. And just repeat these with each memory as many times in as many ways and new ways, experiment with it until the client feels complete and starts talking about things like hope, optimism, some meaning making, wanting to explore what's next for them. So eventually, I've done this with clients for different sort of methods of treatment, but the idea is to sort of start having a conversation about what's going to be next for them. What will the client do in the future when they perceive these triggers? How will they tend to the seeds that they planted to keep this feeling of support? What feels possible for them now? And if they want to start talking about meaning making, well, do they want to take action, right? So that's a big part of, Nitzan helped me remember that. There's a big part of Judith Herman's third stage of her recovery model is that sometimes it takes changing society for somebody to truly feel healed. And while I was watching somebody's presentation today, I kind of had this idea of time traveling back for intergenerational trauma too. I don't know how that'll tie in, but I just wanted to share that. I was thinking about that. So I'm getting close to my time, so I'm going to skip ahead a little bit, but we're almost there, y'all. So thank you for listening. And I've been pressing the button a lot here, so we'll see. Maybe phase 6 needs more attention. Well, okay, I can't move any further. So I think I'm going to talk about reflections and I'm going to talk about some client feedback next. So basically, what I've been hearing from clients is, I haven't completed this process with anybody yet, but the folks that have started it have got pretty excited about it. They feel really excited about the fact that this is something I know I've always wanted to work on these things, but I just didn't really know how, and so I want to try this. Have had other clients get started and they start remembering more details about what happened in their past. They're able to be more chronological and kind of remember their history. I've had, one client tell me that, this is kind of similar to two different clients. They've talked about, they'll come in venting from week to week, which is fine, and I'll sit with it and I'll listen. But then inevitably, once we've started this work, they'll catch themselves like, oh yeah, I was venting, I was using my false power and being angry because I'm really sad and I want to talk about the stuff in the past and I want to go back to the timeline. So that's been happening. And so yeah, I had some really pretty pictures I wanted to share, but I don't know why I can't share them. But that's pretty much my presentation, y'all. Thank you for listening. Thank you. I don't know what happened here, but thank you to the cohort. Thank you to Amy, to the folks at BEW, my family, friends, and to Trish. So thanks a lot, y'all. All right. Right. Yeah. Oh, I forgot to ask, are there any questions? My book release is a long way away. I need to interview a lot of people first. That was some other things I wanted to check in about, was just some other considerations. So clearly there are many, many cultures that have a pretty solid tether to nature. So this is not useful for them necessarily. I'd love to check with them about strengthening that tether. And there are folks that have been through fires and natural disasters that might not be ready to tie into nature, so we can find other sources of support. I'd love to get more anecdotal evidence, finish this with some people before I write a book, if there is such a thing. Like I said, I really love to play around with that time travel. I would debate whether or not I was going to say this, but if my brother's listening, like I'm a huge fan of Frank Herbert's Dune, and when you ingest the spice, you're able to check in with all of your ancestors and all of your future ancestors, and I think that would be a pretty cool way to use this too. What else? All right, thank you all. All right. And thank you, Zoomers. Bye.
Talk about resilience when our technology doesn't work. Thank you, Pete. I'm excited to explore more of that wild with you as you explore your journey with clients and your professional identity. We are going to break now for a short lunch. So we'll come back at 1:10. We will begin the presentation at 1:10. So please come back on time. Thank you for your attention, and it's really lovely to see all your faces and to connect with the people on Zoom. So we'll break here and we'll come back. So take care of yourself, nourish yourself, get your feet on the ground. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you got some nourishments and you're ready for the rest of the afternoon. Again, just take care of your needs today as the rest of the presentations continue. Some of the topics, again, might be difficult to hear, so please take note of that and just continue to take care of yourself. I keep coming back to that. Take care of yourself, nourish yourself. So we'll just take a collective breath, right? Technology, what a day. So we're going to just give just a second for maybe some more folks to arrive, to land on the stage here, but I'll introduce our next presenter, Christina DeVore. She's going to be speaking of not just the winter blues, how the natural world can negatively impact mental health. Take it away, Christina.
Thank you. All right, so we just heard the title, Not Just the Winter Blues, How the Natural World Can Negatively Impact Mental Health. So my name's Christina DeVore. I'm a counseling intern at Courage to Connect Counseling. And I thought this photo over here was a little bit relevant. That is me a couple months ago, got in a little accident. Nothing bad happened. That's not where this injury came from. That's another ski accident, but almost hit the trees, but I did not. So it ended up being a sort of fun thing. But I thought it was relative just to kind of show the difficulties that can come along with starting a new sport, especially winter sports. For me, this is my second year doing skiing and just been trying to integrate back into the natural world myself in the winter, which is different coming from Florida and Texas. So I felt like that picture was just relevant just to show how difficult it can be. So we're gonna do a little experiential here. So you'll see 4 different pictures on your screen up here. Got winter, spring, summer, and fall. And so just gonna take a moment, just take a deep breath, kind of come into your body a little bit. Definitely welcome to keep your eyes open and look at these pictures, or if you want to close your eyes and kind of feel into your body a little bit more in depth, definitely feel free to do whatever you feel comfortable doing. Take a deep breath, and with this breath, we're just gonna see what season we're feeling connected to right now. You're embodying winter, maybe you feel a connection to spring, with it being spring or summer, maybe fall. And just notice what comes up for you in regard of images or sensations within your body, maybe some thoughts. Moment, notice if there's any aversion, any season that you feel an aversion to. Sometimes maybe there's not, and that's okay too. Sometimes memories or certain feelings in our body might bring about an aversion to a certain season. And as we come back into the room, anything that stuck out to you with this experiential. For me, I personally, because of my recent ski accident, I feel like I have a little bit of an aversion to winter. Because even if there is snow on the ground right now, I can't really engage in something that I really enjoy. And I'm feeling drawn to spring, not just because it is spring now, but it represents growth. And with graduating in May and starting new things and transitioning into different parts of my journey and my career. I definitely feel a connection to growth and also growing in the way of trying to figure out who I am as a person with this injury, kind of without the winter sports and without all those types of distractions. So why do I care? Just a little personal experience. Like I said, I am kind of from Ohio, Florida, and Texas, and now I claim Colorado as my home. But Florida and Texas, you actually deal with kind of the reverse side of it, where the summer months are pretty miserable. If anyone's lived there, a lot of people kind of hide inside. Air conditioners tend to break. So depression ends up, and anxiety kind of seem to skyrocket a little bit more in those kind of states, in those kind of southern states. So I kind of saw that side of it when I lived there. And then moving to Colorado and not having any experience with, you know, any type of like snow sports, skiing, all those kind of things. And then I've always financially struggled as well. So winter sports seem a lot more expensive. So it took me a while to connect into that. So for me, I struggle with depression here and there and work through that regularly, but then the seasons have always added that extra layer. The last 2 years since I've really started to get into winter sports, it's really helped my mental health. And so, but I also think that it's important just to bring attention to how it's not an experience that everybody can have, like winter sports and engaging. It might not be something that people like or fall in love with like I did. For me, has led to binge eating, increase in weight, which turns in kind of reflects on my body image issues, which increases the depression, and it just always tends to kind of circle around. And so I noticed that all that happening a lot more in the winter months, especially if I'm not being active and engaged. And my sister, I have family situations as well. My sister won't even come to Colorado anymore. She lived here for a few years and she won't even visit it in the summer because she just hates Colorado. She hates winter. She lives in South Florida and she would isolate. She wouldn't come out of her room if she didn't have to for like weeks on end, like when it was the blizzard winter months. Her body doesn't react well to cold. She hates those kind of, she won't even try those kind of sports, and she would just go into like some pretty serious depression. So kind of witnessing that end of it as well is what brought me into caring about this. And then client struggles. So I work at Courage to Connect Counseling and have a pretty wide range of population, male, female, ranging from 8 right now to 52. And I've noticed with quite a few of them that they have had this change and increase in depression during the winter months. Some things that have come up with them is lack of transportation, not having the right cars. Some of them have tried to get into the mountains and had really bad experiences, getting stuck, almost getting in wrecks. And they're like, I'm not doing it again. I'm not leaving my office. I'm not leaving my bedroom. Like, I'm safe at home. And then they just continue to spiral into isolation. And then increased suicide ideation with some of my clients as well. And they have named that a lot of that was because there was blizzards and they weren't able to continue running outside or go connect with a horse because they had to drive like 20 minutes to get to the horse and they couldn't get there. So lots of reasons why that's happening. A lot of lowered energy going on. And then there's a cycle of feeling that grief of losing the summer, the things that you do in the summer, and that spirals into guilt for, numerous reasons: not getting outside, lack of exercise, wanting to socialize, but not having the energy to do it. So there's a lot of reasons there that I've just seen in my clients that I was like, this is a topic that we don't really talk about a lot. And I think building an awareness to it is really important. So just want to touch base on some criteria. So I'm going to refer to it as possibly SAD or SAD. for seasonal affective disorder. They did just change it in the DSM to major depressive disorder with seasonal pattern. And the definition of that is depression related to changes in seasons. It's a pretty basic definition, but I did just want to touch base on some of these DSM criteria. So temporal relationship between onset of depressive episode in a particular time of year, full remissions at a specific time of year, more seasonal depressive episodes than non-seasonal episodes over a lifetime, 2 depressive episodes within 2 years that demonstrate a temporal relationship, and no non-seasonal episodes within the same period. Put that in the wrong one. So just a little history on kind of when this developed. So 400 before Common Era, there's a lot of talk about it. There's syndromes that were similar to this, but it wasn't exactly named as a disorder, as part of a disorder, but there were syndromes that were the same symptoms. And then in 1980 is when it actually officially started being examined as a specific disorder. 1984 is when the criteria for a diagnosis of SAD developed. I think it's an appropriate, I don't know, acronym. So I'm just gonna go with SAD because it's easier. And then in 1987, SAD is incorporated into the DSM, and then just recently they changed it to major depressive disorder with seasonal pattern, but it's still recognized as SAD as well. It is important to know that with seasonal pattern, it is just like many things, it is on a continuum of mild to moderate. So just there's a full spectrum of how severe these symptoms could be. So just some stats I want to touch base on. So 5% of the population, which I had to Google this, I'm not gonna lie, I just Googled this recently. I was like, how many people are in the United States? So this is all based on the United States. This is definitely a worldwide phenomenon, but stats are a lot easier to find right here. 5% of the population, so 330 million people are currently in the United States, and 16 million Americans, from the United States are suffering with this. This says females are 4 times more likely to suffer from SAD, but I do want to name that lower estimates for men may be biased because there's a stigma around men having shifts in moods, so it is reported less. So my own opinion on this is that that is probably not a correct actual stat. 1 out of 10 with SAD have reverse SAD, meaning kind of what I touched base on, the summer symptoms. So there are about 10% that will have the reverse who actually have depression during the summer months and not in the winter months. And so for people who are suffering, it takes up about 40% of the year. Most people are between their 20s and 30s at the onset of SAD, but there's lots of new research coming out that it is actually affecting people a lot younger now. So teenagers, and I've seen a lot, like a pretty high spike in, like with my clients having depression in the winter with my adolescents. So I think certain things with COVID, and I'll talk about that later, are kind of playing into that. And then 6%, I just like to put numbers here. So 99,000 people a year require hospitalization. When you put it into 6% seems low. When you put it in those kind of numbers, it's like, oh, that's a lot of people actually suffering from this. So this is, I think it's good to kind of have an awareness and figure out how to work with it as therapists and in our personal lives. Let's see if I missed anything yet. So some symptoms. Okay, I'll just go over these first. So oversleeping and fatigue, carbohydrate cravings, eating more, weight gain, decreased social interactions, withdrawal, avoiding others, decreased self-esteem, motivation, and sex drive, and sadness, feeling low, down, and depression. With reverse, you kind of see some things that are the opposite, like instead of oversleeping, you might see a lot more insomnia. Instead of weight gain and cravings, you might see lack of appetite. So you're still gonna have the decreased social interactions, withdrawal, avoiding others, sadness, depression, all that stuff with the reverse. But there are definitely different symptoms that you'll see. So a big difference between just the winter blues and SAD is that people with SAD will not talk about it. People with winter blues, there's a change in seasons. You might be like, hey, it's really gloomy out. You might talk to somebody about it. This is more internalized. And that's kind of the biggest difference. There's also suicide ideation and suicide that should be added to this list. So the theory of why, there's lots of theories, but I figured I would just focus on like this one and kind of touch base around other aspects of this. So reduction of sunlight, that's basically the #1 theory around this of why it's happening, which the body's biological clock is offset. And then you'll see changes in mood, changes in sleep, and changes in hormone production, which can be an imbalance of serotonin or an overproduction of melatonin, and also deficiency in vitamin D. Something I do want to talk about is daylight savings. So circadian rhythms are a natural internal process that regulates the sleep-wake cycle and repeats every 24 hours. So with daylight savings being such a drastic shift in time, there's research and studies around that increasing the depression. I'm a huge fan to get rid of it. They have gotten rid of it in some states. I haven't really talked much about it, but I'm pretty sure they're talking about it in Colorado. So I'm wondering if we're gonna get to vote on that one day. I hope so. And yeah, so I'm just a big pro get rid of daylight savings. Another report that I came across, a journal article by Scientific Reports, published an article about rats that showed a correlation between changing the photoperiod, which is the length of time an organism is exposed to light, and the differences in stress responses, like inactivation of dopamine. I know that was a lot of words. So rats are the opposite cycle of us. They are nocturnal. So photoperiod is like they need less light in order to to not have chemical imbalances. So for us, we need more light, or at least the 12 and 12, the more. So the further you are away from the equator, the more you see these symptoms of depression, because we're on that 12-12 photo period. That's when we like work the best. And so they're just like, with this research done specifically in rats, they noticed that dopamine was that, like, if they messed that up, that the rats stopped producing dopamine as much. So a lot more down that rabbit hole, but for now, we're just going to move on into COVID. So I love this little thing that I found. I can really relate. It's like all the anxiety that comes with the quarantine depression, the kind of isolation and kind of like lack of lethargicness that comes with just regular depression in general. And then it's like seasonal depression is coming after you when you see the winter coming in and you feel those snowstorms and the blizzards. You're like, oh crap, not another thing to add on. So a big piece where these kind of come together is financial struggles. So financial struggles in regard to COVID, people, lots of people have already touched base. I'm not going to explain COVID. Everyone knows all the stuff that goes along with that. But with, like I mentioned before, with my own experience, not, having financial struggle, not having the money to buy new gear, not having the money to buy toys, not having cars. I'm in so much debt, but I still had to like go get an SUV, and not, my little stick shift didn't get me into the mountains when I got here. So there's so many pieces to this where they coincide, and it just like exponentiates the depression. Isolation, COVID, it's like you can't go to concerts, you can't go to gatherings, you can't do any of that. So if you're not a winter person and you can't go to all these other things that are indoors, the only option is to be outside. That's going to increase it as well. There's the uncertainty and the fear that comes with COVID. And then there's the uncertainty and the fear that comes with, you know, winter. Like I mean, no disrespect to those who work in the weather. They do a great job, but they can only predict so much. And they can only predict like 7 to 10 days out. And then half the time they're wrong. So it's just like, there's so many aspects there of like that unknown affecting us in that area. Vacations was another thing, not being able to travel to warmer places when it's winter, like just not like feeling trapped. And that's another piece that will contribute to that isolation. So I always think it's important to bring in opposing theories just because there are so many theories. So let's see what the other side has to say. So Christensen kind of just says sad is not a thing, it's not real. Time just goes by so fast. So suicide rates, she said, are lowest in December and highest in April. Psychiatric hospitalizations are higher in summer months. And in Alaska, clinical mental health counseling centers have fewer clients from December to February. There's some, you know, and this is true, there's overdiagnoses of SAD, there's missed signs for full depressive disorders. Misdiagnoses include hypothyroidism, hypoglycemia, or a viral infection. All of those things look like they could be seasonal affect, you know, a disorder. So there are all those possibilities. And my thoughts around this, my opposing theory to this opposing theory, is that winter months are more isolating. Transportation, people in Alaska from December to February aren't going to want to go, hey, you know what, I need to go to a mental health center and drive through this blizzard to get there. So the likelihood that they're going to do that's going to be higher when it's clearing up a little bit and it's not as terrible. Also, things do take a while to set in for people to recognize that they have depression. So yeah, everyone can always go back and forth with opposing theories, but you know, that's where we find out some truths, hopefully. So some solutions. As a wilderness therapist, obviously, I'm like, yes, people are affected negatively by the natural world. You know, there's depression, anxiety, that can be part of being in this kind of natural world. But however, I'm still a huge fan of like, how do we bring nature in to help heal those wounds? Creating tethers, we heard that from Pete earlier, just that one's a really good one. You can create how clients create tethers during the warmer months to prepare, like creating tethers before the winter comes, so that maybe you take a photo with the client or you bring them to a spot and they feel the warmth or the, you know, the productivity, the hope in those warmer months, and then you can continue to tether them in during the winter months to help them feel that they've gotten grounded in their bodies. Mindfulness, I'm not going to explain that, we're at Naropa. Education's super important. I mean, there's so many people that don't know how to dress warm. I didn't completely know how to dress warm when I came here. I didn't understand all the layers, so that's so important. You know, hydration, you know, we're at higher altitude. So simple, bring a water bottle with you, chapstick to help them feel more comfortable. Outdoor structures, and what I thought about in regard to this is like equine therapy, because I've done like equine therapy at the Happy Dog Ranch, and it was like winter blizzard, and we're out there, and we ended up having to move into like a semi-enclosed structure, and it was more bearable. It was still freezing. But just seeing how you can incorporate different types of structures to get those natural elements in that healing of nature, but also do it in a safe, you know, help people stay in their window of tolerance while you're outside. Exposure therapy, touch and go, just kind of like stepping out for 5 minutes, coming back inside, just little pieces at a time, just to see, you know, because people do probably still want that experience, but not overloading people. Safe animal exposure and activity awareness, like animal and plant growth, that is still happening during the winter months. There's lots of that going on. So bringing our attention to like, there's still growth here. Like everything's not dead. And this is a process. This is a cycle that, you know, it's okay. Bringing nature indoors, animal assisted therapy, light therapy, just a little note on that, blue light therapy has been researched to be the most beneficial for seasonal affective disorder. Meditations, complex visualizations, energetic body scans, sending energy into the ground, into the earth, being super visual with it, bringing up whatever energy you want to receive from the earth, complex visualizations, letting people go to where they want to go. A lot of times when I do this with clients, they go to like a lake that's summery in the mountains, even if it's a blizzard outside. So really working with that and letting them come, bring themselves to that on a, day that they can't be out there. Comparing moods to nature, like weather and seasons and elements, all of those things. Natural aromatherapies, sandalwood, balsam fir. Definitely do your research on the brands, because there are some that do not smell like what they say. So yeah, and that will make a big difference. Bringing plants indoors, big windows, nature pictures, screens, nature art, doing crafts, doing paintings of natural things, all of those things you can incorporate. Correlation between immunity and happiness, making sure that your body is healthy will actually encourage happiness, and vice versa. Happiness will help your body feel physically better. Gratitude journaling, supplements like vitamin D, 5-HTP, GABA. Don't have time to go into all that. Definitely feel free to reach out if you have questions. And diet, talking about diet, eating and cooking with more natural foods. It's been shown to decrease depression during winter months. Cognitive-based therapy and hygge. So, I don't know if I think I have like 5 minutes. Okay, so who is happy and why does it really matter? Well, the United States has not been in the top 10 countries, I don't think, ever. Currently, we are 16th. 16th this year, last year was 19th. Denmark is second. Denmark has been in the top 5 for many, many years. Finland has taken the first spot for 5 years. But either way, the one I'm gonna focus on is Denmark. And the reason I'm gonna focus on Denmark is because, okay, so just to give you little numbers, in July, which is the most sunny month here in Denver, we get 323 hours of sunshine. November is the lowest, 195, and the average is 3,100. In Denmark, and you'll see in the parentheses at the end of the sentence, that's the Denver number, just so you can see that comparison. 230 hours of sunshine in Denmark, 323 in Denver, 40 hours in December, 40 hours of sunshine. We get 195. Overall, we get almost double the amount of sunshine. Why are we not happier? There's a lot of other reasons besides the sunshine. So I say yes to hygge. This is a picture, Danish culture, lots of people come together, they embrace it, the whole entire country, the culture actually slows down. They plan this, they literally, like, this is part of what everyone does who's there. They come around fires, they cook for each other, they take turns going to people's houses throughout the week, making stews, making soups, making warm drinks, cozy socks, it's a huge thing. They actually have lots of words too, which I was gonna put in here, but like for like socks in regard to this, I forget the names, but they're like hygge da-da-da, hygge da-da-da, and they have like all these different terms with hygge in front of it, which I love. So the term is a quality of coziness and comfortable, I should have practiced this word, conviviality that engenders a feeling of contentment or well-being found through cherishing the little things. It is regarded as a characteristic of Danish culture. When you leave somewhere, still feeling wrapped in a hug. Pretty cool. So this isn't our culture here. We feel guilty for taking time to slow down in our culture, even in the winter months. We need to become inspired by this culture and embrace it, but not steal it. I just want to name that, like, appropriation is not cool. And so, but we can also like learn from it and take pieces from it while respecting their culture. So one thing about hygge is that outsiders living in the area have named this, being in this culture, being isolating. And so like it's more isolating for people who are coming in and they're not part of those communities. So I really personally would love to bring everybody in and not like have that kind of feeling, like bringing community together, but also extending community out to everybody else. So, final words, respect your clients. It is our responsibility as therapists to meet clients where they are. Have resources readily available, have some hot coffee, some hot tea, blankets when you take your clients outside to make sure that they are comfortable when they come back inside. Continue checking in with them. What's going on? Have them name more like fine, good, have them dig in deeper. Like, what does that mean? What is fine? What is good? And also really important to make sure that we are resourced ourselves, that we're not too cold, that we're not too hot, that we're able to bring them, help them come back into their window of tolerance, and that we're not outside of our window of tolerance. So make sure that you're dressing warm, making sure that you're taking care of your needs first. Oh my God, 30 minutes. If you have any questions, reach out. I hit my 30 minutes, I'm pretty sure, so, right? Yeah. Okay.
And you need a helping hand, and nothing, oh, nothing is going right.
Thank you, Christina. Yes, we can all use a little bit of that warmth and comfort from community. All right, so Sara Flores is up next. Here and Now is all we've got.
Hello? Yeah. Oh, ooh. Okay, so my presentation is about the here and now. First of all, I want to acknowledge that my family is watching this. So, muchas gracias a mi familia por estar viendo esto. Okay, so many of you that know me know that I'm a huge advocate of the oral tradition, not the written tradition. I'm more about talking to each other and connecting to each other and bringing community together and just hanging out and sharing ideas and experiences. So that's why I decided not to show anything on the screen. I want us to connect. I don't want people looking at the screen. That's the way of me embodying what I preach. And we're going to be talking today about the 3 key concepts that have served me throughout my internship and in general through my relationships in my life. Those 3 concepts are the here and now, horizontal relationships, and bringing my authentic self, my nature. So for explaining furthermore what I want to say, I would like to ask for 4 volunteers to do an experiential for me with me. Not everyone at once. Okay, Danny, you too. And I saw another hand over there. Bree, okay, yeah. Okay, so we're gonna be here. There's already a few chairs set up here. And for those who are not part of the experiential itself, I'm gonna be guiding a meditation. So feel free to sink in and be part of this meditation. Okay, yeah. Okay, so thank you so much. So I'm gonna invite everyone to start closing your eyes, and we are all gonna take 3 deep breaths all together. So deep breath in, Breathe out. Deep breath in. Breathe out. Deep breath in. Breathe out. And on the next breath in, let's start focusing our attention on our feet, the ground underneath our feet. See how it feels to be on your shoes, inside of your shoes today. Does it feel tight? You may wiggle your toes and start creating more awareness around that area. How does it feel? The ground underneath your feet holding you. Gravity pulling you towards the center of the earth. You may move your feet in circles to feel your ankles. Deep breath in. Breathe out. Deep breath in. Breathe out. On the next breath in, we're going to move upwards and start focusing our attention on our belly. Personally, it helps for me to put my hands on top of my belly to start recognizing my breath work. As I breathe in, I expand my belly. As I breathe out, I contract it. Every time that I breathe in, I try to bring in a little bit more of oxygen. Every time I breathe out, I squeeze it all out. And we're gonna hang out here for a little bit, so there's no rush. If you've seen babies breathing, they really know how to do this. They expand their bellies as they breathe in, and they squeeze it out as they breathe out. In this society, sometimes shame is translated on covering our bellies. When we are shameful, we usually tend to put our hands covering our bellies. It says a lot. So this is the time for us to release that unnecessary shame that we carry around. Deep breath in. Breathe out. Deep breath in. Breathe out. On the next breath in, we're going to move upwards and start focusing our attention on the center of our chests, our hearts. So if you want and you feel comfortable with it, start placing your hands on top of your heart and see if you can recognize your own heartbeat, your own rhythm. What's the pace of your heart? Is it speeding? Is it hard for you to even recognize your heartbeat at the moment? Deep breath in. Breathe out. And I want you to ask yourself, how is my heart doing today? What's the biggest emotion right now inside of my heart? How is my heart doing today? Deep breath in. Breathe out. How often do you get to ask yourself this question? How often do you get to ask these questions to the people around you? How is your heart doing today? See if you notice any shift in your energy, in your heartbeat, as we engage in this experiential all together. Deep breath in. Breathe out. If you notice that you're feeling guarded, maybe move your shoulder blades backwards to create more expansion around that area, to welcome the present moment, to welcome the people around you. Deep breath in. Breathe out. On the next breath in, we're gonna move upwards and focus our attention now on our shoulder and neck area. And see if you can recognize any unnecessary tension being held on that area. Maybe you can move your shoulders in circles. Maybe you can move your neck in circles. It's a gentle movement. There's no need to rush it. In general, there's no rush in life. We tend to carry regrets, resentments in this area of our body. So this is the time for us to release that unnecessary tension that is being held there constantly. We also are constantly looking at screens and putting a lot of stress in that area. So this is the time for us to open up our chests and release that unnecessary tension. On the next breath in, focus your attention on your mouth, inside of your mouth. The humidity, is it sour? Is it bitter? Is it sweet? Are you holding any tension in your jaw? And if so, feel free to yawn and release that tension. Sometimes we hold a lot of things in our jaw, such as anger, unspoken words, cries for help. On the next breath in, we're going to start engaging with our sense of smell and start noticing scents and anything that you can smell around you at this moment. It might even be the temperature of the air that you are breathing in and out. Feel free to label them and come back to your breath work. Come back to bringing the awareness to your inhalation and exhalation. Deep breath in. Breathe out. On the next breath in, we're going to move towards the sense of hearing and start recognizing noises around the room, the noise you make while you breathe in and out. Maybe you can even hear your own heartbeat. Feel free to name them, label them, and come back to the present moment. On the next breath in, we're going to start opening our eyes gently and start recognizing shapes, colors, the light in the room. And whenever you feel ready, you can start recognizing the people around you, making eye contact. And we are all going to take 3 deep breaths all together to close this meditation session. So deep breath in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out, deep breath in, breathe out. Okay, and as part of my sessions, it's become a staple thing for me to do during my internship, do a meditation and then a regular check-in, and it's very Naropa, and I thank Naropa for that. It's given me a great structure. So I would like to check in with you and ask you how you are doing today, and the most important thing for me to hear is, how is your heart doing today? So if anybody wants to go first, we can do it without any, how do you say, it's popcorn style. So whoever wants to go first is fine, without any order.
Thank you for that. My name is Sonia. I'm a first-year wilderness therapy student, and my heart today is feeling a yearning to connect. And thank you for that, because I feel incredibly connected now to what my heart wants. I didn't even realize before we started this meditation what it wanted, and that's a question I don't get asked a lot. So thank you for that.
I'm gonna go next. And what you just said, it's really impactful. That's my aim, for people to connect with their hearts and speak from it. So thank you for that. I'm completely nervous. And at the same time, I'm so happy I'm doing this and facing my fears. So thank you all for witnessing this. Who would like to go next?
My name is Brianna, and being here or really tapping into like how my heart feels, just gratitude, and watching everybody give their performances, or not performances, but their, yeah, I guess their presentations rather. Everybody carries their own struggles, and so being a witness to all of the lessons and teachings that you guys are bringing into the world feels like I'm witnessing this really like magic troupe of people getting ready to go out into the world and do some really good, amazing things. And even like you in this moment, like asking people how their heart feels, like, yeah, like it's not something that you're asked all the time. And even with you, like, I get to get that question asked to me often, but for a long time I didn't hear it as that. So it's like a really impactful question when you are asked that in a very intentional way. So lots of gratitude, and yeah, so thank you.
My name is JC. My heart is pounding out of my chest right now. And it like feels like this like overwhelming amount of joy. And like now it's coming out as tears, but I was like so grateful for the experience. And the question that you asked, like around like how does the heart feel, is interesting because I don't know if you actually said it multiple times or if like I was repeating it in my head, but I think you said it multiple times, and like it was like each time it was like taking me deeper into the question, you know, like not the surface heart, like the deeper heart. And then it like popped out at like connection, like that was the word too. And like acceptance of something, I don't know. And so my heart is like really appreciative of the attention right now. So thank you.
My name is Dani, and when you asked that question, I feel like first I went to a superficial answer, and immediately was like, no, just be honest with yourself. And my original answer was, my heart is a little bit broken, but in the process of healing. It's like a personal self-awareness I've been going through of realizing how easy it is for me to go towards the outside, to focus my energy on other people, to help others around me, and how easy it is to forget myself, to neglect myself in that. And so it's just been this last few days that's what I've been going through. So when you asked that question, that was exactly the answer. And I feel like, just like you said, my heart is pounding right now as well. And it felt good to be heard, to be seen.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I would really like to hug each one of you if you allow me to do that as a closing of this experiential. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I would like to encourage everyone who did this meditation and felt impacted by it. Just think of someone that you feel safe with and connect with that person today and let them know how your heart is doing today. And we've been hearing about co-regulation, big advocate of regulating with your people and hang out. I don't know how much time I have left. 7 minutes. Okay, so going further on what's my experience so far in my internship, I've realized, first of all, I worked at a treatment center for substance abuse. Well, it's a dual diagnosis, but we've kind of followed the therapeutic community model. So I get to hang out a lot with my people. I don't like to call them clients. Some people tell me that I should call them students. I don't feel like a professor either. I'm same level. I usually get confused by a student, many times by staff members. They think I'm a patient too. And what I've seen is that the non-structured moments are the magic ones, usually around food. people have opened up to me in so many different ways. Hanging out among women, they've disclosed important information about abortions, sexual abuse, having given their children in adoption, and just like really connecting while we are hanging out, not during session. Another thing that I realized is that I self-disclose a lot. And that has actually helped me. Like I have self-disclosed about my sexual identity, and therefore there's multiple people coming to me while we are eating and just like letting me know that they are struggling with that and how was my experience when I came out of the closet, for example, and just like looking for guidance and connection, basically. One of the things that it's been happening for me, it's my grieving process. Since one of my mentors passed away recently, you all know her, Diane Israel, impacted me immensely, and I've been grieving that constantly. And I feel that she shows up in me when I am working as a therapist and in life in general. So whenever that hits me, I cry and I break down in front of whoever is in front of me. And that has actually brought me closer to the people that I work with. So farther than that, I've also realized that acknowledging what's my nature has made me so strong. So realizing that, first of all, I am mestiza Latina, so my DNA is a soup of races. I'm North African, South European, Native American, some Jewish there and here and there. And so bringing all that in is also a way for me to say, like, I'm a soup of races, I am a soup of people behind me. Why can't I make a soup of the theories that I learn and the things that work for me? So for me, being queer is a thing. For me, Buddhism is a thing, contemplation, traveling, and learning from multiple cultures in the world. Being the oppressor and the oppressed has given me a great insight of different realities and accept everybody. So if I want everyone to accept me and my whole soup of things that it's going on inside of me, then I need to start doing that with others and showing that radical acceptance to others. And ultimately also befriending my imperfections. I'm a huge advocate of actually like showing them off, own them. And that's also a great way of just creating a super strong therapeutic relationship in the professional realm and just really strong relationships with the people around me. So yeah, that's it. Probably I forgot half of the things that I needed to say, but I feel complete now. And thank you all. Hello. If there's anyone with a question or anything. Yes, that's also a thing that has come up actually. Probably people would touch on it during the check-in, but they don't open up. And it's actually during the unstructured moments that I get to hang out one-on-one with a person and say like, hey, do you want to talk more about it? And it's not a single session. We are constantly working on the dreams throughout their stay. Any other question? Okay, thank you, everyone.
yeah, I feel connected to my heart. I feel connected, deeply grounded, and grateful for the opportunity to bear witness to all that's happening today, all the growth, all the stretching, the emotions, and yeah, really just speechless in the heart. Coming up next, let's see, we've got India Pato and Cimbria Coltas with Rerouting, Healing the Transpersonal Self Through Earth-Based Wisdom. Okay, so they're gonna get set up and then we'll proceed.
Okay. So I keep the sound. Okay, there we go.
Share that one, right? Oh, yeah.
Desktop.
Yep, it's being shared now. It's on this side.
How do I get rid of this little thing?
You can move it down, like move it. Yeah, there you go.
But I want to get rid of it altogether.
I mean, it won't be in the video, will it?
Yeah, it will.
Oh. I don't know if you
It
can.
wasn't there yesterday. We have time.
Okay.
She finished early, so. What's her name that's doing that?
Do you want me to
I
grab
don't know
her?
how to, or just someone who knows how to use this. Okay.
Should we just introduce? Are we ready to start?
Yes, I believe so. Let's see what the sound.
Oh, try the sound first, or?
No, because after we introduce ourselves, she's gonna turn this.
Okay. So should we start?
Okay, all right, we're good to start. I think we're ready to begin. So for the past year, I've been working at a dual diagnosis treatment center in Southern California
implementing different holistic and nature-based modalities. And do you want to say something about?
Yeah, so for the past summer, I have been a facilitator of a nature-based program in the San Jose Bay area of California, and called Being in Nature, and you'll see my director show up. I've also been a part of a new garden in the San Jose city called the California Native Roots Garden, and we have also started doing nature-based classes. A lot of these kiddos come from homeschool, and you'll kind of see the background in the video of more.
So we decided to combine our topics because we saw a lot of common themes, and a lot of the clients that I work with, most of their issues stem from childhood, similar to what Lizzie was speaking to earlier, and the skills that are not being developed as far as emotional regulation and environmental awareness and things like that. And so we conducted a series of heuristic interviews with people that we work with at our sites and compiled them together. So enjoy. See if I know how to play this with this thing in the way.
Oh, hey there. My name is India. My name is Cimbria. And welcome to our presentation, Rerouting the South.
It's difficult for me to remember my earliest memory of nature. I suppose it depends on how we want to define the word. As toddlers, my brother and I, clothes off before we left the house, ran and dove naked into a pile of leaves, yellows, oranges, and reds. When I was a little bit older, maybe 8 years of age, in Northern Virginia, I would spend my time in the tall fields neighboring the horse pastures, the grass up to my chest. Hidden beneath the brush and tall grass was the labyrinth of rooms. I would imagine my own kitchen, living room, bedrooms, and more, piling the weeds for furniture. I would imagine I had to live as the Powhatan tribes once did. I would make grass rope, gather berries, and prepare my snacks upon the rocks. There in my grass hallways I would lie, daydreaming and conversing with the grasshoppers and flowers until the sun began to set. It was there I would run to seek refuge when my day was too much to bear, or in the midst of my parents fighting. It was my sanctuary. It was here that I first discovered the magic of nature. Growing up, my family moved around often, forcing me to change schools several times. I would wander to the edge of the familiar woods to sit during free time while I adjusted to my new surroundings, to feel not alone. All the way through my teenage years, the Blue Ridge Mountains provided me with a place to escape. The mountains taught me patience, brought me to my knees with humility. It was them I could turn to for tranquility and love while I skipped rocks by the riverside. It was the stream in those mountains that would catch my tears. It was the pawpaw trees and the rhododendrons that would cradle me when I was afraid. It was then that I developed a deeper connection to the earth for which I am forever grateful. Mother Nature held my hand, kept my secrets for years to come. I would run to her, to scream, to plead, and to cry. She would listen. She would help me sort my overwhelm. Safely, she kept it all, with no judgment. Patiently, she remained, always there for me, always to return to when I needed. Always there to remind me of the precious beauty of this earth, the things that gave me reason to keep living. Like seeing new flowers in bloom, smelling the blackberries in the woods behind my house, or stumbling upon a nest of new baby blue jays. Nature never lets me forget the good things, the purely and intrinsically good things. I could breathe in the love with each encounter,
whether sitting by the creek or indulging in the reciprocity I feel alongside my houseplants. Nature reminds me of my courage and the courage I help others find. For me, there is no feeling more numinous than that brief moment when you reach the top of a mountain, and the world suddenly opens up in all directions. Stopping to take in the view and gasping for breath, I recognize how powerful I am. I applied for my MA in Transpersonal Wilderness Therapy here at Naropa and have found immense healing from connecting to our most authentic selves by deepening our relationship with the natural world around us. What I have come to know as a mindfulness-based ecocentric healer is I believe a healer is someone who understands that true healing comes from within. Therefore, a true healer does not heal, but rather holds the space for the other person's innate intelligence to guide the person through a healing experience. Healing is a journey, and I'm here to walk this journey with you, all while reminding you you already have everything you need inside of yourself. As the poet Young Pueblos says, the healer you have been looking for is your own courage to know and love yourself completely. My life's mission is to never stop playing. Play is a child's first language, and children need more adults who speak their language. My play is inspired by nature-based activities. As part of my mission is to foster connection with the natural world by offering student-led, mindfulness-based fun. I believe nature-based experiences that offer choice strengthen a sense of self for all beings involved. My philosophy is play is sacred, art is sacred, the more than human world is sacred, and human connection is sacred. I aim to offer a space where I can come in as a healer with various mindfulness-based and nature-informed tools and tune into the present moment experience of what is needed or what is asking to be witnessed. Being witnessed is sacred, being witnessed is healing. The Western societal views of education and mental health have largely missed the main facets of ourself. Our social, emotional, mental, physical, and spiritual needs. It is our hope to shed some light on what has been done to counteract this by speaking to our own experience as resulting in the fields. While working in the world of education and treatment, we have been able to witness, while scientific and Western views have major value and importance, they also have major limitations when used alone. It is our belief that in order to reach wholeness on both an individual and societal level, transpersonal connection, and connection to the ecological self is imperative.
Reflecting back on my experience as a counselor and working with people and just seeing what works for people, and it's true, not one thing works for everybody. So looking back at like the school system, it's very much the same way. It's like class, break, class, and for a lot of kids, I think they just get lost in the shuffle.
Like our bodies are like machines, and if we're not addressing our body, mind, and spirit, something is missing. So if you go to treatment and you address, I mean, in the old days, treatment was really about drying you out for 30 days or 28 days and then going back into the world and trying to figure it out. But you didn't address any spiritual sickness or any mental sickness or any psychological sickness. You only addressed the physical sickness. That was the old school treatment. And so now that we're addressing all the areas, it seems to be more successful for long-term sobriety. And I know that there are support groups that really address body, mind, and spirit. And I just don't think that one, it's same as Eastern and Western medicine. We're not just limited to one. I mean, why can't we use the best of all of it? And why can't we help people with their body, mind, and spirit?
Yeah.
We're not just one thing. We're not just made up of one thing. So we shouldn't just treat one thing. And I think part of the problem with treatment when I first got in this business was about, it was all science. It was all just biology, and it wasn't working.
I've seen children on every developmental level, quite honestly, in these years that I've directed, and I have seen the ability for children that normally would not, and parents have said they do not do well. Their child does not do well in an enclosed environment. They're finding that nature is soothing to them, and jumping into our program has helped these specific children.
It was more apparent to me once I started at the program that hired me to do surf therapy, because they were offering other stuff too, other outdoor therapies, animal assisted therapy, going to the beach, things like that. So I got to see the difference. So when I look at that and what I'm doing now and look back at some of the more like clinical stuff, sitting in an office, programs that don't see a value in that, I see a lot of clients like just getting burned out on the groups themselves, and they just lose interest when it's a program where it's just like, okay guys, you're going to sit in a room for 6 to 8 hours and review papers and do groups and have sessions, and that's all important stuff. It's necessary, but I think if we don't balance it, that's where we start to see people just get overloaded with information and shut down. So that's where I see the difference. Is I think the outdoor therapy just gives people an opportunity to take what they've learned in the therapy rooms and try to connect it to what they're having an experience with outside, but also more importantly, not burn out. Like, we need balance. Just like us, we can't go sit in a room or a classroom for 6 to 8 hours and be on point all the time. So why would we expect that of a client, especially if it's someone who's recovering from trauma, mental health, substance abuse? So that's where I see a little bit of the disconnect, and I think the programs that are using some of the outdoor therapies, I think that they're seeing better results with engagement.
Whether they want to admit it or not, I believe that 90% of addiction comes from trauma. It could be intergenerational trauma. It could be cultural trauma. It's mostly family trauma. What I've seen working here for 23 years, the most, a lot of addiction is self-medicating mental health issues. A lot of mental health issues are coping mechanisms for trauma.
I think Eastern philosophy has a little bit more of a targeting root cause kind of thing, that there's some kind of imbalance within us or within the world around us that can potentially be corrected. And I, in all honesty, think that has a lot more value than the way we do things sometimes. We seem to want to systematize everything. There's specific treatment plans and goals and objectives, and I think we're trying to make it this effective thing, but the more we systematize it, the less effective it seems.
And I think our program is more of East meets West. Like, why can't we have the best of both worlds? But when I first was involved in more holistic natural practices, I thought nothing else worked. But we all have to be completely natural and holistic. But we've learned a lot through medicine and science. So it's not all wrong. Neither one is all good or all bad. And I believe in like a happy medium. Our clients see a psychiatrist as well, and many of them are medicated. So they get the best of both worlds. And I think that the holistic piece, it's just like bringing the best of everything. Like, we don't have to be limited to bureaucracy and red tape and insurance demands. We can use the best of both worlds.
Medication seems to be the quick fix that people gravitate towards. The medical model for treatment of psychiatric illnesses, whether that's just anxiety, depression, or you just watch 45 minutes of TV and you get 3 different advertisements on ask your doctor about the following medication. It seems to create the mentality that people are gravitating more towards the medication to fix their issues. And I fell into that trap for a long time. I felt that if I could just get the right medication combination for anxiety, depression, insomnia, mood swings, that eventually I would be able to be a normal person. But medication really just changes chemistry. and it doesn't really get into long-term change. It's contingent upon a substance being present in the body.
And, when you get in trouble at school for drugs or behavior, it's like, okay, we're throwing you out and you're going over here to this other school that has even less supervision and less opportunity. So they're taking kids that can't handle structure and giving them less structure, which also gives them more time to self-destruct. At least that was my experience. So, I think if there was more implementation of what we're seeing in mental health and treatment programs in mainstream school and society, and maybe having more programs available to meet people where they're at, where we're bringing mind, body, spirit education and treatment to people as prevention rather than them showing up later as a 20 or 30-year-old person that just doesn't have the coping skills. I think that, that would make a difference.
The history of how mental, emotional, social needs of children have been missed began with the No Child Left Behind Act. The implication of the 2001 federal No Child Left Behind Act imposed a number of new procedures on public school districts throughout the country. The introduction of teacher-proof, scripted curricula, continuous monitoring of student performance, high-stake testing, and the punishment of teachers, administrators, and students if they did not meet external standards. Because of these new practices, many school districts were rated low performing in the implication of rigorous academic curriculum at early ages. This caused kindergarten and early elementary public school administration throughout the country to reduce the amount of time students were allowed to play and to resist any attempts to integrate play into the curricula. Have you heard of the falling off chairs pandemic? Well, Christina Hedwig, a Canadian elementary school teacher, recounted her experience with a first grader class in a 2015 piece for the Globe and Mail. She stated, "Imagine 23 penguins trying to sit on chairs. This is what my classroom looks like. One week, I took total tally. In total, my students fell off their chairs 44 times. There's a vast variety of falls: the backwards flip, the wiggle leg tangle, the forwards bang, the sideways slide, and the slow motion smash. No amount of caution can prevent these falls." Christina Chang published a scholarly article titled "Dealing with Sensory Integrative Dysfunction in the Classroom, a Guide for Early Elementary School Teachers." She stated, "When the brain is hyporesponsive to both vestibular and proprioceptive input, a child may exhibit low or floppy muscle tone due to the fact that their muscles have been deprived of adequate stimulation. For this reason, they may have a difficult time in sitting up in their chairs or in retaining seated in one place for a period number of time. Teachers may view a child with this particular dysfunction as unmotivated, lazy, or disrespectful. In reality, this behavior is due to a neurological problem and not to an inherently quote-unquote difficult child. The vestibular system, located inside our inner ear, is responsible for our sense of balance and spatial awareness. It also plays an important role in focus and attention, visual skills, and emotional regulation. Inside your inner ear are little hair cells, and we need to move in all different directions so the fluids move back and forth and stimulate those hair cells that developed the vestibular sense. That sense is key to all other senses. If it is not working right, it can affect everything, says Angela Hanscom, pediatric occupational therapist and author of the book Balanced and Barefoot: How Unrestricted Outdoor Play Makes for Strong, Confident, and Capable Children. In the book Last Child in the Woods, Saving Our Children from Nature Deficit Disorder, Richard Louv describes nature deficit disorder as the human cost of alienation from nature. Among this, diminished use of senses, attention difficulties, and higher rates of physical and emotional illnesses. The disorder can be detected in individuals, families, and communities. Nature deficit can even change human behavior in cities, which can ultimately affect their design, since long-standing studies show a relationship between the absence or inaccessibility of parks and open spaces with high crime rates, depression, and other urban maladies.
Sometimes just changing the environment that you're in. Like if you are in a program or a therapy session and the office looks like a mental health hospital, you're not going to feel too good. But I feel like if you can make the surroundings comfortable and pleasing, I think that could maybe change the atmosphere for somebody and make them feel a little bit more relaxed. You know, at the office, they do a good job of that, of like kind of utilizing the five senses in that way, of how, like, you know, there's like a big backdrop of the ocean and maybe there's essential oils going on, or there's different cards that they can look at or hold, or music in the background. I think those things, that could be one way to just kind of help bring that experience. Because like when you're out here, you don't notice it, but your five senses are just being overloaded with, you know, wind, water, sun, temperature, all that kind of stuff.
I guess the emphasis of the social work program that I went through was always this person in environment kind of perspective. It was, how does the environment kind of shape or impact the individual, as opposed to just what is the individual's psychology. And I think the environment plays an enormous role. We're naturally adaptive creatures. You know, you put somebody in a toxic environment, 9 times out of 10, they're going to adapt to the toxicity of that environment in some not good ways. So I also think that, especially when it comes to childhood dynamics, what was the toxicity present when a child? And how did we internalize or develop defense mechanisms or survival skills in order to survive that? And some of those need to be unlearned when you're an adult because they're no longer serving you. So I think the environmental component needs to play more of a role in some of the treatment interventions that we use, as opposed to just the individual's psychology.
We're so far behind on the connection piece than the rest of the world, and most of the world. Somebody might have 300 Facebook friends and not talk to anybody all day.
Yeah.
Which is sort of an odd type. I mean, it's just an odd position to be in, that you have 300 Facebook friends, but you don't have anybody you talk to all day. It's a strange position. And lonely, very lonely, not connected at all.
And connection with other people is something that I can experience if I know how. So the premise that I operate from is that my brain serves to separate me from other people. That alcoholism or mental health, whatever you want to call it, is a disease of disconnection. The loneliness factor was kind of always a balancing act between anxiety and depression. When I was around other people, it was anxiety. When I was by myself, it was depression. And the depression was really loneliness, because there was no meaningful connection in my life. So if I choose depression, which is actually much more comfortable than anxiety, then eventually I'm going to die, which is exactly what happened. I attempted suicide. If I choose anxiety and I fight through graduated exposure, ongoing engagement, and stepping outside my comfort zone, the anxiety gets better. And then I feel a part of the world.
For me, the way I look at the work I'm doing is there's two kinds of connection. One that I'm always hoping for, that I can't really force on anybody, is a spiritual connection. And I think the outdoors gives people that opportunity to have that experience, and that it's not really brought to them in a worksheet or a book or what a counselor or therapist is telling them. I think they get to have that open-ended experience. So I think with the ocean and being outside and hiking, there's those opportunities for them to have those spiritual awakenings or spiritual experiences. And then the other piece of connection that I never really thought about until recently, as I started just observing my own groups and work, is the connection with each other, and also the rapport building with the client. Is I noticed that a lot of times people in recovery have a hard time developing and maintaining friendships, especially when they're not centering around drugs and alcohol. So when we come out here and we do something like surfing, where they have to trust an instructor that they've never met, it really does help build the trust. But then also they're having an experience with their peers out there. And so what I notice is week after week, the bonds tend to build, rather than this slow, forced thing that sometimes we see back in the group room or around the center. It just breaks down those barriers of like, okay, I don't have to talk to this person and tell them everything about me right now. I can just kind of have this experience. And I think the trust and the peer connection also happens.
I think we're all looking for connection. And I think connection in itself is spiritual. Like they're one and the same.
It's more about when I'm present with other people, I feel more connected to them. If I'm, going through all the things that I need to accomplish between now and tomorrow while you and I are having a conversation, then I'm not really present for anything that you're saying. I'm gonna miss half the things that you say.
I am seeing some small changes. So like my daughter is 14 and a lot of my groups were implementing mindfulness. So sometimes I'll be talking about work or sharing something with my family and she'll bring up like, oh yeah, we do mindfulness in school. So they're already like implementing that. And I'm hearing a lot of yoga is being brought into schools. So I do think that's a good thing. I think that if they could make mental health as part of a core curriculum and maybe come up with a different name for it, because as soon as people hear the words mental illness, mental health, a lot of people, even when they have those issues or their family members do, they just get this big pushback of like, I don't have that problem, I don't need that. Where, mindfulness and meditation, anybody can benefit from that. So I think I would like to see more of a shift in the core curriculum to implement that, especially in junior high and high school. More mental health skills and life skills, I think, are the two things that really lack the most.
There's like a lot of evidence to support the fact that mindfulness skills practice can kind of carve out new neurological pathways so that you can start experiencing something like self-compassion or being present in the moment. How much of our anxiety is associated with preoccupation about the future, or how much of our depression is associated with dwelling and getting stuck in the past. The present moment is usually okay.
There have been studies done where children, instead of being punished for their rowdy behavior, they're told to go in and meditate, and the bad behavior has gone down, 50, 60% since they've been meditating instead of being punished.
If you're preoccupied with all the noise in your head, you're not present for any of it. I think it's a little bit easier to be present in nature, especially if you get a little bit of guidance, because there's a lot to kind of click you back in, the sights, the smells, the beauty of it all.
And the way that we open a day in gratitude, and the way we end the day in the story of the day. So we're all taking a moment to pause and listen to each other and hear each other, which is also a really important skill that a lot of times we don't take the pause to listen, right? So I think that's a big connectivity piece in the social emotional wellness, to the kids having that observation of great mentors that support and to show how that works.
In the powerful book, Last Child in the Woods, Saving Our Children from Nature Deficit Disorder, Richard Louv writes, unlike television, nature does not steal time, it amplifies it. Nature offers for a child living in a destructive family or neighborhood, offers healing. It serves a blank slate upon which a child draws and reinterprets the culture's fantasies. Given a chance, a child will bring the confusion of the world to the woods, wash it in the creek, turn it over to see what lives on the unseen sides of that confusion. Nature can frighten a child too, and this fright serves a purpose. In nature, a child finds freedom, fantasy, and privacy, a place distant from the adult world, a separate place of peace. These are some of the utilitarian values of nature, but at a deeper level, nature gives itself to children, for its own sake, not as a reflection of a culture. At this level, inexplicable nature provokes humility. Nature deficit disorder can be recognized and reversed individually and culturally, but deficit is only one side of the coin. The other is natural abundance. By weighing the consequences of the disorder, we can also become more aware of how blessed our children can be, biologically, cognitively, and spiritually, through positive physical connection to nature. Indeed, the new research focuses not so much on what is lost when nature fades, but on what is gained in the presence of the natural world. There is a great need to educate parents about this research, to awaken or inspire the parents' pleasure with nature play as a necessary context of continued nature experiences for their children, says Louis Chaval. Such knowledge may inspire us to choose a different path, one that leads to nature-child reunion. Nature and the Human Soul, Cultivating Wholeness and Community in a Fragmented World by author Bill Plotkin speaks to the idea that the root of our loss, the self-consciousness, gives us the capacity to wonder about our true place and the possibility of not finding it. The hazard then of possessing the capacity to know that you know is the vulnerability of becoming truly lost in a way no other creature can, unable to find your place and therefore unable to flower. However, the ability to know that we know gives us the ability to know ourselves, the ability to know that we exist and that we exist in an astonishing universe. This gives us the ability to fall in love with everything and with eternity. Without conscious self-awareness, there would be nothing or no one to appreciate the universe. That ability to appreciate the universe as a universe might be the ultimate collective place of human, the soul of humanity. And perhaps the journey to self-knowledge that we each must take, the conscious discovery of our ultimate individual place, is the prerequisite or path to full human consciousness and to the ability to fully savor the grandeur of this world. Perhaps this journey is the only way to build the particular talent of savoring. If the adoration of creation is our collective human destiny, then we need only note that to realize our destiny, we have to be capable of failing at it. As a result, we are the one part of creation privileged to refuse our flowering. Plotkin goes on to say that the process of becoming our true adult selves is the process of knowing one's ultimate place as an individual. This process is called soul initiation, which makes up the first half of your wheel of life. It is not an easy path, and it rarely succeeds without guidance from initiators and elders. To speak of soul is to speak of the ultimate place, the characterizing identity that is transcultural and independent of human creations. And we in fact have such the means, the natural world. Its images, roles, patterns, processes, events, and animate beings. The language of nature is how soul identifies itself to us.
The psychology behind just being in, on, around, or near water, how that is mindfulness and grounding, and how people don't always need to like suit up and surf or go kayaking to necessarily get that benefit. Sometimes when you have the client who's not in shape physically, or they're mentally or emotionally resistant to trying something new, sometimes I think it is just simple as, why don't you just sit down and read a book? Just sit down by the water and just kind of let them be them. I think that the grounding process just happens naturally. So I think that's one of my favorite parts, is when I see somebody who like doesn't want to be here and they show up like, and then like by the end, their body language is open, they're smiling, they're talking a little bit more. So I think that if there was one thing I wanted to share with people, it's just that it can be that simple. It doesn't need to be complicated.
Looking into school systems, I decided that I could teach and learn to teach and grow to be a teacher for my son, Jeremy. And then my son Joshua was born, and at this time, Joshua was just a little guy. Jeremy was a little over 7, and we were working with families to get connected outside with science, with the YSI, which is local here in Santa Clara County, a Youth Science Institute, really great foundation. And anything we could to get into nature and science. I was constantly connected in that way, and so I knew and saw how it changed my kids.
If they have an appreciation of nature, it's like one of my coworkers has this enormous appreciation of nature, and she started doing this thing when she was walking her dog in the morning and at night, where she would just allow herself to be struck, like in awe of the magnitude of it all, from like the scope and magnitude of the universe to every blade of grass, just the complexities of it all. And those were like her gratitude, appreciation, mindfulness walks every time she took her dog outside. And I think it was one of the most valuable things about her whole life was going on those walks. That was her tap in place.
We had another professor who taught neurobiology who he teaches neurobiology to brain surgeons and head and neck surgeons at UCLA. And he would always take us outside into nature, into the forest, and he'd show us how the trees, the branches in the trees were so similar to the neural pathways. And he'd have us go, like, we'd go out in the middle of the woods and we'd meditate for 20 minutes and then watch the branches lay on our backs and then come back in and learn more about the brain, the nervous system. I really think that's a big piece missing. But can you imagine if we taught it to kids?
No, and I think there's a lot of expectation on us, on kids and adults and just everybody in society to be a certain way. And I think that's what's cool about the outdoor stuff is it's not really commanding you to be a certain way. Sometimes even when people show up, they're either really scared of the ocean or they don't like exercise or they're not outdoor people. They just kind of are a little bit resistant and guarded. And when we don't like force them, like you have to be in the ocean or you have to do this. And sometimes it's just about them just sitting in a chair by the water. And what I see over time is they start to relax, and then halfway through the session, they're talking a little bit more, and then by the end, sometimes the conversation is them sharing, like, I didn't really think I was going to get anything out of this or what to expect, and now that I'm here, I'm actually happy. So that's the other component that's so cool is like the ocean and the outdoors does the therapy. Like not a lot of the work is really being done by the counselor or the leader. Of course, there's the framework that's being implemented, but a lot of the results, I think, happen from nature and the client's experience with that.
This is Gaia. And she's in my sand tray. And she is Zeus's grandmother from Greek mythology. And she's birthing planet Earth. And she just reminds me of a combination of the archetype of a Virgin Mary and Mother Earth. Like kind of both of those pieces, like the quintessential mother who cares for things, and as far as being my higher power, she cares for me.
My daughter actually, she went to a alternative education school. It was called Journey School in Aliso Viejo, and so they also incorporated a lot of that stuff. And when we went to like the parents' night and heard about it, I was like, oh, that's what I want, for my kid, because they would do not just academic stuff, but they would do social and physical and nature stuff, and they would actually have outside contractors come in and facilitate, like I think it was called Earth Roots, where they would take the kids hiking and teach them about nature. So I think it's a good way to reach more people. And I just think that you would probably see more engagement.
And we could do a little story dictation. We could get math done in the garden. We could do history. We did lots of history with the families. We did a whole history of the California history with one of the moms who was a teacher. And so that kind of began this process of me realizing at a deeper level how much school I could get done with the boys at a different, quieter, more focused way, and how they could connect with their friends out there as well.
The positive effects of outdoor play on gross motor development, attention, visual skills, auditory processing, fine motor development, social skills, creativity, emotional stability, and conflict resolutions. With outdoor play and attention, children improve their attention span when they play outside on a daily basis. Increased movement and activity helps to stimulate and ignite the brain for sustained attention. Getting plenty of movement affects the body's ability to regulate emotions and activity level. Research proposes that spending time in nature also lowers cholesterol levels in the brain, promoting calmness and improved mood. And finally, the effects of outdoor play on conflict resolution. When children are encouraged to build, create, and play together, they will also be faced with different viewpoints and the ideas that challenge them to problem solve as a group and resolve potential conflicts.
Many times, not always is it a fix. My program doesn't work for every child, and I wish that we could work for every child. But I know that I can be honest with the parents. Usually, the parents show up and we're honest together, and we share the journey. And those children that have come in, especially since this pandemic, just frenetic and bouncing off, the trees outside and just like all over. by the end of one camp week, they have routine, they have a schedule that we don't adhere to a really stringent schedule, but it weaves together the connectivity for them to the earth and to each other. So I've seen that work really well.
A forest school is an outdoor education model that focuses on using outdoor spaces to help children learn personal, social, and technical skills. To put it simply, forest schools take the learning outside. It is an education ethos and practice that puts nature and the child at the center of learning. Children and educators build a relationship with the land through regular and repeated access to the natural spaces over an extended period of time.
There we go.
We do so many different lessons based in this science of plants, the science of animals, understanding the history of a place, connecting to our garden education here at Lakeside and then beyond, and all the science that's incorporated there. We also have built the social emotional connectivity and wellness through our core values.
Throughout our educational journeys and experiences at our sites, it is evident to us the mental, emotional, and social developmental needs of humans have been missed by Western societal views of education and mental health. While scientific and Western views have major value and importance, they also have major limitations when used alone. In order to reach wholeness on both an individual and societal level, we believe transpersonal connection is imperative. The wellness model and nature-based modalities allow individuals to build relationships between body, mind, and spirit, a balance imperative to overall well-being. We are seeing a shift in perspective within our field that transforms the way we understand connection and present moment experience. We seldom witness the reminders of the present moment in daily life because we are not looking for them, and we were never shown how as children. Henry David Thoreau states that wildness can be found anywhere, and this dissolution of ego can occur so long as we have eyes to see the wildness all around us. Allowing ourselves to embrace basic aliveness and childlike wandering at any age helps us understand the experiences that shape the way we interact with our environment. Allowing in the wild lets us see our own true nature. Many of our clients have endured a lifetime of traumatic experiences that have taught them they don't have a choice, and to this day, often override the body's intuitive wisdom. Nature-based modalities allow the space and time to attune to the body's needs and work with the acceptance of limitations without judgment. By ignoring and judging limitations, we are only reinforcing the patterns of response created by these traumas and furthering imbalance. By listening to and respecting the limits our bodies are communicating, we are able to realize that doing so is not a sign of weakness, but rather an expression of wisdom and kindness. When we allow time to bring attention to the natural aspects of our surroundings, we can be reminded of how beautiful and intricate the world is. Nature can help bridge the gap to the transpersonal, provide spiritual understanding, and remind us that we are connected to a greater whole, to something much larger than ourselves, and that everything we do impacts this whole. When we consider nature practices for any individual, let us recognize the simplicity and benefit that come from inviting someone to just slow down and have time to pay attention, to use all of the senses and the body, encouraging individuals to be a human being, not a human doing. Children are born with this natural sense of wonder, their brain utilizing all of their senses to learn about the world around them. Social constructs strip us of our curiosity, and we learn to hide ourselves. We believe nature welcomes the inner child and ignites our passion for exploration. In order to bridge the gaps, we need to open our eyes and help one another recognize our own perpetuation of separateness. As healers, we can utilize nature as a tool to dissolve harmful constructs and our separation from the natural world, our separation from one another as human beings. In today's world, we are plagued by an epidemic of disconnect and isolation. When we are in nature, we are given the antidote, connection, an awareness of something beyond ourselves. The very idea that nature exists as something separate lets us know how much we have disowned our own internal as well as our external nature. We need connection to nature on a grand scale to open the hearts of everyone and reconnect us to the natural world. With this connection to the earth comes the connection to all other living things. We are hoping to provide motivation to become what Bill Plotkin refers to as visionary artisans of cultural change. In order to create a healthy, mature culture, we need enough authentic adults in the world who live an expression of service, loyalty, and membership to the greater Earth community. Perhaps we can begin to acknowledge the experience of others we separate from ourselves. Perhaps we can cure loneliness and restore our bodies, minds, and souls to their natural true states when we can begin to see that blood is not so different from chlorophyll.
It is a force of nature. Have you feel stuck on the same? To enter or to evade. Wake yourself before it's over. There is no better escape. It is a force of nature. We're ready to follow what you were made for. This is a force of nature. You can't stop this feeling any longer. Hear the mountain conquer, you surrender. Jump and roll, ride into the future. Catch your breath, continue to endeavor. There's unseen forces here. Somewhere in the stratosphere.
All right, thank you so much for watching our documentary. Are there any questions? Or do you?
Just gonna ask the same thing if there's any
Yeah, if
questions.
there's
If you
any
want to watch
questions.
it going forward, I'm gonna try to upload it to YouTube for my mom next week. So
Yeah.
it'll be on there. It's called Rerouting the Self.
Yeah. So yeah, if y'all have any questions about nature-based therapies or the forest school
Brian?
movement. Yeah, Brian?
Just a wave.
Just a wave. All right. Yeah, if there's no further questions, oh, Beth.
It's not a question, it's just a comment, I was gonna say it. I was laughing so hard about the penguin thing, about the kids falling out of chairs.
Yeah.
And when I was in 4th grade, I did that, but it was like, I just got transfixed about trying to jump out of my chair, and then I'm like in the middle of a lesson, and I fell and I hit my chin on the floor. And to just I don't know, it was just making me laugh because then this like whole rumor spread that I can fly. And like that was
Like a
what I
penguin.
was known for. And so it was just when I was listening to that, I was just like, oh gosh, that's so true. It's funny.
I love that. I would like to comment back to say like that I believe is your own body's natural intelligence telling you that you need more motion and more movement and you actually being able to do that. So I like the penguin trying to fly too. All right. Yeah, if there's no more questions, thank you so much. You're gonna try to upload it on YouTube?
tough acts to follow today. Every act is harder than I would have imagined to follow. We're ahead of schedule, so let's take a 10-minute break, and then we'll bring Tommy up, and I will introduce him then. So we'll take a 10-minute break. Tommy is getting set up here. So Tommy Radnoni is presenting on Where Are We Going? Principles and Practice in the Wild.
Okay. Are we starting? What? You good? Okay. Okay, start. Okay. All right. Hello, my name's Tommy Radnodi, and thank you. The title of my presentation is Where Are We Going? principles and practices in the wild. And okay, yeah, I guess I wasn't planning, but it's taken a really long time to get to this point, and I'm just very grateful to be here. It's been a long time. I started my grad journey in 2013, so it took me 9 years to make it to my 3rd year. So it's feels really good to be up here. All right. So before getting into my topic, I wanted to do experiential with you all. And please take care of yourself if you need to. This is going to be a real mild experiential of my topic, which is involuntary youth transport. So yeah, again, please take care of yourself if you need to. So I invite you to, if you feel comfortable, to close your eyes. Take a couple deep breaths. And on your second breath, exhale and imagine that you're asleep. Or that you're in that moment when your thoughts begin to fade at night. Your thoughts are quieting. Your eyes are heavy. Your body is sinking. And everything is dark. Stay here for a few breaths and let your body relax. Imagine that you're in your bed, you're warm, and there's a quiet calmness feeling as your day comes to a close. Stay here for a few more breaths. Now suddenly, the lights turn on and your eyes open, and 2 figures you've never seen before enter your room. What do? Fight, flight, or freeze? However you respond, imagine these strangers coming into your room unannounced. Fight, flight, or freeze? They're taking you with them by any means necessary. There's no negotiation. No matter what you say or what you do, they will physically escort you from where you are to wherever they are taking you. And you ask yourself, among many other questions, what is happening? Who are these people? Where are they taking you? Where are you going? Now, I haven't been in this exact situation before, but I have been woken up in the middle of the night with unexpected news, and it was traumatizing. So that's going to be one of the topics for my presentation. So there's a great quote by Michael Gass, who is the director of Outdoor Behavioral Healthcare Research Center at UNH, that reads, I can't read over from there, involuntary youth transport, or IYT, is a controversial common practice used to admit adolescents into residential care. The risks and benefits need to be examined in order to ensure that all facets of a client's treatment are trauma-informed and guided by evidence-based practices and ethical principles. So I briefly like to just touch on the third-party companies that are hired by different wilderness programs. So these are called escort companies, and they have no direct affiliation with wilderness programs, and they're specifically hired to remove youth by any means necessary. So the primary purpose for my presentation is to stress the need for evidence-based practices and ethical principles for the youth in transporting youth into residential programs, specifically for wilderness programs. And I'm going to briefly touch on the conditions that argue for the necessity of involuntary youth transportation, but I want to focus primarily on promoting human rights for youth and self-determination for those who are potentially facing traumatic or re-traumatizing situations. And I'd like to encourage you all to decide where you stand on these common practices, and to ask yourself, or try to answer these questions throughout my presentation. How can youth be motivated to seek treatment in an ethical manner? If treatment is refused, is IYT ethically implemented as is? If IYT is warranted and is not properly enforced, how can it be ethically implemented? So as I move through this presentation, it'll become very clear where I personally stand on this issue, and my purpose isn't to disagree with anyone. I'm entirely open to conversations, and that's part of why I wanted to do this presentation, to continue these talks. I'd also like to add that when I refer to these arguably unethical practices, I'm not speaking to all wilderness organizations. Open Sky is one program, and I've been told by a source that they're at the forefront of this and actively supporting accreditation. So when I address these unethical practices, I don't want it to feel like I'm pointing any fingers at anyone. That's not my goal, and that's why I've purposely excluded naming any of the third-party escort companies or wilderness programs that utilize involuntary youth transport. So what I want to do is shed light on where we're at currently in the field, and to speak on the ethics and propose the research that I've gathered for practices of IYT. So again, in the quote that I read by Michael Gass, he stresses the severity of involuntary transporting and the necessity for implementing trauma-informed practices. And in 2019, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration created 3 guidelines to define trauma-informed care. So those guidelines are: care providers are to recognize that a history of trauma is common in youth, acknowledge that the effects of trauma are widespread, affecting not only the lives of the youth, but also family members and others involved in their care. And last, incorporate this knowledge into policies, procedures, and practices that reduce re-traumatization. And in 2012, Ernest Briggs, along with other colleagues from the National Child Traumatic Stress Network, conducted a study on trauma exposure, both with youth in and outside of residential treatment centers. Traumatic events range from child maltreatment to domestic, physical abuse, sexual abuse, emotional abuse, neglect. And so as you can see, there were 525 youth in residential settings and nearly 10,000 in non-residential. And they examined trauma exposure, functional impairments, and treatment outcomes. And the study concluded that for the in-residential youth, there were both higher rates of trauma exposure across all types, as well as higher rates of impairment. And the NCTSN found that 92% of youth in residential care reported multiple traumatic events. Next slide. So since 2007, the American Bar Association and the U.S. Government Accountability Office have both called for greater oversight and policy protecting youth in involuntary residential care. And so these concerns are now being brought forward like very recently. In 2020, involuntary youth transport made national news in the LA Times, and then in 2021, public figures such as Paris Hilton came out through social media campaigns on Facebook, and these personnel shared their own experience with abuse related to involuntary youth transport practices. Sorry, my mouth is dry. I was expecting that. In most countries, when certain conditions exist under the authority of their legal guardians, youth can be legally transported against their will. And in the United States, there currently is no federal legislation for involuntary youth transport. So this means that each state is able to determine their own individual legislation regarding these practices. Next, paternalism is the most common ethical justification for involuntary treatment methods. And according to paternalism, it's essentially the decision made out of goodwill. The former clinical director and now senior therapist at Open Sky, Kristen Bolt, suggested that involuntary youth transport may be most effective in the following conditions. The youth is in the pre-contemplation stage of change. There are unsafe parent-child dynamics that exist in the relationship. The parents lack the ability to transport on their own, and their concerns for the physical safety of the child. Michael Gass, who I mentioned earlier, added this to the list. In quote, systemic factors may also drive the IYT referral process. For example, private for-profit residential care facilities may be inclined to encourage IYT in order to maintain their census. So essentially what he's talking about is that these companies, that it's a business and it's money driven, which I would agree with. So in 2016, Pelto Piro, a doctor of medicine with a background in social work, as well as a researcher at the University Healthcare Research Center, called for the development of ethical guidelines for involuntary treatment practices. Ethical guidelines can also offer a strong foundation for policy and research. And to this day, there still are no ethical guidelines for involuntary youth transport. There's more research to be done for change in policy, and aiding in this argument is the National Association of Social Workers, who already have established guidelines for clinical practices. And the NASW Code of Ethics states, social workers respect and promote the right of clients to self-determination and assist clients in their efforts to identify and clarify their goals. So although these ethics aren't specifically being applied to involuntary youth transport, it's not a stretch to imagine that they could be implemented with IYT practices. So in 2020, Michael Gass created a 5-step ethical model for behavioral health care programs, which was analyzed definitively for wilderness treatment practices. He claimed that this model includes a 5-step process for examining the ethics of professional practice and guiding practitioners facing ethical dilemmas. Ethical dilemmas resolved by progressing through the designated steps until a proposed action is determined ethical or not. If a decision cannot be made at a certain step, the practitioner proceeds to the next step until a decision can be made. Also wanted to add that this decision-making model is specifically meant to be individual, and it's also not black and white. Going through the steps, if a step is bypassed, then it doesn't mean that that something isn't ethical, that IYT isn't ethical. So given that being said, step one, intuition, oh, forgot to say. So step one, intuition. Step two, option listing. Step three, ethical codes of conduct. Step four, ethical practices. Step five, ethical theories. So given that said, step one, intuition. So based on your professional experience, what makes moral sense? And since the client has a loss of autonomy with involuntary youth transport, you can skip directly to step two. And step two, option listings. So list the potential strengths and weaknesses, outcomes, and potential complications of each option. And the potential benefits of IYT include reducing safety risks during transport and increasing access to needed treatment for the youth. And opposing that, the American Bar Association states the potential consequences of IYT include the violation of human rights and self-determination, the overuse of IYT for non-acute youth, and re-traumatization. So given these implications, the decision-making model goes on to step three. Step three is the ethical codes of conduct, which examine ethical behaviors in the field through established ethical codes of conduct. So while the NASW, along with other professional associations, have developed ethical guidelines, none of these guidelines specifically address involuntary youth transport. And as a result, the decision-making model progresses to the fourth step. Ethical principles. So using well-established ethical principles that seek to protect the interest and welfare of all people involved. Ethical principles are enduring beliefs about specific modes of conduct or end states of existence that, when acted upon, protect the interest and welfare of all of the people involved. And as identified by Clark, Kitchener, Priest, Gass, Wetstein, Wynn, Everett, and Young, these ethical principles can be summarized into 5 categories: autonomy, non-maleficence, beneficence, fidelity, and justice. So autonomy, the right of freedom to choice and action, as long as the threat is not, as long as the client isn't a threat to themselves or other. Non-maleficence, above all, do no harm. Beneficence, do the greatest good to contribute to the health and welfare of others. Fidelity, be faithful, keep promises, be loyal, and respectful of people's rights. Justice, treat individuals equally and fairly. And so involuntary youth transport may be considered an ethical option when these principles are satisfied. And again, it's important to note that this is on an individual level. So for example, you need to take into consideration individual and developing sensitivity, knowledge, and empathy for each youth's background, including diagnosis, history of trauma, and culture. Now, since the ethical dilemma is resolved in step 4, the process does not progress to step 5, though if it were necessary, principles mentioned would be examined through ethical theories of balancing and universalizability. So Kant, who wrote the groundwork of the metaphysic of morals, said this: examining situations through ethical theories of balancing that brings the least avoidable harm to all parties involved, or produces the greatest happiness for the greatest number of individuals, and universalizability apply the same ethical actions across similar situations. So in other words, when clinicians are unable to determine if IYT is ethical at an individual level, the final step is to justify it at a systems level. Now, implications of practice after assessing the individual via the 5-step model. Strong efforts must be made by IYT providers to include the youth as well as their caregivers in evaluating the use of IYT and potential supportive and substitute procedures. IYT providers should actively pursue assent by the adolescent and initiate the treatment process even after determining that involuntary youth transport is appropriate. Client autonomy should be central focus of transport as well as treatment. And as with autonomy, risk management and harm prevention need to be central to all IYT procedures. And conclusion. So my conclusion is that more investigation is required to ensure the establishment of best practices. Further research is needed on the direct impact of involuntary youth transport on clients and family systems, particularly qualitative research that provides opportunity to document client voice. Best practices, accountability, and oversight that are grounded in ethical guidelines will help to promote ongoing review of the IYT process and the development of trauma-informed interventions. This effort should be aimed at protecting and serving clients. And lastly, just want to say that our youth human rights need to be re-examined through an ethical lens, and their voices need to be heard. Or not lastly, my acknowledgements. It's my mom, she's right there. I wouldn't be here without you for so many reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. I think this is a really fascinating topic, and I appreciate the specificity of it. I'm curious, are you aware of anybody who's actually tested that 5-step process that you outlined, in a real case with a real youth, and then what they decided as a result of that?
I don't. Yeah, no. I'm sorry. I'd be happy to look it up. We could check it out.
Around voluntary transport, someone's coming in, basically grabbing a youth out of their bedroom, and that kid fights back, for criminal charges, assaulting these people who are coming in, let's say someone gets hurt in that altercation, right? Is there legal implications for the youth involved in that situation?
That is a great question. I don't know. Sorry. I can look at that. Anyone else? Yeah. Oh yeah, go for it.
So the practice is called grooming, and the parents take care of and companies engage with them to sort of test all the children. And they are pretty big burly people who like the children deeply. And sometimes they do that, it gets messy. But there's a lot of film to people's eyes where all of this would go down in a way that takes care of students and takes care of parents. It doesn't necessarily take care of you.
Yeah, I was imagining a big, strong youth who maybe beats the hell out of one of these guys, and then gets criminal charges over that, when they were in their bed sleeping for a time.
And they're also setting up these situations, so they kind of kidnap them from from school or from a library, or it's intense.
What attracted you to this topic?
Like I said, I've been woken up in the middle of the night, and it's re-traumatizing. It wasn't this specific situation, but been woken up in the middle of the night, yeah. Is that it? Okay, cool, thanks.
Thanks, Tommy.
Wow, what a day. All right, so we are ahead of schedule. So we're gonna take about a 15-minute break and come back just before 4 o'clock, so take care of your needs. I know that lots of these topics have brought up many inquiries, so now's a great time to kind of network and connect with one another. So again, we'll come back just before 4 o'clock. All right, everyone, let's reconvene. We've got Diana Portner speaking about On the Borderline, healing borderline personality disorder through intersection with nature. Let's give Diana the floor, everyone.
Hi, everyone. As Heather mentioned, my name's Diana Portner, and in addition to being a Naropa student, I have been interning at the Mountain Center in Santa Fe, New Mexico, where I work in a transitional living program with women that are working through substance use recovery. And I have the pleasure of spending 1 to 2 days a week with these women in the therapeutic adventure programming that you'll see a little bit about as I move forward. So to start things off, since I'm speaking about borderline personality disorder, I want to give you all just a little bit of an illustration of a person that is facing this disorder and what that looks like. And I want you to keep in mind this individual as we go throughout the presentation. And for this case, I'm going to call her Rachel. Rachel is a 36-year-old Caucasian woman living in Los Angeles, California. She has fair skin and short platinum blonde hair that frames her face with soft curls. She is approximately 5'6" and slender yet curvy. Her clear blue eyes seem to be distant, even when looking right at you, but her smile is seductive and draws people in. Out in public, she is the center of attention. Her clothing accentuates her narrow waist and hourglass figure, and her makeup is always immaculate, with dark mascaraed lashes and bright crimson lips. Rachel can catch the eye of anyone in a room, embodying both innocence and sensuality through her beauty, soft and flirtatious voice, and graceful movements. She has used this to her advantage through the entertainment industry, both modeling and acting. This external persona, though, hides the many challenges that Rachel has faced throughout her life. Beginning in infancy, she lacked a sense of attachment with her family. Only a few weeks old, she was sent to live with a foster family. Her mother would visit, but Rachel remembers these visits as cold and distant. At age 8, Rachel was sent into the formal foster care system, bouncing from home to home and facing neglect and sexual abuse in more than one home. She was able to escape the system only by quitting high school and getting married at the age of 16. Those close to Rachel find it difficult to maintain a stable relationship with her. They report extreme emotional volatility, saying she quickly flashes from joy to intense anger or sadness. At other times, she appears detached and distant. She has a history of sexual affairs with married men and short-lived codependent romantic relationships. Rachel can quickly turn from admiring her partner to disdain when they do not live up to her expectations. She's been married 3 times and divorced 3 times. None of these relationships lasted longer than 5 years. Rachel lives in a state of mental and emotional distress. Her mind is often consumed by self-destructive thoughts and impulses, feelings of deep loneliness, emptiness, devastation, and betrayal. There's a sharp contrast between how she views herself and how others view her. Her friends wish if only she could step outside of herself and see her own worth. In her mind, though, she is unwanted and lonely. She constantly seeks validation through the outside world, but it doesn't fill the feeling of emptiness inside. Her external persona represents confidence and acceptance, but internally she cannot escape the feeling that she will never be loved. Rachel has attempted suicide several times and regularly self-medicates through prescription sedatives. So I wanted to offer you this example of an individual that is demonstrating characteristics of borderline personality disorder to give you a sense of what it might be like to be a person experiencing this, to be a friend or family member, or to be someone else, perhaps a therapist or clinician working with a person like this. And as you could tell through that description, it's not an easy place to be if you're that person or anyone in their life. So just be aware as I talk through these symptoms, it might not be easy, it might remind you of someone, so just as others have said, please take care of yourselves. So to get into a little bit more around borderline personality disorder, or BPD, I want to offer you all the diagnostic criteria, but rather than going through the DSM point by point, I want to offer you quotes from actual clients that I work with. And just to note, these clients are not formally diagnosed with BPD, but I do recognize them as having characteristics. And we'll talk a little bit later about why we have not actually diagnosed them. So the first one, fear of abandonment. This is often based on reality, that in childhood, as the case with Rachel, she was sent to the foster care system. That's one example of how you may be abandoned in childhood, and it leads to situations that maybe you won't actually be abandoned, but that same fear is coming up. With this example, I talked about graduating with one of my clients, and I could palpably feel her fear when she said, "No, you can't leave me." Unstable relationships. So same deal, really based on these unstable relationships while growing up. Often they say, I don't have family. I don't have friends. It's just me. I want to be social, but I just don't know how. I talk too much. They don't get me. I fight too much. Just not really getting that sense of connection and relationship that we all need. Identity disturbance. This is one that I'm going to come back to as one of the core criteria that I think we need to work on, is that people exhibiting BPD do not have a sense of self. They do not have this stable sense of self outside of relationships and outside of the context of the external environment. So one client said, I'm not allowed to be myself. I always get in trouble if I try to be myself. And I asked, what does it mean to be yourself? She couldn't answer that. She said, the only time I feel normal is when I get high, and they don't let me get high anymore. So just acknowledging that it can be very hard for them to identify, who am I? Who am I outside of addiction? Who am I as a human? And especially when it comes to naming positive traits. We had a circle where we asked the clients to name something they're grateful to themselves for offering to the group, and one of my clients couldn't answer that. Impulsivity. This is why we see clients like this in substance use addiction, because they're very impulsive behaviors, seeking those quick fixes, seeking that immediate gratification. So this client has some awareness. That's why I don't want to be around men right now, because I know I'll just end up having sex with them, and I don't want that. So being aware of that impulsivity and still not necessarily being able to actually address it or change that behavior. Suicidal behavior. A lot of times you'll see self-harm with these populations, many suicide attempts, as we mentioned with Rachel. And this client said, I tried to kill myself so many times. I wasn't thankful for the doctors when I woke up. I was angry with them. I didn't want to be here. Reactive mood. So this is one where you might find that this person is irritable a lot. You might find a very quick shift from happiness and joy to agitation and anger because of something simple that has changed. So this quote, I'm feeling edgy, angry, enraged. I just want to leave already. That was in response to staff telling this client that she wasn't allowed to dye her hair. So really seeing these reactions as out of proportion for what the situation has at hand. Feelings of emptiness. You'll see this as a deep depression that seems to hang with a client. With one client, I could feel it in my body. I felt a heaviness that was weighing me down whenever we'd work together. There are days that I just don't feel like going, and I just want to be alone in bed and hide. Intense anger. I've seen this with all of my clients that I would recognize having borderline tendencies, and this is one that, as one of my clients said, it was my rage that got me in trouble and got me this diagnosis. I blacked out from rage. Is that normal? Had a couple clients ask me that. So not really knowing what's happening because that anger reaction, that fight reaction is so strong. Another client mentioned loving her father and that my father's the only family I have anymore, but sometimes he'd tell me to do something and I'd get so triggered I would just start punching him without any understanding of why it was even happening. Finally, the last criteria is paranoia or dissociation. So this paranoia piece, this quote here, this woman was absolutely terrified. She went for a walk with the other clients to go look for edible plants on the property. Nice, easy walk. She was walking in front of the group and she came to me later and she said, I swear they were going to jump me, and asked me several times, are you sure that I'm safe here? This is at the treatment facility. Are you sure? Maybe I should leave. Another client, her dissociation was more of the direction that she went, and she said that I don't even know I'm gone till I already am, and then I don't know how to bring myself back. So these are, like I said, the criteria. DSM says 5 of these 9 will get you that diagnosis. So just keeping in mind what these are, I want you to take a minute to think about, what would it be like to be this person? So just taking a moment to yourself, perhaps you imagine that you're within Rachel's shoes, within her body, or within someone else that exhibits these characteristics. You're scared. You don't feel that you have anyone to turn to. You get upset over the smallest things and people judge you for that, but you don't know how to change. You don't know how to release your anger in a healthy way. You just know that you're really angry and you don't know why. Now I want you to imagine that you are someone that's in the life of someone that is diagnosed with BPD. Maybe you're a therapist. Maybe you're not. Maybe you're a friend, a family member. The frustration that you feel as you work with this individual or you spend time with them, you never know if it'll be hot or cold. You'll never know when to expect this intense anger erupting on you. You feel fear that they may kill themselves. You feel guilt or shame placed on you whenever these threats are brought up. What is it like to be in that person's life? So as the client, as the person facing this, it's not so great. Feelings of frustration, desolation, anger, and emptiness become all-consuming as they search, often in vain, for relief. A lot of times these clients will enter into treatment through the criminal justice system due to substance use or other reasons besides this diagnosis that they may or may not have. A lot of times they're misdiagnosed. Bipolar is one that comes up quite a bit, but to me, one of the really clear differentiating factors is this reactivity in mood, that this feeling of emptiness and depression or agitation may only last a few hours before they switch into a different mood, as opposed to days or weeks or longer. So just that intense reactivity of mood is one of the giveaways here, that it's not bipolar. The other one is complex PTSD. Very, very similar in these traits. And maybe it doesn't matter between those two diagnoses if you use a certain approach to treatment that I want to offer. So that's a couple of the situations where they enter in and maybe they're receive the wrong treatment or medication for bipolar, for example, and they don't know, what is actually going on with them. Other times they get this diagnosis and the stigma is so strong that clinicians don't want to work with them. It's on their record as they move forward into other programming. It's on their record if they're in the criminal justice system. And they're known as one of the most difficult clients to work with. One of my clients said to me that she met with the psychiatrist. He told me that borderline personality disorder is a bad diagnosis to have. He didn't tell me what it was. I don't know anything about it. I just know it's bad. I just know I'm bad. I'm bad. Another clinician said, as we were looking at these diagnoses and I was seeing characteristics in one of my clients, she said, she's only 22. I don't know if I want to put that label on her. Let's see if we can use a different diagnosis and still treat her for this. I don't want to put that label on her. So recognizing that it can be challenging for the client and the clinician as we work with these people. So is treatment possible? They say that about 1/3 of people diagnosed with BPD can be treated. What about the other 2/3? So I recently came across this idea of using management versus treatment as you work with people with cluster B personality disorders. And so Gregory Lester is the man's name that introduced this concept, and I want to share that with you. So management is essentially behavioral management or harm reduction. So with harm reduction in substance use, we're looking to reduce death and disease transmission. We're not looking to reduce the substance use. We're not looking to reduce the feelings that are underneath the substance use. We're not looking to deal with the underlying trauma. We are simply trying to keep these people alive. And similarly, behavioral management for personality disorders is just that. We're managing their behavior and trying to help them get along in this world by behaving less destructively. So that might mean suicidal behavior. Let's keep this person alive. Homicidal ideation. Let's keep other people alive. Extreme physical violence or violent outbursts. Let's try to keep you out of the justice system. Substance use. Again, let's try to keep you alive by managing your behavior. But that doesn't actually treat the disorder or the problems that this person is facing or the symptoms. It's just reducing the behavior. So I imagine a lot of you have heard of DBT, dialectical behavioral therapy, by Marsha Linehan. It was first developed to address suicidality and really challenging patients in that way, that you're concerned about them staying alive, and ultimately was found to be pretty successful with working with borderline personality disorder. So, you can see on here, there's specific modules that you go through with DBT. So mindfulness, again, someone mentioned earlier, we're at Naropa, you all know what that is. Interpersonal effectiveness, so these challenging relationship issues that they're not able to get the connection and relationship that they need, so let's work on those skills. Emotion regulation and distress tolerance, being able to handle change, being able to handle your emotions and feel them without the need to self-medicate or to really fly off the handle. But I'm not sure that this treatment quite gets to the goal of that identity formation that I talked about earlier. I think that this can be seen as a bridge to get the person to that point where they can really start to get to know themselves better. So in that view, treatment, the aim of therapy for people with borderline psychologies is the development of an integrated, dependable, complex, and positively viewed sense of self. Underscore sense of self. So having that trusted view that outside of relationship, outside of external context, I know who I am at the core. But how do you do that when they're facing all of these myriad challenges? I want to suggest that you can do it by going outside. So at the Mountain Center, I mentioned that I have the benefit of going out with these clients on our therapeutic adventure programming. And so when I talk about nature here, it's going to be a mix of nature in the sense of going on hikes or snowshoeing or spending time outdoors, as well as adventure therapy, ropes courses, challenge courses, competitive and collaborative games. So I'll use these a bit interchangeably because we do kind of the full mix at the Mountain Center. And so I'm offering some principles of what nature can offer you as for the client and for yourself as the therapist. So in nature, you are naturally grounded. You have this ability to regulate your nervous system simply by being in this environment. You are therefore regulating your emotions through regulating your nervous system. Nature creates that safe container for you to be. And clients have said that just sitting outside during a session helps them a lot. And this can be just sitting in a chair next to the house, just happening to be outside. Cool thing about this, works for the therapist too. We get to be outside and have our nervous systems regulated as we work with these difficult clients. In nature, you are aware of your body. So this person here is on a high ropes event that we call the wild woozy wire. Typically, this is done in pairs. This person wanted to go alone, but if you can't quite tell, she's in a Superman position. She is just laid out in the air. Kind of impossible to not feel your body here. Awareness of the breath, of the muscles, of your flexibility, of your heart rate. You're in a situation like that, you're gonna feel it. I went up on this event with another client and I was breathing so deeply to regulate myself that when the next person went up, one of the clients down below said, "Breathe like Diana." So the beauty of being a therapist doing these too is that we get to model for the clients what it looks like to regulate your emotions while you're in a distressed state. And so being in your own body, that's part of being you, of finding that identity. In nature, you can be yourself. That's me. So after I fell down off that event, that's me coming down. Yeah, nature has no agenda. Nature has no expectations of you. Mostly there's no mirrors except maybe the occasional, body of water. But in general, you get to step away from those societal expectations that we're faced with. You step away from those relationships that place those expectations on you. You get to just show up out in nature. And I'm using this example of me on the adventure course, but actually the further out in nature you get, I think the more that you're able to start showing your own self. Let's see. And again, the cool thing about being a therapist going out on these programs is that I get to be myself too. As Sada mentioned earlier, it's these informal spaces that you can really connect with the clients. And so for me, that's looked like building a fire and being, in the dirt. That's been running around playing these games with them. That's been me scared up on these wires. And the clients reflected to me, wow, Diana, it's so cool to get to see you in the classroom, in the house you're so professional. And then we get to see the down and dirty Diana out here. And yes, they sang Dirty Diana to me after that. So in nature, you can learn to trust. You can learn to trust yourself and trust others. And so coming to that, you can trust yourself as part of developing that identity. That we use a phrase, challenge by choice. That it is always your choice how far you want to go. That we will encourage you, please participate in whatever way you feel that you can. Maybe that's just cheering on your friends. Maybe that's just climbing up the ladder. Maybe that's Supermaning, like that woman in the other picture. But you get that choice. You get to set that boundary. You get to say, I've had enough. And so we look at it as, if you say, I can't, we're gonna say, yes, you can. But if you say, I'm done, we say, cool, we're gonna bring you down, you're good. And that gets to model that you're able to do something with consent and that you can set a boundary and it will be respected. And when it comes to trusting others, this picture is some of my team and the Therapeutic Adventure Program on a team belay. So with our climbing activities, our high ropes events, rather than just having a staff member with a harness and a belay and set up with the belay, we actually have the clients assist with the belay. And we have 3 to 4 people on a rope for each person. And so they get the chance to look back and not only have their peers cheering them on, but actually they're trusting their peers to keep them safe and work together. And so, our like rally call is always, do you support me? Yes, we do. So in nature, you can let go of the past, letting go of your past self, your past identity that you're bringing into this that makes it hard to know who you are. In this picture, we have a fire. We often use fire as a metaphor or a ritual for letting go, whether that's writing a letter to someone and burning it, whether it's actually talking about, this is something I want to let go and I'm going to put it in the fire. We've had them create art projects, not letting them know ahead of time that they will be burning them. But we had them create art projects and burn them to see what it's like to feel that impermanence, that everything moves by and you can get rid of it. You can let go of your past self. You can let go of the things that happened to you in the past. This picture also demonstrates a project that we've been working on, cleaning up the yard that's surrounding the transitional living home. And this is a great metaphor for them cleaning up their lives, that they're literally pulling all these weeds and clearing this out and composting it, getting rid of it, as they're also getting all of these toxins out of their bodies through substance use recovery and early treatment. Finally, your inner child can play. So I don't know if I mentioned I work at a women's only facility, so they created a snow woman, as is appropriate. And this is so important. We've talked about play a little bit through other presentations today, that the inner child is the one that suffered these attachment wounds. Your inner child is the one that had unstable relationships, that was abandoned, that suffered trauma. So giving that child a safe space to come out and play allows them to come out in other ways, where we'll be asking them to come out vulnerably in session. We'll be asking them to show their inner child that it's safe now, that they can protect them now. And so we can start by playing, right? These clients made the snow woman. They encouraged me to make snow angels with them. We just get to be more playful. And there's research that says these things work. Adventure therapy, all of these different pieces that are more broadly for adventure therapy as a whole, improves behavior and impulsivity. Slow down, take that pause, think before acting, focus and learning. A lot of these women will come in with symptoms of ADHD, but it may not be ADHD. It may just be the need to slow down, to be okay being in their bodies. Self-esteem and sense of self. These women have been so excited to climb for the first time. I didn't think I could do it. Wow, that was so cool. I did it the second time and I got even further. Wow, I never thought I could do that. Interpersonal skills. On one of our high ropes events, we had 2 clients with borderline characteristics that were roommates. And ask anyone in the house, that was not fun to have them as roommates. But they got partnered up on an event and their communication was beautiful. They kept each other safe. They communicated what they needed. They communicated ideas to each other about what they could do to work together. So having this practice of interpersonal skills where it doesn't work in other places. Improved quality of life. We encourage them to continue going outside when they leave the program, to find ways for it to be accessible through walks or whatever it may be. Mental, emotional functioning. So as I said, nature as grounding. And physical health, getting out and being active, especially in early recovery as your body is really, is healing. So getting outside and having those physical health. We also at the Mountain Center look at adaptability, resilience, problem solving, distress tolerance as pieces that these people are working on. And there was a very recent study that looked at adventure therapy specifically with borderline personality disorder. And they said that adventure therapy could be considered in BPD treatment because it results in healthier lifestyle habits, increased functionality, and quality of life in patients who are prone to self-destruction. So I wonder, let's come back to Rachel. What if she would have these interventions? So Rachel's experience to date was with a psychotherapist that she ended up developing a really codependent relationship with. So really further exacerbating some of her issues. So I wonder, could we take Rachel outside? Unfortunately, we'll never know because Rachel died at the age of 36 due to an overdose of sleeping pills. And I want to offer to you that you may be familiar with the external persona that Rachel brought forward. So the case example that I offered was based on historical accounts of Marilyn Monroe. And it is believed that if borderline personality disorder were a diagnosis when she was alive, that she would have been diagnosed with it. I offer you Marilyn Monroe as a case example because this shows that even if on the outside it looks like you have the best life and everything is put together and you're happy and you're a shining star, on the inside you can be in a lot of pain. So with that, thank you all. Thank you. Any questions?
In your presentation, you said that the goal for treatment for borderline personality is to develop a cohesive and, I guess, reliable sense of self. And you said that kind of like removes from the context of addictions and relationships with the external world. I guess I'm struggling to apply that to myself. Like, I don't know that I exist outside of the context of my relationships and the things that I
Yeah, I think that's really challenging given that we grow up within an external world, right? So I think the key is finding attachment within ourselves. So who am I if I don't have to worry about someone judging me? What do I like? What do I enjoy? How do I view myself? And that's not an easy thing to do, especially if we've always looked for external validation. And to me, that's why nature offers that, because the further we go out into the wilderness, the closer you are to your natural element, to the part of nature that you are. And you step away from those expectations. So taking that time for yourself to find who you are in that context can then help you bring it forward into the world surrounding you, and hopefully have a little bit more of that confidence that it doesn't matter what you think, what everyone else thinks. I know in my heart that this is who I am. To me, that came really clear during our rites of passage journey. So I don't know if you're a wilderness student and you've gotten that yet, but that helps a lot. Isan?
Yeah, I'm just curious about a couple of things. One is correct, and correct me if I'm wrong, that it is kind of like Marshall Inhan, who was also self-diagnosed or diagnosed with borderline personality, was talking about it as an emotional dysregulation, like emotional regulation disorder. It's kind of like this inability to stay in an emotional state, like constant this thing. One of the things that come up for me, especially through my lens of self and that spectrum, is this intense fear of abandonment, while at the same time inherently abandoning yourself all the time. And how tragic that is, and how terrible. This little puppy who just tries to latch on to anything that its essentiality. And why codependent relationships are so destructive. This is actually not to do with that. Yeah, it's just quite a lot of thoughts.
Yeah, thanks, Nitsan. That makes me think of something that I share with my clients when we talk about boundaries. And this is something that someone said to me once, and I always carry it forward, is that when you set a boundary, there's always a chance that someone will leave you. But when you don't set a boundary, there's a 100% chance that you're leaving yourself. So it's not easy work, and I'm not going to pretend to be the expert at this, but I've really enjoyed working with this population, and it's a population that really needs the support. Thank you all.
Whew, sense of self. Yeah, I'm gonna mull that over for a while. All right, our last presenter of the day is Brian, who refuses to tell me the correct pronunciation of his last name. So while I know Brian, I'm gonna let him introduce himself. He's working with trauma through a wilderness therapy lens, so let's welcome Brian.
Just one last thing. The pronunciation of my last name is Danziger. No. So the name of my presentation is Working with Trauma Through a Wilderness Therapy Lens. I created that title like 6 months ago, but finished this presentation about 2 weeks ago. So if it's not a perfect title, that is why. In this presentation, I'll be doing a review of commonly used terms in trauma work and how they relate to my work, stages of working with trauma that I use, how to work with trauma without specific trainings in any modalities, cognitive and somatic interventions, and then cognitive and somatic interventions that are easily adaptable for wilderness work. Because I work with a court-mandated population, I won't be doing an in-depth case study because a lot of the records and notes are public, but I will be interweaving client experiences throughout the presentation. A little about me. I work at Behavioral Treatment Services with my good friend Beth over there. The population is court-mandated, addiction, criminogenic. I work with both individuals and groups, and the groups that I run are anger management and seeking safety. A little about why I wanted to do this presentation and this topic is because I worked with a highly traumatized population, and going into the field I felt ill-prepared. And typically when I do that, I hit the ground and do a lot of research or make a lot of jokes. In this presentation, I'll be doing both. So the common trauma terms that I'll be going over are distress tolerance and window of tolerance, trauma, re-traumatization, and trauma responses and how they show up in the room. So in my view of trauma, there are 3 conditions. 1, perception that life is threatened. 2, that there is a sense of helplessness. And 3, leaving the window of tolerance. And that's not to say that every time you leave the window of tolerance, it's traumatic, but rather an extended period of time without the chance to regulate. And I really want to underline the subjectivity in all of these, because as a therapist, it's not our job to assess what is traumatic for clients. So again, the first one is perception, and life being threatened can be emotional safety, physical safety, can be neglect. It's a lot of different things, not just life or death situations. Sense of helplessness is also perception, and then everyone's window of tolerance is different. So I have 2 very brave volunteers who are giving me the adverse wilderness experiences. I guess on the right for you guys is Christina after her ski accident, and Nitsan in a borderline hypothermic state. Both of these, Christina describes rather the experience as traumatic, while Nitsan does not. Nitsan expresses that it was very difficult, but after leaving the window of tolerance, community came in with nourishment, with touch, with support, and helped Nitsan regulate. Whereas Christina, her good friend Lizzie decided to post this picture on Instagram and volunteered it for my presentation. If you're wondering if it's ethical to post something on a presentation that someone thinks is traumatic, the short answer is no. All jokes aside, Christina, I hope you have a speedy recovery. Yes, that is Christina, pre-accident. So the next term is distress tolerance and window of tolerance, considered the optimal arousal window. In this state, you can experience both pleasant and unpleasant sensations and events without moving into distress or survival. This is a very serious topic, guys. Can we get it together? And this is a chart I use with all my clients in some basic psychoeducation about hypo and hyperarousal. Re-traumatization is really important, especially with the way that I do my work, because I do have clients go back and envision the experience. And it's a very fine line between healing and re-traumatization. So I have the definition and then I'll give my perspective. Re-traumatization is a conscious or unconscious reminder of past trauma that results in re-experiencing of the initial trauma event. It can be triggered by a situation, an attitude, or expression, or by certain environments that replicate the dynamics of the original trauma. So I'm intentionally invoking that experience and will be altering it and processing it. But again, that just demonstrates the fine line. And my perspective is that leaving the window of tolerance during trauma work is re-traumatizing. So I take that as a signal from the body that they're not ready to do that work and it's not the right time and other supports have to be in place. I also want to just say that it's very different than when a client becomes dysregulated in session and you can let them regulate themselves. I hold this as a pretty firm boundary of if the body's going there, this is not the right time. The last thing I think is trauma responses and how they show up in therapy. Fight is anger with the therapist. I had a client who was telling me a story from his childhood that wasn't traumatic, but I could see that he was processing something else in his mind. And when he came out of that process, he was very angry. And it wasn't until contemplation and speaking over with my supervisor that I realized that he was processing traumatic memories. Flight looks like avoidance of topics, or leaving. Leaving can be leaving the session, finding a new therapist, finding a new agency. Freeze, I'll have you look to the person to your right or left. That is what dissociation looks like. Fawn is over-agreeableness. And for this, I just hold a boundary and make the client make decisions rather than them say, you're the expert, you know best, you tell me what we should do. So now I'll be going to the stages of trauma and how I work with them. They're based loosely off Judith Herman's. I use safety and skills, education, processing and reprocessing, and then integration. Safety and skills, the key here is to build significant rapport and trust. The best way I find to do this is to use unconditional positive regard, empathy, and genuineness. In gearing towards trauma work, if you bring in a judgmental attitude, I just find you're going to have a very hard time building trust with the client. So you could try it if you want. Making sure the client has enough regulation skills so that you don't have to rescue them. And then restoring control to the client by providing choice and empowerment. The other thing we do is establish a safe environment, and that's both physically and visually. Physically, we have a lot of conversations about where the chairs are, the distance that feels safe for them, if they'd like something in between us, what that would look like, how far away. Also, we talk about if I'm handing them something, do they want me to leave it on the table? What line can I not cross? That's the physical safety. Visually, I have clients create a safe space in their mind as detailed as possible. Some clients do things like on the beach or in the mountains. I have one client who talks about and visualizes sitting around a campfire with his family, which really resonates with me. And we use that to close out sessions if they're really intense and they have to go about their day, just so we have those safeguards in place. So for education and framework, the big thing here is psychoeducation. We do a lot of psych ed with the nervous system and the brain. I'm also creating a clear plan for treatment. It's adaptable as time goes on, but I find with trauma, it needs certain containments and parameters so the client knows what's going on. I find that there's a lot of magic to sit with what is and whatever shows through the door. And also with trauma, it's very different. I find that clients really respond well to knowing what's in place. And then we go over some containment exercises as well, like the safe place or finding a jar that they could put it in and visualize them putting it in a jar. I know these are super blurry, but for the people on Zoom, if they're paying attention, they can see them. So this is some psychoeducation we do. I got these handouts from Amy during the Canyon trip. Shout out to Amy. So this is the chart that I showed you before, and then the other one is a list of ways to resource the nervous system. We typically choose one or two from each individual section. The sections are movement, contact, pendulation, mindfulness, and play. And then we have the client, I have the client practice them and see what works best for them. I find it important to note that what works best in the room doesn't always work best in public because they might need to regulate at their job. Like I have clients that do tapping. So we also look at the different environmental factors of when coping skills work and when they don't. Amy, I love these worksheets, and I wanted to give you a special shout out. It's beautiful hair. So then the next step is processing and reprocessing. For processing, I use RAIN, which is recognize, allow, investigate, nurture. For all you Naropa students, you guys know where do you feel that in the body? That is the recognize, and there's like a whole list of steps to deepen with it, unless you just want to keep asking that question. So this is not necessarily a linear process, because as you guys know, sitting with sensation, it moves through the body. So I typically provide nurture at the end, and I just have them continue to recognize, allow, and investigate as things shift. I use this not only for trauma work, but this is like the foundational emotional processing that I use with clients. So by the time we go into trauma, they're very familiar with this process. This allows suppressed feelings to surface, be experienced, and to be held with compassion. Also in this stage, we are cognitively looking at beliefs that have changed. That's about the self, about the world, about different relationships. And there are lots of different things here. It's all going to be dependent upon the trauma. So reprocessing, I try and inspire my work after something I've read about an anecdote about a school shooting. The children were creating a game where they re-experienced the trauma through play. And basically there was someone who was it or the shooter, and they would tag people who would then be out or dead, unfortunately. And there's also a safe place where the children could get to, and that's the objective to the game, is to get to the safe place. You can also go back and rescue the people who have been tagged and they're out. And so the school contacted psychologists, social workers, and they were really worried about the children being re-traumatized. They came in and they're like, no, this is wonderful. Like they're getting to re-experience this in a safe environment and getting to regulate with their friends. So that's a lot of what I want to do with reprocessing the trauma. It's putting in different resources, re-experiencing it in a safe way. So that typically happens through visualization. And the key here in using RAIN, we're using it again, and then you're orienting towards what the body needs, how to complete the nervous system cycle and reach that parasympathetic state. A lot of times this can be screaming or pushing, receiving touch or rest. I'll say that while we're reprocessing, we have a foot in the past and in the present. So receiving touch, I have them prop a pillow up. With one client, he envisioned that he was being held by his father. So I had him wrap pillows around his body, and he was able to visualize that and to feel it, which is super important. The more layers you can add into this. And then I look at bringing in different forms of support. And that can be people or characters. Like I mentioned, a lot of times people bring in family members. But I've also had people bring in characters. I had one client who brought in a World of Warcraft character. I don't remember the name, but we looked at in the following session what that character represented and did like archetypal work. So it was really powerful. And for me, that was a really good message of, because I had envisioned, this was the same client that brought his father in. I'd envisioned that it would be family. And I had to like hold myself back because that was my preconceived notion. So when he said World of Warcraft character, I was, struck. But I think it's really important to let the wisdom of the client show through. And that was really evident to me in the following session when he spoke about the reasons why. And then we had a discussion of how he can embody those certain things. I also have them, if they don't want to bring anyone in and they want to use an older version of themselves, they could go back and place messages or warnings. It can be a lot of different things. It can be a lot of different support. Pete mentioned a lot of them earlier through his time travel, his wild. And then playing it out differently through visualization. In my own experience, in my own trauma work, I had trauma of being held up at gunpoint. And in therapy, I had the experience of re-visualizing everything and having the opportunity to remove the gun from my face, which is what my body needed to get rest. Cognitively, we just look at challenging thoughts and reframing certain things. There's a lot to this, but I don't want to spend too much time on it because it's pretty straightforward. In the final step is integration. I do a lot of social prescribing. I'm a big fan of the Phoenix, which is a sober community that does like rock climbing and boxing. And I have prescribed clients to go there to form new positive relationships. And then the big thing is physicalizing. I do this with RAIN too, with the nurture. Anytime a client does a significant piece of work, I have them visualize a symbol of what that work is and a mantra for what they're taking away, like the gold nugget of the session. So I'll have them come out of the visualization and draw whatever they came up with in their mind and then create a quote for it. Sometimes I get pushback from clients if they're not good artists. I just like to emphasize that that is not the point, and it's just furthering integration in the mind. So some cognitive interventions that I use are the split self, looking at the changes in themselves before and after the event, looking at their core beliefs before and after certain things, and their core values. I'm sure you've heard today a bunch of times the trauma timeline. Thank you, India, for recording this. And in my trauma timeline, I also like to incorporate just significant life events, not just trauma, but things where life shifts. A really important one I find too is a letter to the past, especially if they're not ready to visualize or go back themselves, but to write to themselves in the past. 2 workbooks I recommend are The Body Keeps the Score, the workbook, and the Complex PTSD workbook. The Body Keeps the Score has somatic interventions in it as well, but I find it to be primarily cognitive. So these are the books. If you guys want to follow me on Instagram, I have a link in my bio to go purchase them. Use the code BIGBootyBrian for 15% off. So some wilderness adaptations for these interventions. Split self, eco art creation. It's too good. Split self eco art creation, where you're having them get natural objects and create art to represent themselves before and after the event. And the same thing with core values, core beliefs, and the trauma timeline. The purpose of having them find these objects is because they start to integrate further and look for these reasons and things that they might not normally find. So for somatic interventions, again, the key is orienting towards what the body needs to complete the cycle. A lot of times this can look like silent screams, wall pushes. Shaking, I find, is just like a buildup of energy after the trauma work, but sometimes that's where the client is. Resting, certain trauma release exercises, or like we've talked about, making contact with pillows or moving pillows and props throughout the room. Okay, so some somatic wilderness interventions. Again, really emphasizing here, you want to orient towards what their body needs and what they need to do to complete the cycle. Again, it's just using natural objects to kind of incorporate more of a sense of healing, more of a sense of groundedness. But in the outdoors, you can scream instead of silent scream. You can do tree pushes, which are more tactile. You can do running, resting, throwing, breaking, making contact with trees, flowers, grass, things that are naturally soothing. Okay, so this is my experiential. For those of you who have clients, you can use clients, and for those of you who don't, you can use like a TV character or a movie character. This is my taste in entertainment, and yes, I am a 12-year-old boy. So basically here, you're gonna get with a partner, and don't, speak too much about what the client's trauma is, but rather how you're orienting towards completing that cycle. And it's not to say that you're going to know what they need, but you will have an idea. And I think it's just good exercise to get your mind in that mindset. So yeah, you guys can partner up. And if you have any questions, let me know. Cool. What are you supposed to do? Have a discussion with your partner about ways that you can get their body to complete their nervous system cycle, client or character. And we'll just take 2 more minutes. Did you? I'm gonna put this on the gram. Do it quick. Shucks. Okay, so this concludes the experiential. So I just have some final statements and then we'll move into questions. Just as the last person who's going, I love this quote: "Education is for improving the lives of others and for leaving your community and world better than you found it." So I do want to say thank you to my wilderness therapy cohort for making me a better counselor, a better man, and a better human. I see each and every one of you with me, oh Lord, with me in the room with clients, and that is quite unfortunate. So I want to thank Pete for teaching me blue steel, Tina how to hold a tea kettle, and for Lizzie for how to not poop in a wag bag. And just thanks to my friends, and it's been a great 3 years. And I will take questions if there are any. Eileen.
You could just let the group know what that link was again?
It's my Instagram. You could find it in my bio. Shit.
Yeah.
Big Booty Brian 15 with a Y.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. No questions? Great. Congratulations. We're done. Ravi.
Show yourself, Sam. Say hello. Sam, we want to see ya. Can you tell Sam?
Hello. Well, Sam may or may not show their face. Thank you all for being here today. I'm very proud of all of you. You worked tirelessly throughout these 3 years. While I didn't quite come into your lives that early, I'm really grateful to how you've shown up in my classes and for the intention that you put into these presentations today. I'm really moved. I'm really moved by each of you. Hi, Sam.
Hi.
So I would like to say thank you very much to our tech, sound, and camera crew today. Without them, this wouldn't have been possible. So can we please give all of them a huge round of applause? Thank you all for holding space for these beautiful human beings to present today. It's not easy to do that in a room without people or in a mixed company of Zoom and in person. So thank you for showing up however you were able to do so. Thank you for your questions. I'm excited to have these people in the world doing the work that they're doing. Wherever they're headed, good things will follow them. So thank you all very much. We will end with a bow and everyone can go on into the natural world and play. Thank you, everyone.
I love you all.